I think it works that time. Maybe we're live right now. Hello? I'm changing some plugin stuff on how I multi-stream. Give me a moment, VOD viewers, to see if we're actually streaming. I think Twitch went live. And YouTube is the one I was having trouble connecting to for this. Hello? YouTube? Are we live? Am I somewhere? Helix says hi. I hear my fiance yelling from across the room that I am live on YouTube. Yata. Thank you. But where do I have that? Go live. Manage. Oh, here we go. Alright, I guess this created something separate than what I was expecting. Okay, 1 second for me to adjust these settings then. I don't know exactly how YouTube streaming works, so this has thrown me off a little bit, but I think we'll be able to fix this real quick. We're going to do replays today. I just need a moment to make sure the stream is running and all that jazz. And then we are good to go. Okay, I think that's going. I think I have. Okay, you guys won't be able to see each other talk, but with this new multi-stream plugin, I consolidated all of your chat messages together, so I don't have to read 2 separate chats at the same time. So that should be a little easier. I need a 4 support to win with my Dragonite friend in the off lane. Let me think about that real quick. Dragonite's not actually the best offlaner right now. Depending on the MMR, it's like fine. Like especially for newer players or I'd say like Archon lower, you could still do it. Yeah, to an extent, higher up is still fine, but not as good as it used to be. Dragonite's pretty stable, not the highest damage in the early game. So just summon high damage and then offlane Dragonite should be building a blink pretty early to blink, stun, initiate, and your 4 support, you want them to have the follow-up damage. So someone like Snapfire could be good, someone like Skywrath could be good. Neither of those supports particularly meta right now, but that kind of idea, someone with probably a ranged hero with some damage. And if you're thinking about Slark specifically, then instant silences are good, such as the Skywrath Mage or maybe Muerta, though hers is a little funny. Because you just can't have him. It can't be super obvious so that he has time to dispel, or you have to wait for the dispel, which could be okay, because if your Dragonite can just like instant stun him, great. But you don't see a cast animation, so off of the instant stun from Dragonite, you could cast your follow-up and then both get purged, and then that's really sad. So that's why if you could have something like Skywrath, Instant Silence, you could start. I guess you still don't know if he cast it beforehand, but, you know, you're hoping you surprised him. Okay. I think things are going. We will see if I'm able to... We'll test the giveaway bot again for, like, the raffle system and all that. Oh, wait, real quick. Twitch people, can you guys hear music? And then YouTube people should not be able to hear music. We've got some lo-fi playlists going on. I'm just checking. Okay, Gonk says no music on Twitch. Or wait, sorry, yes music on Twitch. Hello, Sakura. The problem is the Dispel and Agility stacks. Yeah, Slark into Dragonite won't be a great matchup because of that. Slark likes tanky people who don't do a bunch of damage because you get to steal a bunch of stacks. So that matchup isn't going to be awesome for you. The position 4 needs to do a lot of damage to change that matchup. Oh shit, you guys can hear music? Oh shit. 1 second, 1 second. About now. Let me know if you can still hear it. On YouTube. Twitch we can leave it on because Twitch, I think, has a way to change the VODs. I know it does. With this new plugin, I don't know where to set that, so I'm just going to hope it still works. If it doesn't, I'll sort that out. YouTube, this plugin has a way to set different audio tracks for different platforms. And I guess as part of changing stuff up, I accidentally reset some of it. But I have now just done it again. It's gone now? Okay, I'm probably going to have to demonetize this particular YouTube stream to play it safe. For the, like, 5 minutes of music played. But that's okay. It doesn't really matter. Just good to know. It'll work for the future. My voice cuts off mid-sentence. Is that just because I stop talking sometimes? Or voice cut was only a couple times. Okay, maybe it was while I was messing with settings. Let me know if it happens again. It should hopefully not happen. Though sometimes if I like potentially blow out the mic or something, it might automatically do some mutes and stuff.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa,
Where is she? Wait, where do I see this info now? Someone just subscribed. Skillin, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub. Sorry, things are all in new places. I'm a little out of sorts, but why don't we get started with watching some replays? It'll be pretty casual to start. Where's my thing? Let's see if the bot works now. I changed a couple things. Is it enough? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Where do I have it? Thank you so much, Skillin. I appreciate it. Hi from Costa Rica. What's up? What's your best tip for ranking up as a support? I'm stuck trying to hit 7K. All right, so you're trying to surpass where I have been, but hopefully you can use the knowledge I have and actually put it into play in a way that I don't. For 6 to 7K, it's inflated a little bit now because of the whole double down stuff, but still, you already know a whole bunch about the game at this point. Anyone who makes it to 6K, looking to get to 7K, you know a ton about the game. A lot of it is following a consistent game plan and being very, like, on point. For example, the laning stage. Lay out what your hero does. Okay, I need the small camp. I don't want the hard camp. I need to harass this hero. All of that is something that I'm sure you can come up with at this point on 6K. Now, the hyper-specific draft stuff, like, sure, that's something that's going to improve over time. But you come up with the game plan, and now you got to do it, right? It's not, oh, I forgot to block the small camp this time. That's going to cost you MMR, right? At this rank, the first block could affect the entire laning stage. So you now have to be very consistent on it. I wanted to block the hard camp, so I body blocked it at exactly 1 minute. I needed the small camp. I didn't waste time going to check it when a time I didn't need to. I know when I should go check it, and I'm going to go at that time. I'm checking enemy items, so I know not to dive, and they have a Fairy Fire and 10 stick charges. You know, you just have to start being very consistent with a lot of the stuff you know. I would also encourage you to, if you have been playing very selfishly, to some degree, that's still fine. But I would look to be more, how can you encourage team plays? Like, Dota is a team game. Lower MMRs, there's a lot of individual stuff that'll just carry you through. But higher MMRs, it becomes more and more important that you be at the runes on time. Water runes, power runes, get your mid active, bring smokes, bring them around, like, start having that interplay. It matters a lot in an actual team game, and now people's MMRs are good enough to actually do something with it. You know, like you help your mid and he doesn't just sit in AFK and then dive a tier 2 and feed. Will it happen? Of course, but over the long period of time, I find that is how I would climb MMR if we like really set out to break 7K and go higher. Okay, I just started the giveaway. So try typing !ticket. This should work for Twitch viewers, which I see Gonks the Man just popped in. This should definitely work for Twitch viewers, and we're going to see if YouTube, it starts working. Blood Soul, no problem. What server do you play on? You can be sniping my games at some point. Okay, wait, let me see. Jacob Smoot, you joined in. Do I see your name here? I don't. But I'll tell you what we can do now. Because the chat is now consolidated for me, I'll just have you guys type ticket. We can do just the random number generator still that we were doing, but now I'll just count through all of it. So Twitch or YouTube people, I will just go through it. It'll be a little slower, but whatever. One day I'll figure out a bot that works for both chats, guys. One day. We're getting there. Has there been a patch lately? Not yet. Not yet. One day. One day. At this point, I'm turning back around, guys. I'm hoping the patch doesn't come out for a month at this point, because now I won't have time. I won't have time to. There's a cast coming up that Riki and I are doing, and then I'm traveling. I'm going away. I will miss the patch completely, which is exactly when it's going to come out. But at this point, I am now wanting to share the misery with everyone, and I want it to be. I want it to come in a month now when I'm back. What's the ticket for? The ticket's for joining this replay raffle. I'm just gonna count through it and all. Okay, let me see. How many entries we got? Okay. Why not take a laptop with you? So I could, in theory. We're visiting my fiance's family, so if I bring my laptop and I have to stream and work, kind of defeats the purpose. But also, it's China, so it won't really work to stream through a VPN and all that. It would be kind of tough. If it was like any other country, maybe we could do something there. But not for China, I think. Not that I've tried, I just think it'd be really rough. Okay. Random number generator got us a 23. So let's see. Oh god, the chat moves every time someone puts a message. Hold on, wait, let me do this. Okay, Joel Katz, you are number 23. Congratulations. Send in a match ID from about the last week, who you're playing, any questions you got, and then we can get going with that. I got to set up chapter markers and all this stuff. I might have to do that. It'll probably make it easier to just do it as we go. Dude, Horizon, it's even worse than that. It'll be while I'm in the car to the airport. This happens to me all the time. I now do this full time, right? But I used to work as a process engineer for a food company, so I'd have to travel to different plants. And it would happen to me all the time. A patch would come out like as I'm going to the airport for like a 4-day work trip or something. Troublesome cat here. Wait, I think I can go to full screen. Does it work for lobby games as well? If you have a ticketed game, for example, you do AD2L or one of those other amateur leagues and they have tickets, yes, it will work. If you did a private lobby with some friends, then it probably won't work. And the way for it to work is there is a way. If you guys ever sign up for coaching with me, we can organize it. But for the replay raffles, like through this, it's kind of a lot of hassle. And I'm just going to say we can't do it. Sorry. But it's like you have to download files. You have to send me files. I have to download. I have to move it. It's just a lot to do. So the easiest is if it's ticketed or if it's a pub game. Am I Chinese American? Technically, ethnically, but my family's actually from Singapore. But my great grandfather came from China. So at what point do you like stop being Chinese and become Singaporean? I grew up in America. Am I either? I don't know. I'm pretty much an American through and through, with some, Singapore background. So I actually, because of that, I know this was just like a casual question and not to get too deep into it. Because of that background, like because I grew up in America as a Singaporean American, like whatever, I don't even think about that stuff. Like I just feel like I'm a person in the world and I don't feel particularly attached to like, I'm an American, I'm a Singaporean, whatever. I'm just like a guy who happens to live in America. Which probably makes me American. Can you watch my replay? If you get lucky, we're doing a whole bunch of raffles today, and we'll try to keep them. Let's just see what happens. Actually, maybe we'll do like the full replays. Maybe we'll do like quick ones to give lots of feedback to lots of people. But obviously, if they're quicker, we can't go as in depth to it. But we can cover more people, cover more general stuff. Oh, cats are fighting. What's wrong there? Okay, I think they're. We'll see. I know. They used to be so small. I was just saying yesterday, it's now been 2 years of scoop and litter every night. Oh boy. Are they fighting? Hef in here will probably be happier. They're fighting a little bit. We're gonna separate. Stream the cat fight. That definitely gets me banned. That is some kind of gamba on cat fighting. No way. We're gonna separate them though. We're gonna get them checked. I think Hef is joining us. Come here, Hef. Let me go pick him up. Jupiter's getting banished to our room for a bit. Who did I say this was again? Oh, Joel, right. Joel, any progress on finding a match? If you can't, no worries. Oh, wait, this multi-chat. All right, I'm going to put some feedback into Stream Elements Live. It doesn't highlight my name anymore, so I might miss you guys. If you guys are asking me a specific question, I'll try to pay attention to it. Northern Elements, what's up? Fairly new player, welcome to the game. What's the safest suggested build for Magnus? Echo Saber Daedalus, more attack damage. What do you suggest? Okay, so... Ooh, there we go. Let's answer this Magnus question, and then I see Joel just sent a match ID. Let's see if we can get it real quick. Cool, should work. Who you playing here, Joel? And then that's all I really need, but if you got any specific questions, hit me up with it now. Northern Elements. So it depends what position you're playing. Carry Magnus, you're going to go for more damage. So like Echo Saber. It depends a little bit after that, but things like Harpoon. I don't know if I would go Daedalus right away. Actually, you know what? Let me just double check before I feed you false information. But for carry, you almost always get the Echo Saber, and then it depends a little bit on the match. So Harpoon, sometimes I see Mask of Madness. You got to be careful not to like silence yourself and not be able to RP. Sanj and Yasha's popular. Manta for a way to like dispel things if you need that. BKB. Because you're a carry, you don't need to focus so much on the blink initiation, so you don't have to start with the blink. But you can get it later, because it is still a really good item for Magnus. And then like Daedalus, stuff like that. The more damage focus. If you're playing off lane or mid Magnus, you almost always start with the Blink Dagger, and then either get a BKB if you need that. That would be the most common playmaker Magnus build, I would say. You will also see like the Spellcaster Magnus, which is Blink and then Yasha, Kaya type items, and then sometimes the Ags, BKB, stuff like that, Refresher. It depends exactly which type of build you need to go for. If you're new, I would recommend... Let me think. On one hand, I want to say do like Echo Saber because it's a very safe build up farm. At the same time, if you're a newer player, there's probably an overabundance of passive farming, and being a playmaker would be good, like a Blink Dagger. So it's up to you what you feel comfortable with, I would say. Like one of those I think should be good. You're the Invoker? Sounds good. Let's do it. Wait. I mean, you're good. I just got to remember to... Okay. We're going to watch Invoker. Looks like this is an unranked game. Can we see MMR anywhere? You have a Guardian friend. Ancient. Did you say what MMR you are? It doesn't strictly matter, but it just helps to put some perspective on it. But while you're doing this, let me make my chapter marker. Can I... This would help me if I could do this, but maybe I can't do that. I'm going to look into that more later. Let me... Oh, I forgot to ping this on Twitch. Oops. All right. Oh, where's our thing? Sorry, guys. I'm all over the place. A little bit of a slow start because we were getting everything. All right. Here, we got this. This is mid. I'm just going to guess your rank as, like, Crusader for now. Let me know. What? Would guess these days around Archon. Okay, that's good with me. All right, let's get into some feedback here, guys. Let's go. Playing Invoker.
This one is in the bag.
Common build for Invoker right now is like the Witchblade stuff.
But not quite.
I'm not the greatest mid laner in the world, so I'll just take a quick look through the laning stage, and then we'll focus more on like how you move around the map and stuff, things that I can focus a little more on as a support player, like what you do.
30 seconds.
Brandon, I was talking about Necesse. Necesse. It's like a mix of those games. It is early access, you know, disclaimer there, always a little careful on buying those. But I was trying it while it was free. I liked it enough that I bought it while it was on sale. Think it's really fun from what I've played so far. And at some point, maybe if there's another like free weekend or something, or a big sale on it, I think it'd be really fun to stream that game with the with all of you guys, and then you guys can like join the server and the colony and all that. Hey, Swick, thank you for the sub. Random player as well. Sorry, guys, I missed all that while I was zoned out. Okay, let's see. So 2 Wraith Bands is the most common. It's not going to be as useful versus Pudge. I think it's still okay to do. Cybernet, yeah, what's up? We're doing replays today. It is Wednesday, my dudes. All right, I see some missed CS. I don't want to worry too much about it. I know you know to get it. And we just have to practice the timings and all that. So in this case, it didn't matter. Don't forget you can use EMP to secure creeps, because range creeps actually have mana, so EMP will do some damage. And then that way you can actually burn mana off of your opponent mid laner. I think I see EMP to secure creeps more than I see Tornado. Because if you hit Pudge, you'll even get some mana back. Actually, do you get mana back for creeps as well? I don't think you do, right? It's only heroes? Yeah, only heroes. It's been a long time since I played Invoker. So then, like, you do damage to it, but also the fact that they don't want to get hit by MP, they walk away, and that makes it easier to secure the range creep. Now, if you need the damage because you're like, oh, I'm trying to get 2 last hits at the same time, then sure, you can throw the Tornado. So far, so good. Make sure we swap these back in. Yeah, there's another Tornado. Oh, there we go. There's the EMP. We're gonna get Water Rune. Whoa! Actually, let me look at that again, because Invoker doesn't care that much about runes. Could you have pressured with your creep wave instead? I feel like some of the reason you're getting the Water Rune is because you've used Tornado so much. I think if you used EMP a little bit more, it's a little bit cheaper and you get some mana back. And then maybe you wouldn't feel like you need to go for the Water Rune right now. And then you could actually follow Pudge under tower with this creep wave. I know that's a bit intimidating to do, but I think if you do like the mid lane, it is good to learn how to pressure when you have this big of a creep wave. We're not diving, but we are going to poke Pudge a little bit till he gets further back. And then we're going to go for denies under the tower, maybe hit the actual tower itself. You got your boots. I'm open to the boots because I think they're good anyways. If you ever find yourself playing versus very passive mids, like you're in total free control, you can go for the other components of power treads first. Have more attack speed, stuff like that. But to dodge hooks and potentially move around, I do think like the blink is fine. Yeah, so for the most part, pretty good. Maybe a little bit more emphasis on some denies as well. You see a lot of invokers like the denies because of the innate ability. Again, though, I think you know that, so I don't want that to be the focus. All right, 6-minute rune coming up here. So actually, here you're kind of like balancing the wave a little bit, but the first power rune's gonna be a pretty big deal. So actually, I think this is a good time to be shoving the lane. Just like attack a bunch right now. And then that way, don't miss CS if you can help it, right? But you see now you're being pushed into the tower and the catapult here. So if you leave too long, then this is going to take damage. So because of that, now we don't feel comfortable moving out for the runes. And because of that, we end up losing it. So 1, trying to shove the lane out as you get close to the power rune helps you a lot to secure it. 2, notice your ward is dead, and I don't think you got a new one and got killed. I think it just expired and you forgot to get another one. But try to have that observer ready to go so that you can place it again right away as your first one dies. And that way you'll be able to see where to go. Like right now, Pudge could have gone top, Pudge could have gone bottom. Maybe I don't know. So I'm a little hesitant to just blindly walk to it, because technically you could, like I saw Pudge walk away. So we don't have to farm this right now. We could go for a rune, but is someone there? Is Pudge there? Is the rune top? Is the rune bottom? Having the observer would give you a lot of information to help you know if it's safe or smart to do. Instead, I believe Pudge has it, and then he's top now. Uh-oh. By the time you come here, I don't think it's worth it anymore, right? If we're gonna go top, it needs to be around now. This is how long, or actually a little further. Now, Pudge has been gone from the lane for a little bit, and if he was ganking, this is the time he would go. So this is actually when you would need to TP. And if you see this happening, and you're like, oh shit, I gotta go. As the mid laner, this is where it's like important to click around to know if you should come. And especially as Invoker who has Sunstrike, not everyone takes a point this early, and I know this is kind of a weak Sunstrike, but maybe, right? We have to actually click to know. So that's going to be a really good habit to work on as a mid Invoker. Make sure you're checking around the lanes. It's good to do in general anyways, to know if you should teleport even when you're not Invoker, but especially Invoker with a Sunstrike, it's good to do. Because we didn't go, like, that's fine. There are times where you can't. Just don't. You know, at that point, just commit to shoving this in. Let me show you the pre-cam on this. So commit to shoving this in. Oh, turns out the haste rune is still here. So perhaps we could have just grabbed this and made our own type of gank in the bottom lane with Ursa and Bane. Otherwise, you know, they've gotten a kill here, but we pressure the mid tower while he's gone. And then odds are when mids walk to gank, they usually TP back in. So you farm this, he gets a kill top, not the best, but that's okay. You push this, he TP's back. Now you fall back, and you have the choice to go gank a side lane, and he won't be able to teleport to help because he just teleported mid. This delayed TP top, now we look at it, it's like, now I gotta do this 1v3 because Pudge hasn't left yet. You know, you push the tower in a little bit, but now Pudge can get away from this, TP back mid, and just bounce out all the CS he lost while he was gone, because now you're gone from the lane. And unless you pick up a kill here, which we didn't because it was 1v3, right? It was always going to be a bit tough. Now it's a little awkward. In fact, Silencer sneaks in here. This could be a worthwhile TP for you. Is instead of coming up here, you TP here, like scan it or something to see if the support came. Anytime support players, anytime you guys get a kill in the side lane around like 6:30, you should consider stealing the Wisdom Rune. Mid players, if you see that happen, you should consider that this might happen and be ready to TP in a little early to protect your Wisdom Rune. Because of that, that was a bit of a wasted movement in how we rotated around. CS is pretty good, though. I'm not worried about the CS. I mean, there's always more room for improvement, but for the rank you told me, Archon, I'd say this is pretty solid. Granted, it's versus a Pudge, so maybe it's easier than usual, but either way, top of the CS, not bad. So now we just have to adjust how we rotated and responded there. So Pudge is leaving in, same deal. If we're coming, we need to go. And you even looked and you were like, nah, I don't want to go. Fine with that. So let's shove this in. I want to see that committed to. I want to see like Alacrity being cast or Forge Spirits coming out, like something to pressure this tower more. And then let's consider our own gank as Pudge comes back. We don't have to do it, but just consider it, right? I want to see you look around to decide if it's worth it. So you check top again. That's fine with me. Full mana, no Forge Spirits or Alacrity would be really good right now. All right, and now we move. So this one's going to be a little tough, but I do like that we came down here like we were saying. 6 Sunstrike. Tornado there might be a little awkward. Again, the Alacrity on the Ursa could be really strong. Or yourself, you have 120 damage. Alacrity or Cold Wall could have been better there. Ice Wall rather than the Tornado. Because you Tornado the Tide, but when you're tower diving, there's a limited amount of time in the early game you have that you want to be under the tower. And now you guys have to wait for him to fall under the tornado. So if you ice wall, you can actually choose to keep fighting or not. If you really don't want to fight, you tornado at that point. Maybe that's what you were going for. Maybe you thought you were going to get out. Would you consider getting another sentry with that Pudge like a pure read? I think that was earlier in the laning stage when Invoker was coming back from the water rune and got hooked this way. Because it's daytime, Pudge probably just sees him. There probably is an observer, right? If we were to take a bet, 95% of games nowadays, outside of Herald, where people are new and don't know what's going on, there is 2 observers in the mid lane. Where exactly they are, I don't know, but there probably is 1. So if you want to go for the sentry because you suspect something throughout the laning stage or the bounties, you can go for it. I don't know if I have an endpoint to that. Maybe that's the end of the thought.
Mid tower's having technical difficulties. Radiant's top
Double stack
bad shape.
potentially. Okay. Then we're going top. I would say just finish off the mid tower. I think Jupiter's learned his lesson. I think it's about time to free him from this room. I really think you should use Alacrity and Forge Spirits more in the early game. In these moments where you have time to just shove in lanes. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna free Jupiter. Why do I keep getting mid while role queuing in Divine? It has shifted up. I think there's more people who want support roles and stuff. Mid and off lane nowadays are a little bit lacking, believe it or not.
Double kill.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Off lane especially.
Radiant's Dire's mid tower won't last.
Dominating.
See, like, if you're thinking about farming this stuff, like, we definitely need Alacrity and Forge Spirits and stuff. Oops. Alright. This one's tough. If you can land the tornado on Wind Ranger while she's wind running, fantastic. To make it easier, if you specifically versus Wind Run, because she's so fast, or any fast hero, start with the Cold Snap. Or time it, you know, like throw the tornado where you think they're going, cold snap them while they're in the area, and then hopefully that connects. That'll make it easier to land some of the other spells. So like you have the right idea, it's tough to get the angle right, you know? And especially the modern build on Invoker is a lot of just right clicking. Like you have the actual build. I think this is the first Alacrity at 16 minutes. Maybe there was one a little bit earlier. But a lot of your damage and farming is just right-clicking. So don't underestimate the Alacrity casting and the Forge Spirits.
Kill.
And it's less about having to land the full combo of spells. I also don't think I see you ghost walking around as much. What I would recommend to you is when you don't rotate mid, we talked through that. Use Alacrity. Like if you do take an early point in Exhort, use the Alacrity. If you don't, then that's fine. But if you're going to take the early point in Exhort, then Alacrity and Forge Spirits become available to you. Use that anytime you don't rotate to push the lane harder for a very minimal mana cost for Invoker compared to having to use like Meteor and Tornado and stuff. Alacrity will speed you up a lot. And then when you do go on these ganks, consider the Ghost Walk, especially once you have the Witchblade. Like, you're pretty strong now, So now you can rotate around with the boots, Faded Brooch, Ghost Walk, should mean you travel the map at a decent rate, and then your invis as well, so it's higher likely to succeed. An Invoker needs to find some of those kills. Like, you want a strong laning, and then you want to show up and get some kills. And I think most of your movements this game have been more reactionary than things you started. Invoker stays in the lane longer, but then eventually does start moving more. And I see you trying. It just feels more of a reaction to me rather than, hey, my Snapfire has level 6. You know, I want to go together so that when I Tornado Cold Snap someone, Ice Wall, whatever, she can just land the ultimate. And that's how 2 of us get the kill. Bane has, you know, Brain Sap. I'm going to meet him bottom. We're going to grab this guy. Is that true? Does Adult Invoker have superior projectile speed? Is that real? A relationship question. You and your girl tell other people you're boyfriend, girlfriend, but haven't really clarified with each other. I mean, I think it's worth talking to each other over that. It sounds like you guys are on a boyfriend, girlfriend status to me, but any relationship that's going to work and go beyond that is going to have to involve talking to each other and resolving that, you know? So quick talk to each other, a little heart to heart. I think that's good. But it sounds like you guys are there. I didn't know that. Let's do another raffle. Go ahead and type !ticket if you want to join. I'm not even gonna worry about, or we'll just do the random number generator with all this in here. I forgot to close the other one, but oh, that's gonna be annoying. Wait. Stream Elements is gonna tell you guys it failed every single time. All right, let's just continue with !ticket for this one. Next time we'll change it up so that I can look for you guys, but Stream Elements doesn't bother you guys. I'm happy to give my life advice as well as just a guy. I don't know how qualified I am, but pretty open to chit chat. Something I'm noticing that's a little annoying about this multi-chat from StreamElms is that every time you guys chat, it jumps to the bottom. The default chats for Twitch and YouTube don't do that, so it's easier to scroll up and read things I missed. I have a fiance. Okay, let's zone back in. So we are pretty behind. At this point, you guys need to look for pickoffs rather than full team fights because they have Tidehunter and Silencer, so your actual team fight is very rough. So actually, let's go back to this. So we see them pushing in bottom, and your team's thinking about fighting. But actually, you may not know you guys are 9K behind right now, but you should know you're pretty behind, just based on the score and how the game has felt. When they team fight, the Tidehunter ult and the Silence is way better than anything you guys have. Especially this Silence pretty much means that Fiend's Grip and Snapfire ult are just not a factor. So any actual fight you guys take is going to be really bad in a 5-on-5. So you need to actually sacrifice this tower. If you have someone with really good, safe wave clear, they can try to delay. Snapfire on your team is probably the best, but it's not even that great. So you just need to give it up. And this is going to work out mathematically because they have 4 heroes here, and 4 heroes are going to take a tier 2 and split 1 creep wave. So it's like all of them are farming 1 creep every 30 seconds. Not actually, but you know what I mean. If you have 1 hero top, 4 times the efficiency for whatever hero is here. Let's say it's you. 1 hero mid, Tidehunter's here, full efficiency for Tidehunter. He's not going to solo kill someone. So your Viper, your Ursa, they could be there. Someone could be in the jungle. Someone could be in their jungle. And then your supports could be deep warding the top half, could be backing whoever's pushing this so that if one hero does show up, you guys could maybe get a kill. You're going to have to lose this tower. That's it, right? If you fall this far behind and they're better at team fighting and they come for your tower, you can't team fight into a losing situation. You are going to die and then you're going to lose the tower. So we need to find a way back into the game. And that is through out efficiency farming them. So you want to play other parts of the map right now and just avoid the enemy team down here. You guys do come in to try to fight, which is what's going to lead to what I just said, which is like, right, there's a team fight ult. I guess Silencer does not have global right now. Maybe that's some of why you guys were thinking of trying to fight. I still think their team fight's better than you guys, and, you know, maybe this is evidence of that. But if you're up here with Alacrity and Forge Spirits, you're getting a lot of tier 2 damage in, matching maybe what they're doing down here. Maybe you can't take it by the time they do because they have more heroes, but you'll be getting a lot of farm on your own, so your gold and your levels will be catching up to them. The wife on quick buy. We're in the planning process of the wedding. I don't know how quick that is. It's the slow buy. All right, let me count the let me see how many we got here. Let's pick the next one. Where are you guys? Wait, let me do it this way so that you guys don't just mess with me the whole time. Okay. Counted 21. I'm gonna try to avoid repeats, but I'm sure I'm gonna miss it. 20. All right, hold on. Let's see. Where did I start? Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Muhammad S. Congrats. Let me know. Match ID, who you're playing, all that stuff. Any questions? The works. And while I do that, let me try to... This is some behind the scenes stuff that doesn't matter to you guys. Let me see if I can adjust this. Annotations, maybe? This is to make my life easier in... Save annotation. Did that do anything? Maybe I have to type it in and then do save chapter marker. This is to make it... I'm just trying to sort out how to make it easiest for me to do timestamps when we... anyone... If you haven't seen the YouTube VODs, I've been trying to timestamp all the different match IDs and replays and stuff. I'm just trying to figure out, like, the fastest system for the future. No problem. Take your time. As long as you guys let me know you guys are, like, finding the match ID, I don't mind waiting. If there's no response, then that's when it's like, I don't know what's happening. Maybe we have to pick someone. But if you need a moment to find it, no problem. Who's going to ESL 1 Raleigh? I'm going to be there. That's my hometown. Well, I'm from Apex, which is a little out of Raleigh. But I went to Raleigh for school. I was born in the Raleigh hospital, and then I went there for college. So I will be there. Say hi if you see me. As to whether the infield tickets are worth the extra price versus further out, I don't know. I think I was in this... I think this is the same convention center that I went to like a decade ago, maybe even more. I had some friends in high school. I played StarCraft. That was probably one of the first online games I played. I was more of a console kid growing up, but we played StarCraft, and then there was a MLG Raleigh. I don't remember exactly what year and all that, but we went to see StarCraft. I saw some League stuff going on there as well. That was pretty early in the League days. I had some friends playing League. I got them some Rammus skins. He's like a little hedgehog guy. I think I kept one for myself too, because they were just handing them out. They're like, oh, one guy here, 4 tickets for you, whatever. Like, okay, sure, I'll take them. Why not? And I was just grabbing them. I think that was the very first one I ever went to, and then the only one I went to for like 10 more years. Oh, Brofer. Yeah, if you have a game this week, yeah, we can do it. Brofer won a replay, I think last week or before, but hadn't played too recently, so we couldn't look at it. But we can do one of those. Do you ever look at turbo games? I'm willing to take a quick look at a turbo game. It's going to be quick regardless because it's a turbo game. Full disclosure, I don't play that much turbo. I have done the turbo, like some replays and coaching type stuff over time, so I have a rough idea of what I think is kind of good, but I'm not a true turbo expert. But it's a free replay analysis, so I mean it doesn't hurt. You can get some of my feedback. Take it as you take it as you want. Can you behind the scenes make bitrate higher? So that is some of the difference with the YouTube, with the way I'm trying multi-streaming. Currently, with this plugin, I can't. And that's kind of what I'm seeing, what's worth it. The last plugin I was using to multi-stream, I could set the bitrate higher separately for Twitch versus YouTube. This one has some benefits to it, such as the different audio tracks for different streams, but I can't set the bitrate for different YouTube versus Twitch. In fact, I don't even know what it's doing. So I was going to do this stream, then go look back at it and, you know, kind of see like quality difference and all that, decide what's better or not. And maybe this is a very new plugin, the Stream Elements Live plugin. For most of you probably don't really care, but they just released it recently, and I'm hoping over time they'll add more features, such as being able to choose the bitrate. StarCraft is fun. What was your race? I liked all of them to some degree. Protoss at heart, but I would go in phases of playing Protoss or randoming. Randoming truly at heart. I just like doing a bunch of different stuff. I think Idra was there. Huck was there. I remember that. I met Total Biscuit there. He was nice. To be honest, I really underappreciated going because I had a friend who was really into it, and I liked StarCraft, the game, but I wasn't as big into following the pro scene and all the different community figures at that time of my life. So I didn't really appreciate everyone I met. But it was cool. It was cool to go and meet people. I wanted to meet Day 9. He was there. He was someone I had followed at that time. He was casting. He did go to do a meetup. I wanted to go there, but I was just wandering around at that time. Went to go find my friends because they were Day 9 fans. They were like, we should go get in line. We went there. They cut the line off. Sad. Never got to meet him. Dota casters? I think a lot of the Dota casters bring something unique. So it's hard to say favorite. But as a super tryhard, I really enjoy the more technical casting rather than the hype casting. I still enjoy the hype casting, but because I'm like, oh yes, tell me the secrets of the pro players, you know, I do enjoy anyone who can share that. So currently that's like SVG because he's like a pro. He was a pro. And then Cap is also very high MMR. So they have a lot of higher insights, and then goofing off, which is funny, right? But in the past, I really liked when Blitz was casting. Blitz and I guess also Cap. Maybe Cap is the guy. I don't know. I think they used to share a lot of insights more than just plain old hype casting. Yeah, the Fun Day Mondays that Day 9 used to do. I think Day 9 was a big influence on like the type of content I wanted to make. We can like all this. We can do the fusion dancing and the Fun Day Mondays. It's all there. Oh, wait, I got distracted. Let me see. I think Muhammad might have already posted his stuff. Let me go find let me see. Uh Wait, did you post one? I sucked laning phase in my last anti-mage and sniper games. Either one's fine with me. We can help with either. Suns fan and Cinderin are goats for you. I respect that. I think their cast is a lot of fun. Cinderin also shares a lot of great insights. Also, X-Pro, you know, the straight man to Suns fans. Insanity. Nah, thanks, Lobster Boat. I have a good time with Riki. I would love to cast in person with Riki. I think we have a good time like in our online casting, but I do think being in person, like in conversations, is a little different than being online, you know? So I kind of want to see if that changes anything. Being in person in a future, like one day, you know, how that goes. Anti-mage game? Yeah, that sounds good to me. Tons of anti-mages out there that are not great. There's so much potential to anti-mage. Do I know all of it? Maybe not, but I can definitely help share some laning fundamentals. Mid lane laning is my worst because I no longer really play much mid, but the safe lane and the off lane, I know I'm usually support, but I do have strong thoughts on like what core should do to help out in those situations. Where did your name come from? I was changing my name. My original name, I think, was Templar because I liked the StarCraft Templars. And then I was changing my name. I don't remember why I was changing the name. New Year, New Me, or something like that. But there's a lot of different things I wanted to do, little different dreams and stuff that seemed unlikely, such as escaping the forced Asian American path of like become an engineer and lawyer and doctor and all that. Go play video games and stuff, you know? So quixotics means quixotic with a C is the proper word. It means like a hopeless idealist kind of thing. It's from Don Quixote. He's like crazy, has this dream of being a knight, but he's he's out of it. So that's kind of I related to that, you know, of here are these wacky dreams, will I ever do it? So it's kind of a reminder to either that is me just being crazy dreaming, or if we want it to happen, we got to work hard at it. And then the Z was there for branding because other people had the name Quixotics. The X is there because it's so cool. Super cool to use X's instead of C's and stuff like that. Vinishoga, no, we just started multi-streaming about a week or two ago, so it's very new. I was streaming on Twitch for a while, but there's not always the connection between YouTube and Twitch. And if you happen to miss one of the few times I like post about it, then like you wouldn't know. I am trying my best to check both chats. We're trying this new plugin that combines the chats, so it's much easier for me to see both now. We'll see if we stick to it because there's some pros and cons to this plugin versus others. Wait, am I missing? Muhammad, did you post the match ID? I saw you say something about it just now, but I don't actually see it. And some of you were saying that YouTube wasn't letting you actually post match IDs. Is that happening? Yeah, branding was terrible, but I wasn't thinking about the branding at the time because I made the username when I was like in high school. You know, it was just a username to play games with at that time. Content creation wasn't even a real dream at that point. I just knew I was really depressed in high school and trying to imagine any normal. Oh, you sent the strats link. Can you just send the numbers at the end? The links are automatically removed actually. Not that I think you're trying to scam, but you know, sometimes bots come into the channel and then like post scam links and stuff. So it's disabled for safety. Yeah, so if you just have the numbers, then it'll be that should go through and I can grab that. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, I was like in high school. It was for playing Call of Duty and headshotting people, you know, quick scopes, all that with the boys. So I wasn't really thinking about branding and all that. I was just unhappy in high school and couldn't imagine like what I would do in college and a future career that I'd be happy with. I just wanted to play games. And then through as I went into college, I took it more seriously of could I be a content creator, such as like we were mentioning Day 9 earlier. He was an inspiration in that. Rooster Teeth, that kind of stuff. There was a lot of inspiration of like, oh, maybe you can do things with games and it's not strictly being a, you know, developer for games. Like you can play games, talk about it, whatever. Maybe there's something there. At that point, I just stuck with the username because it was like I connected to it. I still hadn't really thought about the branding. I do want to change it. Z-Quicks, ZQ, those are some stuff that gets pitched. A lot of them are taken in terms of channels. So it's tough to pivot to it. I mean, I could change it on like YouTube to just show ZQ and all that, but it wouldn't like the tag itself, the URL, all that stuff would be taken. Nesquicks, I think would get sued by a certain company. We joke about it all the time in my family. We're constantly, my siblings try to rebrand me all the time, but nothing sticks. I also don't want to be like ZQ, ZQX, stuff like that. I could probably get it one way or the other, but tons of people do it nowadays. Like XQC, he's like one that would be very confusing, and he's way more established, so I'd be on the back foot. There's tons of people with like 3-letter names that I think it gets confusing if I join in. What was I just doing? Oh yeah. Mohammed, can you do you have just the numbers? The link won't work. Do you have the numbers anywhere that you could just post? Go British and become ZQ. I like it. That's the issue. Like I do like the name. I'm happy with it, but I recognize the pronunciation is not obvious to a lot of people if you don't know the words. The spelling, if you know it, sure. If you don't know it, then yeah. There we go. Got it, Mohammed. I'm open, Ermiar. I'm open to changing it around. It just needs to be something I feel related to, you know? All right, this is Antimage, right? Antimage carry guardian. Let me try putting this here as well. And then we save chapter marker with it already in, and I think that makes my life easier. All right, so let's open this up. Let's check it out. Oh, let me also change this real quick. Carry guardian. Okay. I want to real quick check the graph. So yeah, looks like your laning stage is not too bad in terms of am I ahead of my opponents, but in terms of your potential, we can look to improve that a little bit. And it does look like post 10 to 20 minutes, you have a big jump, and I think you mentioned your mid to late game went well. So let's start with the lane and go from there. Some lanes are just tough. Let's see. Items seem okay. Actually, who are we laning against here?
30 seconds to go.
Riki, Veno, Earthshaker. Maybe a wacky Huskar offlane inspired by ATF. Could be up here. Okay, step one. Step one. Be super careful of this. Right now, even in Guardian, it is becoming very common for people to go for bounty runes as a team. I promise you that no individual bounty rune is worth losing your lane for. So if your team is all here, until you see a bunch of the enemy heroes, for example, 3-4 heroes right here, don't even risk it. Like maybe you see Veno and you're like, oh, I can handle a Venomancer. One, you've already skilled Mana Break. I recommend you hold your skill point. If you have to take Blink to survive, then you can do it. It feels bad. I want you to start with Mana Break, but you're taking a risk, which means you need to have the safety element of the potential to level Blink and get out, but also why you just shouldn't be here, and then we don't have to take Blink and we can just sit there. So you're kind of like walking in, baiting this. Fortunately, he didn't have more heroes with him, so you didn't take that much damage, but you did use a Tango, which actually you don't even need to for the amount of damage you took. I wouldn't even use the Tango. But if there had been more heroes there, you could have taken more damage, and then you'd be showing up with less health. In the end, your team picked up what? 1 bounty rune. A little unfortunate. 1 is totally playable. It happens all the time. Even in a pub game, getting all 4 bounty runes is not a guaranteed victory or anything, so I wouldn't sweat it. This is kind of cool. A lot of aggression early. Dangerous when your hard support is still not here, and we saw Venomancer earlier here, so I know both of them are here. 1-on-1 Mana Break trade could be cool. 2v1 not gonna go so hot for you. So now we got some risk here of being punished. Now we're kind of seeing that, right? You've now taken more damage than we gave, and we're missing out on CS and controlling the lane. We go super aggressive, we actually end up with the kill, but I still don't recommend this. Some games this works out, you're gonna get the kill because of how things line up. Venomancer, squishy hero chases too far, Lion joins in, you end up with it. You do it all the time though, you're dying, and it becomes random. Like, do I get the kill? Do they kill me? That's not what we want as a carry like Antimage, who's gonna become really strong. We want very consistent, safe starts. I don't want to tell you not to play aggressive, because Antimage is actually way more aggressive potential early than a lot of people think. But 1v2 setups still really recommend not going that hard on it. And in fact, we have 1 last hit. So this could be a deny as well there. Now we're going to miss that range creep. So for the cost of that kill... we got a bonus.
Pog chick, it's Z Quixotic Z Gaho chick protector. Have a fun
Oh yeah, because we use the European voices. It does say Z Quixotics. That's funny. Joy K, thank you so much. You ended up with 300 gold. We'll say like 400, but this is like kind of shared. We'll just do 400 for easy math. 400 because it's first blood. If it wasn't first blood, it'd be closer to 300. Realistically, it's more like 250. This creep wave is worth 150. So you can kind of see like, okay, I got a little bit more for getting that kill, but how much did I lose? How much regen did I burn doing that? And what if I didn't even get the kill? And I just miss out on the pretty consistent, 150 gold from the first wave, as opposed to taking this high risk, high reward. Actually, I'd call it more like medium risk, medium reward play. And I'd rather just... Okay, so see, like, again, kind of aggressive when we're now going to miss this last hit. You're blinking forward. If Venomancer is here and you get Galed, you're going to take a ton of damage as you have to slowly run back. And you're now away from your Lion. So there's no need to go that aggressive. He's already out this far. Like, let me show you again. When you decide to chase him, can he get denies or last hits from where he is? No. So then job done. I've already zoned him off. I'm good where I am. So you can just stay here now and get these last hits, try to deny some creeps. And because you're in a very safe position, your support will feel comfortable going, okay, this lane is pushing. I should look for a pull, or maybe the hard can't pull. And I can do that because my Antimage is right here. Now he sees you up here and he's like, well, if I go pull, my Antimage is going to die. Maybe you get back to safety. You lose half your health because Venomancer was closer. It's like, can I pull? Antimage might die if I leave. Now I got to be here. Now we can't fix the lane equilibrium. So you're taking a lot of risks in this early laning stage that you don't really need to. And although you're kind of top of CS for Guardian, I've seen you miss a good amount of last hits that if you're just playing a little bit safer in the lane, you'll be good. This one right there, let's ignore the fact, the positioning of it without the Lion. This kind of stuff is fine. You know, when he walks up, these creeps aren't quite in last hit range. I'm going to hit him once. I'm going to burn some mana. That's totally okay. You're full health. He's a little bit lower. We can bully him a little bit. In that vacuum of a situation, that is good aggression. Now, if we broaden the scope and then we say, well, wait, I'm actually like in front of their tower, potentially 2v1, and I know Lion's back here doing a pull. Should I be going that aggressive? Now, maybe not. But if the lane is here, if you just killed Venomancer, you know it's like 1v2, stuff like that. It's a little safer. You do have the blink, so you can just get away. See how you blinked back and then walked in again, though? That's always a little bit scary. Okay, here, some good creep aggro. So aggressive blink. If they just turned on you, we might have some troubles. Otherwise, not too bad, except for the fact that it cost us 2 last hits to do. One just died in the melee, and then there's the range creep. I would say, without some of these aggressive plays, we could be at like 20 CS. Maybe a little less, you know, let's cut you some slack, or we're gonna miss CS. But we could easily have 5 more CS, which could be... people don't get second Wraith bands nowadays, but it could be your Glove of Haste, along with the Elven Skin. Now your aggressive blinks forward, maybe Orb of Corrosion, like really want to go aggressive. Now the aggressive blinks compared to earlier, we have 600 gold, they have 600 gold, we're level 1, they're level 1. You pick up CS lead, pick up some denies, you're level 3, they're level 2, you have 400 more gold because you're better at last hitting. Now you go for the aggressive play. We can see where mathematically, nerd stuff, it's starting to look better to play aggressive this way.
The Radiant's courier didn't make it.
All right, this is pushed up. Your buddy did a pull. Not your buddy. I think this is just a random guy in pub games. Lion's looking to do another pull. I had a video on this recently. You know, just play it safe. Don't be too aggressive. You have the blink, so you can be a little aggressive, but you still got to be careful. I just noticed you want a second point in blink. 1 point is enough. You just have to be careful with how you use the blink. 1 point is enough for the start. I think you should get the second point in mana break, personally. I think there is some variability, and once you start farming more, you do want to max blink first, but I do think a second point in mana break is fine. I don't really think like 12 to 10 seconds on blink is that big of a deal. The blink reduced cooldown and increased range will matter more once you're trying to like farm multiple camps. At level 3, I think 1 point is fine. In fact, if you're against a lot of magic damage, you can take Counterspell at level 3. But if they are easy to hit melee heroes, I think 2 points in mana break can be really good, especially if they can't do anything without mana. Such as an Earthshaker, without mana, he can't even use Totem to do anything to you. Alright, this type of aggressive blink, right? So we end up dying. Completely optional death. Get that last hit. 2 last hits here. This lane will sit here a little bit. But he did a... Oh, this is actually the last wave. There's still a camp here, though, to do, like, your own half pull. So rather than play aggressive here... In fact, you can actually even stay for last hits. You just can't go towards the enemy. Instead, you even blink forward. Now our get out of jail card's used. You got whacked for a bunch of health walking in. Right? This is just too much aggression. Yeah, only 1 point in the counter spell till later. It's just for the passive boost in 15% magic resistance and the fact that you can reflect some spells. None in this game, or at least in this lane, but other games, you know, there's a very telegraphed spell like Magic Missile that you can easily reflect for free. So that one, you can walk in, and then you were able to blink out. So that is the more acceptable aggression. If you're going to blink in, you have to know that you're getting the kill or getting a ton of damage and not being punished for it. As part of learning Antimage, sometimes you just got to take the risks. I get that, and you'll learn over time. But ideally, you'll reach that point where you walk in for aggression and blink out, and then by whittling them down through those smart plays, eventually, then you can blink in aggressively to get the kill. It's very rare you want to blink into a full health hero unless your support is nearby. He just used Venomous Gale. This could be a time to be aggressive. We have a creep wave building up, so if we want to be aggressive, this is a good time. It would need the Lion support players. This is where you guys should be like wrapping around the trees rather than like showing in the creep wave. Now it's not really going to work. But if Lion was like sneaking his way through this way, maybe now he can get a stun as the creeps are dying and they push up and you like hex, stun, drain mana, slow with the mana break, and then that's a kill. Oh, by the way, this lane, Magic Stick would have been good. You don't always have to upgrade to a Magic Wand as a carry player, but Magic Stick ends up paying off in many situations, especially versus an Earthshaker who has to use Totem all the time. Ooh, scary.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
So, let's recap this. Some aggression here was good. It's now under their tower. We don't need to push that hard. I think you're getting caught off guard by how much damage Totem does. Instead, once you push the lane in, as Antimage, we're reaching the end of the laning stage. If you can get kills earlier, great. At this point, I'm just interested in my Battle Fury timing. So we're going to start transitioning to this idea where we push in the lane and then we farm these 4 camps. Now, you don't have to farm all of them. You kind of pick and choose which is safest, which is best. But anytime you get to this point, you don't have to think about aggression. We're just thinking about getting to our Battle Fury timing ASAP. So rather than push up further, like I'd like to get this range creep. If you can do that, sure. If it's too dangerous to, I'm perfectly fine giving up that range creep and then coming here. There's 2 melee creeps and the hard camp. So you can probably pick up this melee last hit real quick and then focus this pine cone down. See where the health is at that point. Maybe you can get the pine cone, but you don't want to take too much damage for it. If you can't, that's okay. Just get the melee creep. Then come over here, do your own small camp pull potentially. Maybe Lion's doing this pull. Maybe you can come farm some of these camps. Now, Antimage is not the greatest at doing these camps early. But, you know, Power Treads, Wraithband, you can do small camps, kobolds, whatever. They're going to tickle you, whatever. You do survive here, but now we're too low to, like, really do anything, right? So if instead we play it safe, we could be gaining... Let me show you right now. The other one that died, also worth... Let's use 35 gold to make it easy. Let's say 70 gold from the melee creeps, and then this pine cone, let's say 50, right? 50 gold right there. Let's look at your net worth now, as opposed to last hits. So we're now 30, 50, let's say. We're now second on net worth. Maybe we finish that other pine cone. Maybe we come over here, do a small camp pull. Small camp, 60 gold. So I'm going to keep climbing in gold compared to just having to rely on passive GPM right now. You were trying to do your tangoing and stuff. That's fine. As that becomes faster, you actually could have done your own pull there to fix equilibrium for yourself. So now we get the pine cone. We had to tank some damage for it because the creeps that were helping us were dead. You are a bit low health right now. We don't know where the enemies are, so we're a bit scared. But they're not in the lane. I don't know what they're doing. Now is a great time to just shove this in. I don't want to play up here. I don't want to play up here. We saw the enchant totem go boom, whack, like almost kill you. You're easily within kill range if you get fissure totemed. So just start attacking creeps. Just hit them a bunch. If you think it's safe enough, get this range creep first. Mana break works on it, very safe. Otherwise, just getting this creep is great. Depending how at risk you feel, maybe you don't even do any of this. That goes back to, if you had more health, I'd feel very comfortable doing this. It's because we lost the health earlier that now I'm like, do I just give this up? But let's pretend we had a bit more health and we can do this aggressively. Just shove this wave in. You're waiting for the last hits to get close. That means we're spending more and more time here. If you just attack the whole time, the creep wave's dead already at this point. It's already dead. We can get back to safety over here. The tower gives armor and HP regen, so if you do your own pull, you can stand under the tower to heal a little faster and farm this camp. Because of that, you'll have enough health. Maybe you come do the small camp. The wave pushes back at that point, and then you just repeat. You shove it out again. Because we dilly-dally, he's back. Oh, shit. Now I gotta leave, right? Now he's here. Now he's pushing me under the tower. Now I'm kind of scared. And I'm missing some CS because of this. I think you missed one. Missed two. Maybe you got that. I'm not sure. I was going too fast.
Goodness.
You're looking around, maybe to see if they did a pull, but the creeps are here. Just come back in. If you want to balance the lane here, that's fine. But you see the tower hitting it and you have more creeps. This is going to push. So just commit. Shove it in all the way. Attack the whole time. Don't miss CS, right? Pause as you get the CS. But attack it as much as you can to push it faster, and then they won't fight into you. You are finishing a pine cone right now, while the equivalent amount of gold, 50 gold on this pine cone. This one is worth pretty much 2 pine cones if we just make the math easy for ourselves. A little less. But that one, the creep, missed all those creeps. Might get a Venomancer kill. We'll do some math here. 230 gold. This is pretty much the amount of CS you just lost. That kill was the same as this banner creep wave. So did we really gain anything? We got a kill. Many times you don't get the kill, you lose a lot of health, you get too scared to push up. This is fine. We have enough health from the cornucopia. We shove the lane in. I see you moving this way again. But for what? What will we do here? Nothing. So, come back here. We farm this camp while we wait for the creep wave to push in. Or, because maybe it took you longer to finish the hard camp, okay. Shove this in right away. Attack as much as you can. This camp is dead. We now move to this camp. Maybe do our own pull. Jupiter. My foot's not a toy. Then you come to this camp and you start farming. Go, go, go. Yes, do it, do it, do it, do it. We're doing it a little bit. Do it more. Great. Okay, if Venomancer's here, I'm fine with this. This is like a 2v1. He's away from the offlaner. I don't need to commit harder on it. Turns out Lion's maybe going to finish this with the ultimate. That's fantastic. If we didn't get the kill, I'd be okay with that. Prior to this finger coming out, look at that. Venomancer dropped to half health, half mana. You guys are both full health. So even if you don't get the kill now, we can just go back to laning, and if Venomancer shows again, we'll kill him at that time. And if he doesn't show up because he's like, well, I'm going to die, then you're just farming for free. And I'm not going to get punished from overcommitting, and I'm at half health, so I'm too scared to walk up and get totemed because I have all my health because I didn't commit too hard. What's happening over here? Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa. So let's go back here. You chose to chase this Earthshaker, but he's full health. So why are we chasing that Earthshaker, right? You got to remember, what is the point of Antimage? Why are we picking Antimage? Antimage gets a Battle Fury, gets a Manta, super mobile around the map, very hard to catch, does a lot of ratting. You hit item timings really quickly because you're scaling with the Blink, and the Battle Fury is really good. The mid to late game is where Antimage looks really good. You don't pick Antimage because you're like, that 10-minute mark, I pop off on Antimage. Like, I blink in and I go aggressive. Like, that's not what we're doing. So we got to remember that. And in these situations where it's like, ooh, I could fight, but I mean, he's like full health, and this guy's Huskar is kind of scary, but I got two heroes here, right? Like, if I'm going on anyone, I'm going on the Huskar. But if maybe Huskar's not here, and we're choosing between Earthshaker and this full creep wave, this right here is the same amount. If you kill Earthshaker, it's the same amount of gold as killing all these creeps. Which one is easier? Which one is safer? Which is going to put you in less danger, going to cost you less? It's this one every single time. So now we just blink over here and farm all this. Get to the Battle Fury, get to the Manta, and then you can blink and chase people like this Earthshaker. Because this will happen. Sometimes you chase the Earthshaker and he runs away and you don't cost you anything. Sometimes you get the kill, great. Other times you get killed, you lose gold, we lose farming time, they get gold, they gain farming time, and now you're not going to reach that point as consistently of where you get the Manta, you get the Battle Fury, all that. Who's that? Thank you. Go ahead, guys. I think we're ready to move on.
Dancing Mad. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Wow, it really gives the whole detail now. Thank you. I actually missed some of you guys. Rat Gaming, thank you so much. Plagueis, thank you. The way it put was kind of funny. I just realized it's actually not so easy to follow with this format. But thank you so much. Whoa, who's that? Thank you. What?
P-Legus gifted a tier 1 sub to Northern_FL1CKER.
Oh, thank you so
they
much.
They have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
Plagueis, thank you. This is not strictly your fault. Support players, though, notice how they're all coming over here. Right here, Antimage shoved it in. Antimage just wants to go back and do this, guys. Maybe even over here as necessary. Farm speed's really good with the items he has now. He can jungle all that on his own. Instead, supports are in here baiting him like, yeah, let's go dive their tier 1 versus 3 heroes. We don't want to do this. I want the Manta. Look at the risk we're taking. We throw shit out. Maybe we could have gotten a kill, right? That would have been cool. Where are we? 261 gold for Riki. This hard camp is 100. This is 60. This is 80. This is 60. This is 100. 80. 100. So again, what is safer? What is easier? All of this time, how many camps could we have farmed? I'm not saying you always choose the farming instead of fighting, but that is exactly what we are working on to improve as players, is to like quickly identify this is the time to fight, this is the time to farm. It's the hardest part for carry players, but for this rank, and especially for an anti-mage in the early game, usually opt for, let me just grab the consistent farm. Plagueis, so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you want to be in the next raffle, guys, let's go with exclamation point replay, the classic. That way stream elements won't yell at us. Type exclamation point replay if you want to enter the whole system. And then I'm going to actually jump ahead. So I highlighted when I looked at this net worth, it's like, okay, we could have done better in the lane. We just saw why. Let's go look at when you get the Battle Fury, because I'm going to guess that is when you pop off and you start to resume the usual anti-mage game plan. So this Battle Fury could have easily been 13 minutes, I would say. Let's jump there and see how you play with the Battle Fury. You pick up your Battle Fury, and now look at you go. We get one camp. We go mid. This is really good. Team is making space up here. Oh, okay, regen rune. Okay, we take those. I would actually go back to the mid lane. This is a higher concept. For Guardian, if you focus first on the laning stuff we talked about, that'd be really good. Carry players, mid players, off lane players, farming is important. The more you can choose aggressive farming, the better. Know when to take the risk, know when not to. You got to push your limits to learn. But in this case, when we're choosing between this triangle or pushing out mid for our team and then farming this way, we do more for the team when you shove in the mid to this tower. And is it risky? Potentially. But when teammates are doing stuff like this and you know multiple enemy heroes are up there, it becomes safer to make this kind of play. If you're really scared, if your teammates aren't up here, you don't have this kind of deep ward, stuff like that, you want to play it safe, I'm okay with that. I believe we see several heroes up here, though. All right, like 3 heroes. Now here's the Spectre. Here's the Venomancer. So will I be punished for pushing in mid? And then, in fact, could I even come farm their triangle instead if I see 5 heroes top? That would be better for me. Now, Anti-Mage and certain late-game scaling heroes, you do want to play it safe and just reach that point. So if you're not sure, I am okay with you falling back to start. But the best Anti-Mage players are actually quite aggressive in their farming. Like, you actually want to be on the enemy's half of the map as much as possible. And one of the biggest mistakes from most pub Anti-Mages is that they just farm their half of the map. And they don't make use of the fact that they can blink into tree lines every, 6 seconds? Blink into tree lines every 6 seconds. Blink from enemy camp to enemy camp. All of that. They just blink to their own camps. So from here, I'm a little worried. I don't know where everyone is. I know this guy's dead. There is a Riki, so I am a bit more scared than usual. But if possible, I want to farm this way. And I want to see the creeps meet. So let's just see what you do, actually. This is good. Riki showing over here. Veno showing over here. So this is fine. Let's just keep going this way. We're being threatened with reports. That's okay. I'm not going to pay any attention to that. I'm a little scared, right? I do see this Riki. But I also see these 2 other heroes here. And I know Spectre's a global hero who could show up. So instead of maybe chasing this Riki here, depending how likely you think you're going to kill, Lion Finger's already down, maybe I just want to go this way. And I want to farm this gold. Again, 80, 100, 60, 80. Then I can twin gate if I'm scared of top, pop out here, decide, push in bottom, or farm all the way back. Let's see what happens. So we do come towards the Riki. And you know what? It's a pretty straightforward kill. 300 gold. So similar to these camps. That's why you got to weigh the options. How long does it take to kill the Riki? How much risk? In this case, he actually moved away from his team. So it worked out quite well. Let's not chase further into this stuff. Let's go straight back to farming here until we get our Manta. Instead, we're looking to come in. It's like kind of working out. And I know it'll look a little silly as I'm saying this. It's like, oh, but he's getting kills. It's still like a risk-reward thing. where like this game it works out, other games it won't. But you can join stuff. Again, it's not like you can't ever join stuff. You just have to be very confident in why you're joining. Okay, let me go back to where you guys all did the replays and let's pick our next person as we... Ooh, what did I just do? Oh, stop doing that. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Watube.
What was that? What to? It's Cannabis. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm trying to find my... Oh, here it is. Here's my random number generator. 8. Okay. 1, 2. Mountains. Wait, I screwed up. Brofer, are you here? We'll still do mountains. Brofer, I need your match ID as well, though, so I don't forget to do it next time. There's Brofer. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me copy this down. Brofer. Get mountains. Okay, so for this one, yeah. We didn't see the whole rest, but your farm looks really good. It like starts to skyrocket once you get the Battle Fury and then Manta. So I feel like your mid to late game, as you said earlier, was like, I think you have a clearer idea of what to do at that point, but you have to earlier on try to like focus a little bit more about how do I get the safe, consistent gold to get to that timing so that I can, you know, do the anti-mage things. Mountains. I'm the Oracle, but the Mars was eating my lunch. That son of a bitch. How dare he? All right, let's see what you're up to. What do I need to write here? Oracle 5. Legend. And then change that here as well. Although pretty close to ancient. This is mostly an ancient game, so you're breaking into the territory. All right, save. Let's go. Download. Mars is very annoying for save heroes because of, what's the facet called? Yeah, Bloodsport. Keeping a ward on you to maybe drop into the arena at critical moments could be good. I was going to say Blink is another risky one, but potentially necessary to jump into the arena and save people. You actually do have the Wave of Terror vision that should help you. And then eventually people will have BKBs and stuff. One shot, no. I appreciate you asking, but I have nothing like that. Hey, yeah, I got a haircut the other day. Thank you. In preparation of some casting coming up and then the travel. It was getting really long in my face and everything. Okay. Oh. Cat below me, I didn't see. Who are we laning with? Is this a Ben? Oh no, Faceless Carry. Okay, Faceless Carry. Probably a Mars off lane, and then maybe Rubik, Marana, or Pudge. So Faceless will actually be able to time walk a lot of damage off. So that's nice. Oh. And going for first blood does work out. I was worried about that fissure. As you're walking to the lanes and all the heroes have been revealed, do recommend give a quick click through, see what's up, what kind of sentries you're up against, fairy fires, things like that. Let's head over. You bought 2 sentries. That tells me you care about blocking a camp and potentially opening up a camp. But there was at least something you cared to do early. So if your team doesn't go for a first blood, I would run over and do it right away. Because now you've been spotted. You can still do it as you come over, just feels a little worse. Let's see what you do end up doing. I want to see one of these sentries used like right away. And it kind of looks like maybe you were thinking about doing it, but then the Mirana like kind of showed. That's exactly my point of why we either want to do it first or do it as soon as possible as we come here, like beeline exactly to where you need to go, drop it, and then get out to just minimize the chance that they see us. If they do, it happens. It's just how it goes. But in this particular case, I think you could have gotten away with it real quick. Next bet, if you want to block the hard camp, drop it at like 58 seconds. You know, be over here, bop, 58. If that's what we're going for next, in the meantime, we'll just focus on poking Mars and denying these creeps. This is a scary spot to be in, though, because Mirana and Mars, they're kind of flanking you. And you might actually now die. Stick. Okay. Barely live. We lost all our health off of positioning, though. So because you approached from this way, as opposed to getting this done and then approaching safely through the lane, you ended up losing all your health. This couple pokes was also fine, but keeping in mind Mirana's here, you can only do this like once or twice, and then you have to fall back again. Choosing to walk in kind of sealed the deal. If you had walked out as Mars comes in, you'd be okay. This is actually a very... Depending on your MMR, that's it. That's the laning stage. Like, these are the really critical mistakes you have to cut out. In, like, as you get into, like, Immortal and higher, this is it. The lane is won or lost off of that one mistake. So, really important to reduce this type of mistake from happening. You will be potentially okay in Legend to Ancient. Like, they'll let things slip that they shouldn't. For example, they should put insane pressure on you guys now. And there's nothing you can do because anything you do will lead to your death. So you have to have a very passive laning stage until you heal till at least a third health. But honestly, you probably need more than that. So they have free reign. Body blocks, high aggression on faceless, all that stuff. They can do whatever they want to dictate the lane now. Off the first blood, try to know what you want to buy so you can buy it right away. If you start with low regen, getting a Tango and a Salve would be good. So this body block, super risky. Mirana should not let you. Mirana should just stand here and hit you the entire time and threaten the kill. You probably need to be back here, drop the sentry in at the last second, and then back out. They'll know what you did, but you blocked the camp. This is kind of what I mean. The difference between Legend to Ancient and then even like Divine to Immortal to High Immortal. Mirana would never have let you walk in here. Also, Mars would have God's Rebuked, and then the arrow would have killed you. Okay, so she's going to try to block yours a little late. If you're clicking her inventory, you'll know what she just did. You'll know the observer is over here. Get arrowed. I actually think right here you could turn. So we have to keep in mind the arrow. We know she started arrow at this point. Sometimes they start with Q. They can't. So let me pose this question. Why did you come from this angle? Are we pulling? Are we blocking? It's 130. We're not doing either of those right now. So we could have come from over here where we have a lot more creeps to block us. Well, Zach, it's easier to harass Mars from this side. That's true. Much more true if we have enough health to live. If we are low health, we have to do it more conservatively. So this will be safer. And if we can't get to Mars, we can deny some creeps. And then after about 10 seconds, that will be the time to move over here if we're thinking about pulling or like starting to fight Mirana, push her away, stuff like that. So fortunately, they're still level 1, and that's why right here you can turn. You might die, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. If you turn and use Purifying Flames on Mirana right now, and then use it a second time and then hit her with the Fortune's End, you have 162 health. She has 56. We don't need to know the exact numbers. This is just like the feeling you should build up over time. She needs 4 to 5 auto attacks to kill you right now. I don't know the exact amount, but I know it's going to be at least 4 auto attacks to kill you, and probably a 5th, maybe a 6th, as we have the magic stick, we have a tango going, and maybe maybe you break line of sight on the tree, maybe you get on the tower, stuff like that. But I think at least 4 attacks to kill you, just the Mirana. The creeps are on Mars. If he keeps going in, he will take more and more damage. He doesn't have Spear. He used God's Rebuke. Both their spells are on cooldown, so I know you're not just going to get nuked. So Faceless can come to Mirana. She can't leap away. No cooldowns. So we turn. Purifying Flames, 90 damage. Second Purifying Flames, 180 damage. She heals a little bit, but we dispel the heal with Fortune's End, which also does 100 damage. This is all magic damage, so reduce it by a quarter. Let's say about 200 magic damage to be really conservative. 200 magic damage plus 2 auto attacks in between these spell casts. You have 47 damage. There's armor. We'll say like 270-ish damage around this point. That's like down to here. She has 200 health left. Faceless Void needs to hit her a couple times and maybe get a lucky bash. And then you finish with a 3rd Purifying Flames. I think you actually kill Mirana right here. You see she falls pretty low. Like at this exact moment, this is the 3 Purifying Flames that we may have cast to kill her. Now it's only 2 Purifying Flames, potentially. Like, she's definitely dead, right? Maybe she still dies, actually. Oh, shit. Now maybe we die, though. We walked up a little bit. Now it's really messy. Oh, sick block. Now it's really messy, so even if he had gotten the kill, he would have missed a lot of CS. You can dispel your own healing on enemies with Fortune's End. So try to mix that in. Usually it's Purifying Flames, 2.5 second cooldown, so they heal about 40 health. So it's about 50 damage. Then you use the second Purifying Flames and then insta-cast Fortune's End. You don't get a lot of root time, but you remove all the healing. Yeah, there is a little bit of healing, but so long as you do Fortune's End to dispel it, you will get... Like, you'll have net positive in terms of damage. So that was a really close fight. This comes down to just experience of knowing your heroes, knowing positions that are strong to fight in. I can see it because I play a lot and I watch a lot of your games, so I can see it. When we make mistakes, no big deal. Over time, like, this is what you want to get a feel for. Yeah, sometimes knowing these little mechanics, right? It's like once you know it, suddenly it's a huge buff to your laning stage. And that's why like some educational stuff like this stream and videos do go a long way so that you don't have to slowly stumble your way into learning these different things. I don't think you would need boots right away, by the way. Oracle is actually a really long-ranged hero, and you have really powerful spells. So you don't need move speed as much to start in the lane when you're probably just going to be in this area for the next 3-4 minutes. Some movement, sure, but you're mostly just in the lane. So things like the Bassi sooner would be good. Things like the Wand for more charges, a little bit more stats, depending on the matchups. Raindrops, stuff like that. We're just playing the lane right now. Blood Grenade for aggressive potential if you want to go for that. It's level 4. That's crazy. This is what I mean by a lane can really snowball, guys, right? Like earlier, it starts even. We see Oracle lose all their health. That should be the end of the lane. They make mistakes. We actually had a chance to like kill Mirana, bring it back around. We mess up. They kill us. Now he's level 4. So this is why the laning stage is a bunch of like little decisions that could potentially have huge impacts. This is a weird time to go aggressive. I was reading chat a little bit. Now that we're on the back foot, which let's pop up net worth so we can see this visualized. We're on the back foot by a good chunk, right? 500 gold later on won't be that much. In the early game, he has 33% more gold than Faceless Void. Like, doesn't that sound like a lot when we think about it like that? Depending what he bought, may or may not be as big of a deal, but we do want to be careful about the fights we take. They're pushing in a big creep wave. We don't really need to do much. It'll sit right here. This Mirana is level 2. When Mirana's over here, is she stopping Faceless Void from farming? No. If she wants to do that, she'll come back to the lane. And then going from here to here is much better for Faceless Void than from here to here. So there's no need to choose to be aggressive over here right now, especially now that she has Leap. And pretty much any aggressive play shouldn't work outside of her own mistakes. And that's why we want to take the fights when they're very convenient for us, which is over here, as opposed to chasing her over there. So he's going to miss out on CS. You guys are in a very good equilibrium spot. Some of this is because we get arrowed, but part of the reason we get arrowed is because we chased her out here. If we were over here, we're not really... We get arrowed under the tower. What are they going to do? The arrow hits a creep, whatever, right? We're fine. Okay, full wave shoving. You're at risk of dying when you go too far. Faceless with Time Walk is sort of okay, but I still don't really want to play most of the lane up here because that's a lot of risk to me. So you're in this area for potentially a pull. I think that's good. You're now getting distracted and moving up, but I do think combo effort, Faceless Void, body block, you do a half pull. This is a weakened small camp, so maybe just the range creep back to is like okay, and then you'll fix equilibrium. Fortunately, Mirana has accidentally aggroed the creep wave. They've missed this. They're kind of screwing themselves over here.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
True, stacking a small camp could also be another option. That wouldn't have been too bad either. I don't love this type of observer. I think the idea is that you're scared of the Mirana and the arrows. At this point in the game, 5 minutes, the bigger issue of Mirana is that she could be here. She could also be here. So rather than this one, which is very likely to be killed by sentries that are blocking or unblocking this, blocking or unblocking this. An observer further out here is actually pretty good. Now, in this particular case, where she placed her sentry actually would kill an observer here. I still think this is generally a better spot than this one. If you want to like check the cliff first versus a Mirana, that could also be very good. Like you have a sentry, so you're checking the cliff. That would catch this, and then I would know not to put it there. I'd put it further, somewhere over here or over here. This way you'll know Mirana is here, and I don't know exactly where she is, but as long as I know she's here, we're going to play on this half. And if I see your crossover, your mid laner is going to start playing on this half. And you guys will now know you can move in aggressively. You'll have an observer that is more likely to survive while helping multiple lanes. Technically, this sort of helps that, right? Like, you see her, so you know to not be here. And when she leaves, you're like, okay, Ogre, you got to be careful. But it lets you know a little bit more. Because she could have just left the lane to go stack. And she could just be farming this camp. But you don't know that. And so once she leaves this observer, Ogre, in about 5 seconds, has to start playing carefully. And that has to go on forever until she shows in this observer again. So an observer more over here lets him know the last second possible to start playing safe. And the moment she starts leaving the lane again, he can immediately start playing more aggressive. And he doesn't have to just keep waiting while it turns out Mirana has just been AFK jungling the entire time. And then the odds of surviving. That's kind of the most important part of it. Like, I'm talking this big game of like, oh, min-max, like, efficiency time. It's true. The biggest part is like, once this observer dies, you're not getting anything. You know? So then what is it doing? There is no min-max. You're just playing blind. So as we come to the end of this laning stage, personally, the main thing I would focus on, like if you plan on playing Oracle, I think you actually should have won this lane. Like, going even minimum, I think you should have won because Faceless Void can time walk off most of Mars's damage. So over time, it should go your way. That's not a flame. I'm just putting into perspective, like, how we can improve here. And why, like, that would be my main focus, is like, I should just come out of the lanes ahead. Now we have to play the lanes and the rest of the game from behind, which we're going to now talk about a little bit, but that's why, like, the first part would be my focus, how to win this lane, or at least go even. From here, we're just trying to get in by. Eventually he'll have 6, and maybe we can get kills, except your lineup is actually terrible at that. Ogre mid has been really struggling to this Rubik, it looks like. And then you're actually also losing the top lane. So maybe we're not going to talk that much further because you're actually losing all 3 lanes, which is typically a recipe for disaster. And if you at least win 1 lane, like, let me paint you a different picture. You guys are winning this lane. Faceless can be left alone sooner. You have high levels of Purifying Flames, so you can rotate around. 3 Purifying Flames plus 1 Fortune's End at level 3, 270, right? So I know there's healing the same way we talked about earlier, but you can get easily 650-ish nuke damage from 2 Purifying Flames, Fortune's End, Purifying Flames. This guy's dead. That's a huge chunk of this guy's health pool, so you just need a little bit of health from the others. And this is how, as an individual support, you can look to gain MMR. Like, I have a really good laning stage, and then even if my other 2 lanes really shit the bed, I can potentially go do something because I know my hero. I know Oracle has, like, a lot of nuke potential. I turned the other lanes. When we're all losing, it's really hard to come back from here, and it's going to take some team play. For you guys, you need to, like, have good vision of what they're up to and find kills. You're going to need to bring the numbers and be ahead of them on rotations. That's really hard to organize in a pub game. You'll try for it, but there's no guarantee. I don't fully mind the Faceless Void with the Oracle. It's not the best. I think it's acceptable. I think somewhere, though, Faceless Void with this mix of heroes is bad, because there's no one to do damage in Chrono. The next one we'll do is Bro first, because he won one earlier the other week, but he couldn't do it. So we're gonna do it now, and then we'll go boil water to make tea. Wait, maybe as we load Bro first, I'll go boil the water.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Dire's bottom tower's getting business. Double damage. Radiant's mid tower
Unfortunate Pudge Hook. Though the Chrono could have actually caught both heroes to make your life easier.
Dire's mid tower. Technical difficulty.
This was really greedy of you.
Want to mine the top tower.
I'll tell you what, though. Our ward can suddenly see way more. How convenient. We're doing replay, claiming to or nah. I'm still a bit undecided on it. I think today I don't want to deal with that, having to figure it out. But maybe I'll bring it back in the future. Need an electric kettle? We do have an electric kettle, but I still gotta go like flip the switch and all that. Oh, I don't have the kind that constantly keeps it hot. I did have that when I was younger. Very Asian to have that, but we don't currently have one of those. Maybe I should get one. I'll consider it. Tell you what, not only do I have 2 electric kettles, not the kind that keeps it hot, the kind you like boil, but it's on like a plug-in. We have 2 of them. One, because it looked like it was kind of breaking, so we got another one, but it's still fine. So after this one breaks, I have another one that is new. When that one breaks, maybe I will consider an electric kettle that is like constantly on. It never breaks. It's not that it like breaks. Texas, or at least where I'm living, has a lot of hard water. So it's got like a lot of mineral buildup and stuff. So far, I can mostly clean it off. But if it ever reaches the point where it gets like too gross to use, then I'll switch. Or if it breaks, whichever one happens first. Okay. I think that was good for Oracle feedback. Let's see what this next one is. Brofer, are you still here? Because I forgot to ask who you're playing. Riki 4? Hell yeah. As you guys know, I've been spamming that Riki 4. Let me go boil my water. It'll take me a second. thought I heard my cat do like a short meow, like I stepped on it, but I think just something squeaked because my cat's not even here. All right, Riki 4, legend. Let's see what's up. I did use some vinegar to clean it once. I was able to get the smell out. It wasn't too bad. I'll try lemon water next time, though. I've never done that. Where are you? Riki 4.
You want a bag?
Who are we laning with and against? Maybe with a Necro and against an Antimage +1. Which of these? Who knows? You have a pretty bad lane. Like, Necro is not strong to start, so this would be one I just creep drag. Little tricky in Legend of whether or not your guy knows how to deal with that, but on paper, that's what I would say you should do. I don't think you should really try to play this lane that much. It looks like it's a Disruptor. Let's see what he's got. Mangoes and stuff. Yeah, I would just do a bunch of creep dragging this lane, personally. But as we saw in the last replay, everyone makes mistakes, so maybe we can get something. For example, a level 1 kill on Disruptor, potentially. How does that even happen? How did he lose so much health? I wasn't even paying attention. He just kept walking in and out. All right. In the same way I said the last lane should be over, this one should also be, like... Disruptor's already a bad laner, and he's lost all his health, and he doesn't have a salve. So, from your perspective, he should buy a salve, and you should look to kill the courier while you're creep dragging. But you may not need to creep drag anymore because it's effectively a 2v1 lane now. So yeah, you should just hit the Antimage a bunch. You see how you stood away from your guy? You should just stand next to your creeps. Make him... This is one of the issues with Thunderstrike. You just stand in the creep wave and then deny creeps and then pull your lane back. Like, your number one goal here is to get the lane back, which I was saying creep equilibrium or creep dragging. People are terrible at creep management. So, like, if they're going to use spells in the lane, if you can get denies, I don't care what you guys do. But, like, get the lane back for Necrophos and then just hold it here. Just go stop pulls and all that till Necro will start to come online more at level 3, level 4. That's when he'll be a lot stronger. This greedy mother... Guys, if you lose all your health, you cannot keep going for, like, this shit. You gotta buy more regen. Buy your tangos, buy a salve, shit like that. This is so greedy. A hard camp pull also works. Necro's taking more damage than he should, considering the start you guys had. In fact, I don't even know how he's taking damage, honestly. Just connect this pull back in. This is the issue with doing hard pulls sometimes. They can come and contest, and then you guys actually haven't denied anything, right? You're pulling for equilibrium. That's good. I want to deny things and gain an economic advantage as well, if I can. So, if they're able to just come in and then farm things, that's bad. To mitigate that, just bring this creep lane, creep equilibrium... Creep wave. There we go. Words. Just bring this creep wave over and now play the lane here so you can fight it out. But also when you did the pull, you know, maybe we do a... You can attempt half pulls on the hard camp. It is like... It's the same concept. It's just a little tougher. You can also stand here and farm the camp faster. So like one satyr died, the little one. But if you just sit here and attack, you can maybe kill off more of this hard camp while they're still back here. So maybe Disruptor's in range for XP. But 2 of you are here. Disruptor's 1, Antimage is in the lane, so you're getting 66% of the XP and all the gold from the hard camp. So by the time he comes in, hopefully you guys get the last hit on the big creep, even if they do end up getting it. You know, it's not a total economic loss. And at that point, it's now a 50-50 split on the XP, but you guys got the earlier XP, 66%, so you're coming out a little bit ahead there. Now you guys are getting split a little, right? It's like, oh, wait, we need this. I got to bring this over. Necrophos didn't have the mana to use Q there. Almost get a kill. Almost get a courier. You're so close to level 2, man. If you had it, you could get that courier. Oh, well.
The die best do something about that.
So if you can actually just, like, walk up. Wait, go back. Because you only have one charge on W. So actually, Necro, I don't know what's happening in terms of creep management. Like I said, in pubs, both sides really mess it up. If he could get close enough to Death Pulse as you walk in and hit him with a blood grenade, save your Blink Strike for after he blinks and then blink to the Antimage. There's no way he has Counterspell at level 2. I refuse to believe it. Because of that, at any moment here, he should just be able to blink away, and then the aggression's over, like this. Then you try for the E, pretty close. But if you switch the order up and do what I said, where you walk in, hit him, blood grenade, he blinks away, you blink strike in, then as he gets away again, then you use this Tricks of the Trade, maybe you'd get the kill. Especially if your guy had been able to Death Pulse once. In the end, though, you still get good damage in without it costing you too much, so it's still kind of like fine. If we tank the tower too much, so we get the kill, but look how much it cost us. Kind of a lot. I'd be a little careful of that, because you're winning this lane. Like, prior to this kill, you killed him under the tower. What that means is you can kill him out of the tower for sure. Rather than go now, why not shove in the lane and then dive with the creeps? Or if the lane is pushing out, you don't get the kill, but you just get equilibrium back, and at no point can he stop you. He might try to go do a pull, and now you can fight him out of the tower. Or you might do your own pull, he comes up, you can kill him out of the tower, and it'll cost you a lot less. You won't have to tank so many tower shots. Now he's back with full health, now we can actually play the lane again, and oh shit, we're half health because it cost us so much to get the kill. Whereas maybe he comes back because we got a free kill out of the tower, and we're still full health, so you know, it's not such a big deal. This is where sometimes getting kills hurts us. I don't think this is that exact situation, but just something to be aware of. A lot of people think as long as you get the kill, it's worth it, but there are kills that cost you too much. It's actually a negative. Lol. I can't believe this is 4 seconds. It's so low cooldown. Still not good enough to make Disruptor good, but I can't believe it's only 4 seconds. If you're gonna do this, so they probably saw you do it, which, by the way, I also think on this side is better anyways. But if you're gonna come over here, you might as well do it this way so that you see if this is captured, and then you can plant this without being spotted. I know this is a replay bug, so I can see that they have an observer here, but if you walk in this way in the daytime, one, the hero might see you himself, Dazzle might see you, but two, there's almost always a ward in the mid lane, and I don't know what side it's on, but anytime I come mid, I assume I'm under vision, like in the early game, because every mid hero and their mother starts with an observer, and then it depends on them where they like to place it. But you should just assume you're being scouted. So depending what you're doing, it might be okay that you're spotted. But when you place an observer, like, yeah, we'd like to avoid that. If you think you can get a kill, then you're just like bolting at him straight through, not warding at that time. If you were coming here to help Lina, it's too late. Okay, fine. Since I'm here already, I'll put the observer and then I'll leave. We won our lane before we left, though. It wasn't quite the way I envisioned it, but we did win it. Woohoo! And we killed Disruptor. Let's go. 6 minutes is the next reason we gotta be here. This guy's kind of low. Maybe you can force something. Especially it looks like Lena brought a sentry and killed his stuff. So actually now I know he can't see me. I am kind of willing to stick around to attempt it. But you don't have Blink Strike, so it'd be tough. Maybe that's why you decide to leave, and I'm okay with that. But we're just going to turn around soon, because it's almost 6 minutes. And Necro really doesn't need you right now. Maybe you guys are trying to kill the Antimage. Nice. All right. I think rather than dive the Disruptor, you guys just go for the Power Rune. Right here. There's times where it's okay to die as a support, right? I know this guy wants to Necro ult, and I want him to Necro ult. So this is where I think it's okay. As soon as this stun lands, just jump in, try to get the kill, get him low enough. Because as soon as Necro ults, he's going to be locked down. But I know Necro doesn't want to ult until he thinks he's going to get the kill. So you should just commit here, jump in. In fact, you can even extend the time he doesn't have to ult by dropping Smokescreen, but the ult has to come before he uses Shallow Grave. So that needs to happen one way or the other. Like, you get him low enough to ult to chain stun, or you Smokescreen and then you ult, like whatever. Because of that, he actually does end up getting to stick, and then he lives. Or, I mean, he dies, but you don't get the Necro ult. And if you jump in and you end up dying, but you do get the Necro ult, it's fine. Good, even.
Towers get beat down.
8-minute rune. Let's go there. I believe the current build is Wraithband. Like Magic Wand, Wraithband into Diffusal if you're having a good game. I think the Wraithband will pay off this game versus a Core Dazzle. The buildup is cheap. That's so scary. Ah, neutral creeps.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's tower's done for.
You can just leave that for Lena. Yeah. Try to find somewhere you can get XP as you sit around looking for a kill, because we still want to hit 6 at a decent time. Classic core contribution right there. That's fine. Honestly, from the Magnus, it's okay, guys. All this roaming will be more effective once you have your ultimate. Quite unfortunate that they already have a sentry there. I guess I wouldn't have expected that. But when you're this close to 6, it's not that crazy if they have observer somewhere along here. So your odds of getting away with a deep ward with your 6 versus not having the 6 is a big deal. So you might as well wait a little bit to get it and then do this kind of play, especially because your team already has this observer. So it's not like you're playing in the dark and it's like, I gotta play something, right? I think you can afford to wait a little bit. That would still be quite unlucky for you, but sometimes you might lose this because they had a ward here and they saw you come in, place it, saw you leave, and they're like, I'm gonna guess it's here, you know? That's what I would have thought. Like if I was you in that exact same situation, I would think, oh, there must be an observer somewhere here. Turns out they're being very good with their Observer Sentry combos. I wouldn't have expected that. Maybe we're just a little bit unlucky as well, but after you lose this one for the rest of the game, I'd be on high alert. You know, 1 time, sure. 2 times, all right. We happen to be in a game with some good Observer Sentry placers. Like, I have to be really on my game. I got to be checking with the Sentry first. I got to be putting observers in weird spots. That's just like adapting to the game. From here, you want to just play with Necro. Like, you and Hoodwink want to go with Necro, get a kill. Once that's down, you want to go with Rupture, get a kill. Sometimes you can line it up, but you don't have to. It can just be, like, alternating. And Lena will join with Feats of Travel. Okay, that's the Rupture kill. So let's get through this. And then hopefully go to the Necro. Okay, so it's taken a little while to disengage, but now I think would be a good time to do it. I think you wanted the Wisdom Rune there. Then a fight broke out, so you came back. Kind of open to that. I'd be less open to this Observer, though. For the amount of sentries, the amount of observers you've lost, I think you should put it a little more in a weird spot. Also, I think you should have been able to see them walk this way, so I wouldn't even come over here anymore. Guys, I boiled that water, and then I forgot about it. It's probably cold again at this point. Maybe it'll boil faster the second time when this one's done. All right, Necro still got his ult. I want to go get a Necro ult. Hoodwink, you got the smoke. Make your way over, you know?
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
You could maybe stick around for a stack. It's annoying because of fade delay, but in the triangle, I think you'd be able to get one. So this can happen a lot when you get someone really strong and then never play with them. Necro has been pushing very aggressively on his own, but you guys are never with him, so he's not pushing this as fast as he could. And at some point, he will get punished for it. So they come in, they kill him. He does get an ult first, but because there's no vision down here, because you're not here providing vision, no smoke assist, all that, they do eventually kill him. It is a big commitment. It's 1,000 gold. It's a lot of money. I think you were making your way in, so I would blame the Necrophos more than you in that particular situation. But that's just how it's gonna go in your pub games, you know? And you can you can mitigate it by just playing with them preemptively. Be very careful in this situation. You lost an observer here earlier. Now, I don't remember the exact time you lost it, but I do know they placed a sentry here earlier, and there is a chance they will do it again. So as you just sit in this area, you just got to be real careful. Suddenly realizing, oh shit, my Necro's over here. Better late than never. Easy peasy because Necro
This
is
a good opportunity to learn.
humongadunga.
All right, carry on. Radiant's top tower.
And now he's used his ultimate, so if you want to chill a little bit, that's okay. But it's not that big of a cooldown, and also a Necro who's popping off is kind of strong anyways. You can still just go with him. Go back to this, though.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
So you can place wards and all that. Again, you keep placing observers without putting sentries first. Like, you've lost so many this game, you have to switch. In this particular situation, it was a little unlucky that it's like he literally just did it and then he's coming through. But you're also now revealing yourself over here. And so my question is, did you think you could kill this Witch Doctor? You know, maybe you're learning Riki's limits. And so you're like, I'll try. That's fine. Reality is, there was very little chance you ever kill this Witch Doctor without a defusal. But you're giving a lot of information. Riki places wards without being spotted. Riki gives information without being spotted. Hello, enemy team. I am Invis Riki, and I am standing right here. So if I warded, it would be in this area. Also, I'm going to kill you. It's going to be in this area, right? And now they know that. And you didn't kill him, right? It wasn't the reveal of, like, I killed you. It was like, I could kill you. I can't because I'm on my own, but here I am. So that's kind of the thing. Just seeing Witch Doctor is enough. And if Necro is not near you and other cores are not near you, there's no real point in trying to kill this Witch Doctor when you're not going to do it. And now they know. If someone was down here being like, oh, should I show? What if Riki's watching me? Like, what if Lina TP'd over and they twin gated and he's like waiting to kill me? Oh, he's not. He's like hitting my Witch Doctor under tier 2. And it puts risk on you that you might die. They mess it up here. But you could have died for that without ever having a real chance of getting a kill. And because you were in the area, he goes, oh shit, I guess there must be a ward somewhere. And then we lose our observer ward. This probably goes way better. Look at that. Didn't have the ult, still killed the dazzle. Easy peasy. Why? Look at him. Look at him.
Mid tower's getting banged up.
Popping off.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
I think that is a good place to be in feedback. The diffusal will finish faster if you're playing with the right heroes because you'll get more done. We talked about the observers. More will survive. Also opening up more opportunities. See what this guy's doing? He feels so strong. He just keeps playing on his own. Should he be in front of the tier 2 on his own when literally every other hero is across the map? You guys are literally 5 different heroes with a 10k lead so that anywhere they go, they could find a favorable fight. That's really bad on your part. It's really bad on Necro's part. Like, as core players, if you're having a good game, you have even more responsibility to be smart. Here's the secret, though, guys. Core players aren't that smart. So, support players, you gotta go with them, because they're not gonna be the smart ones. Get wrecked, core players. This is a support stream. The smart core players are in this stream because they know they gotta learn support. But the core player who only wants to be a core player and is like picking Pudge 5 when he's got a roll queue, he ain't playing smart. He's up here feeding 1,200, 1,300 gold to the enemy team for what? For nothing. All right, I'm just gonna let this play out for a moment. If you guys want to be in the, we'll do another proper raffle. Type exclamation point replay, and then I'll do the number generator thing again. I'll pick one. I'm gonna go reboil my water and make my tea finally. Let's go to standing mode.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower's getting the what for.
Double kill.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
Hello, Jupiter. Where's my cat cam? Well, he's gone anyways. Let me see. Who is next?
Tower's getting beat down.
Start counting.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
Ah, it moved. I was about to get to 13, and then I lost it. The Acme 3. I'll have to figure out a better system so I don't have to keep counting things. That ain't gonna work in the future. That is not a long-term plan for success. How's Riki been doing since I left?
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulty.
Yeah, hoard the points for now. Hoard the points.
Tower could use a little
The Acme, you won the replay raffle. If you won it. Although I guess if you entered, you probably did. So just send me the match ID whenever you get a chance. Let me know who you're playing. Any questions you got? Oh, and it can't be a link, otherwise the thing will block it out. So just the number will be good at the end of the link. Not sure what I can do. I was trying to calm my my off lane to not tilt, but no chance. I'm gonna guess that means you're a soft support here. A Google form's a good idea. Usually, I had a raffle system that worked for Twitch. Since starting the multi-stream, I have yet to find a proper solution. I keep trying things and it doesn't work. A proper solution for doing both YouTube and Twitch. I will slowly sort it out over time. Your hard support? Oh, that's fine. No. Let me know the match ID whenever. If you sent the link, it will get blocked out. Just got to be the numbers. Did the number show? I don't see it. Some of you guys were telling me YouTube is being weird in terms of the numbers. You did send it? I don't really know why YouTube would not allow numbers to be sent. I understand the links can't get sent. Yeah, either send it on Twitch or maybe you can break it up in two parts. I'll copy and paste it together if YouTube will let me do that. YouTube hides numbers from the top chat. Oh, this is supposed to be the live chat, though. Oh, maybe the combined stream doesn't do it. Although, I can just look over at the YouTube, which I have set to live. And I don't see... I think I still don't see it here. So maybe even the live chat filters just numbers. Maybe if you guys type like match ID something, that could work. Or we'll try this breaking up stuff and I'll just copy and paste it. You'll send it in Twitch? Okay, no problem. Replay IDs are 10 digits, which could be phone numbers. That's a good point. Let me go... I was eating some pretzels. Let me wash my hands. Gotta type it in Word. All right, what are you guys up to while he switches over to Twitch? Any random questions we can help answer? Oh, Zigzag asked, my friend who always plays with me picks position 4 Pugna. What should I pick with him as a position 3 as a combo? Let's see. Now you don't strictly have to combo together. Actually, maybe position 3 is better. Pugna's a pretty flexible support. He can be very annoying and just poke people down and be useful, and then go top up the mana of the mid laner, stuff like that. So the off lane does not strictly have to combo with, you know, the mana, the life drain, and the stuff like that. But if you can, it doesn't hurt. The more important part is that you don't want counter synergy, and you don't want to just have the same weaknesses. So like Pugna does not have any form of initiation. And of the supports, position 4 is more likely to have initiation. So if your 4 doesn't have it, and then it turns out your 5 doesn't have it, and then you don't have it on the offlaner, it all has to come from your mid and your carry. Most carries don't do it, and then it's just your mid at that point. So someone like Beastmaster works really well. If you do have to use Decrepify, you do lose out on like the boars and the right clicks, but roar damage and the ags and the axes all go through Decrepify, so that's fine. And Beastmaster also actually uses a lot of mana, so the life drain to heal him up is pretty nice. You can also multi-stack very easily on Pugna because he's super fast. So Beastmaster would be a great combo. Typical initiator like Centaur Warrunner fits the bill, right? Melee in the lane. You're going to have Stampede, Blink, Stomp to initiate. Stomp and Double Edge are magic, so you can use them through Decrepify. That's also nice. You want to be careful of things like Axe and Legion. Not that it can't work, but you Decrepify in the call, in the duel, you know, it's very awkward at that point, and you're griefing yourself potentially. So you got to be a little careful there. Yeah, this is an old tier list. I didn't really update this. I used it for some other stuff, but it's not up to date. The position 4s and 5s you can see are more updated. I keep this stuff updated on a separate thing when I cast, but not in here. I probably should. Oh, wait, where's my multi-chat? I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh, I accidentally minimized it. No wonder why. Did I miss it being posted, guys? I don't think I did. Primal Beast is not bad with Pugna. That'd be fine too. How do you delete a sort list? What, this one? Go to the edit and then delete layout. Like, say you want to get rid of this duo ideas. I don't think I ever did anything with this. Come over here, delete layout. Hold on. What are you knocking around, Jupiter? Knocking some stuff down in our bathroom. Oh. Okay, I see it. Thank you, guys. Horizon, thanks for comboing it for me. See if it worked. Hey, we did it. Took some extra steps, but we're here. All right. So who are you playing here? And then you mentioned the off lane was maybe tilting out. So maybe we'll take a look at that, like why the offlaner's having a bad game, what we could do to help that. Position 5, what heroes can I play to transition to carry if my hard carry? Now let's not use that as an insult. Let's not be mean. I will answer this question, but you know, there's nothing wrong with having autism, so using it as an insult to people who are playing badly is kind of rude, you know? Position 5s who can do that, though, would be... Let's see, Bat Rider's not a traditional carry, but he scales well. You want to learn Enchantress, you could do it. Marcy's not in a great spot, but she could do it. Lich has some, like, scaling potential. The others aren't really in a spot. Like, some of the other 5s that might traditionally do that aren't in the greatest place. Warlock could be a big game winner, though. Doesn't scale up as well. Or, like, he scales up well, but not, like, in a carry sense. Position for Mirana is acceptable. It's not really in a good spot. In pubs, it's okay. Crystal Maiden's not really great. I wouldn't recommend that. But you can do it, and I've seen it work. I just don't think it's the best. Let me see if the name's the same if I take off the anonymous mode.
I sing the siren song of war.
Yeah, I have the got the match ID now. Thank you guys for the help. We need to know who he's actually playing here though now. Ah, here we go. Abaddon. Okay. Go back to this anonymous mode. The reason we have the anonymous mode on is just in case any of this I want to use in like a YouTube video. I don't strictly want to be like throwing in the usernames because some people don't like that. But I guess if you really want to do the digging, now you'd see it. Okay. Abaddon 5. Ancient. Okay. Let's go. Support Naga is not so good anymore. A lot of nerfs and then a shift to what carries are good. There's a lot more melee carries now, and you don't really need Naga 5 for that. What am I looking for? Abaddon. Okay.
Places, everyone.
Being a real troublemaker, Jupiter. What are you trying to do over there?
This battle is in our body bag.
Oh, you know what? Be Zeus 5. Zeus is good. Zeus is good. Yeah, PCX, listen, I get it depending on like where you grew up and where you were raised. Like even when I was a kid, right, saying like calling things gay was like an insult. And maybe people didn't really think about the homophobic part of it. It was just like what people did. But I think the nice thing about the internet, for all the toxicity it has, is that it also enables us to like interact with more people and learn more about stuff, and starting to realize like, okay, using this as an insult, not so cool. The same way, like, you know, in Dota, something very relevant would be like, oh, this player's bad. It must be from this country, right? That's pretty insulting. Even if it happens to be true for a given player, it's pretty insulting to use like an entire region as an insult. And you can just call people bad at Dota, right? You don't have to get into like why you think they're bad. They're just bad. They're just toxic. They're not a good player. That's it. You know, just leave it at that. That is the facts. You're good to go. And you don't need to get into like insulting it further. And I think the more you interact with people, like especially I think as I went to like I went to a public high school for a year and then to college, and you get to interact with a lot more people. So if you ever do have any of these thoughts where you're like, I didn't realize it was insulting, or maybe you did and you were like, yeah, I hate the, you know, I wanted it to be insulting, but you interact with more people, I think you start to realize like, oh, you know, there's good and bad people of all sorts.
And they're off.
Yeah. Okay, wait, let me see what's going on here. Why'd we do a level 1 fight? What happened? That was weird. You drew, but the circle was a little off. Do you play with the monitor dimension? Not that it doesn't matter in the least. I'm gonna guess your monitor dimensions are like slightly different.
And away we go.
Came for a big fight even though Lifestealer left. You guys have a pretty solid level 1 fight. This guy started Tombstone though. That feels kind of bad. I'm not going to worry too much about this. I think you guys can take the level 1 fight. Probably wanted Decay, but also wanted a little bit more information before committing because Lifestealer left you guys, and then you guys still went in, which is, there was a risk of a 4v5, which is actually what happened. Free lion kill! Nice. This ended up pretty good. I was talking earlier about where First Bloods aren't quite worth it. Antimage actually already has a salve ready, so he's good to go. But imagine if he didn't, and he got a kill, but now he has to lane versus, I guess, Undying Rubik, and he has like 200 health, right? He's going to miss every last hit to start if they know what they're doing. So this is where you got to be a bit careful. Okay, let's go to actual Abaddon in his lane. All right, we block the camp. Last second, too, if that works out. And then we come in here. If you can hit first before casting the shield, there's some minor efficiency there. Because you have health regen, but if you're full health, then you don't use the health regen, you know? So if you get hit once or twice and then cast the shield, now while you're shielded, your health regenning. And then your mana regenning because the shield used some mana. Very minor efficiency thing there, but I'll throw it out. Maybe we went a little hard there, and now we're pretty far back. So Abaddon, you win trades over time with Aphotic Shield, but in one singular instance, you do need to be careful. Because if you get too low, then they might be willing to fight you through the barrier and then kill you. So like up to here is pretty solid. You're trying to do some body blocks. I would honestly just hit him a couple times. Because now Witch Doctor's here, and now it's gone from a kind of this 1v1, maybe a 2v1 if Lifestealer finished closing the distance, but he wasn't quite there. Now it's a 2v1 versus you, and it's not so good. So earlier I would just take a couple hits on him, and then you'd be good. And now we're barriering again, breaks, but now we're starting to take like more damage, right? Because it's still this 2v1. And now I'm a little hesitant to go in. And that means now we're back here. That's not where I want to be. Abaddon 5 wants to be bullying a lot up there, but around the shield. And you don't want to fight too hard without the shield, which is kind of what happened there. Let's see. Get that range creep. Like, we have the shield again. This is okay. Shield is down. Now I'm going to back out. Unfortunately, we're into Maledict, which is pretty annoying. I don't think you're going to want boots this early. You're already faster than everyone here. 325. This guy's got 300. He has boots and he has 300. What is that right? That seems wrong. But this guy's 315. You're 325. This doesn't seem right. Maybe this is bugged. Either way, I don't think Abaddon wants boots first. I think he wants smaller items to keep hitting people. If you get a kill or something, I think you can get the boots right away. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. We'll see. I guess you can trade a little better with boots.
Radiant structures must have been fortified. Dire's mid tower won't last.
All right. This is a case where we just run at the Witch Doctor. Like, you just cut through here and fight Witch Doctor because Earthshaker's over here. So this is like free reign, just hit this guy. He also just used Paralyzing Cask, so he doesn't even have that. So you're kind of like falling back like this, but that means 2v1, Witch Doctor is being allowed to just hit for free. And that doesn't really make sense, right? So this is where we should punish him, and we need to go in. And part of the reason you got the boots is so that you can do that better. Maybe going for another pull. But I feel so far we're missing the mark a little on Abaddon. Like, I don't think you want to have to do a bunch of pulls on Abaddon. You want to be very annoying in the lane around barrier. not that pulls are bad, and if you get a really good trade and the lane is shoved, then maybe we do it. But I feel that you're spending a bit too much time over here. For example, going for a deny when they're nowhere even in range of that, instead of being up here, helping Lifestealer, like, feel comfortable walking up to these creeps. He can't do that 1v2. And now as Earthshaker transitions over here, you could mess with them over here potentially. Shielded, but then didn't actually get... Oh, wait a minute. I just realized you're not using Mephitic Shield. No wonder why. Mephitic Shield is the more common facet right now, I believe. Yeah, just doing a quick double check. Now, I do think the Quickening has some value if all you need to do is remove stuns. But this game, there's actually a key stun in particular. This game, there's actually so many AoE stuns, I don't think a little bit more CDR is going to make a difference. It's when there's like a few really big stuns. So Mephitic Shield actually gives you way better trading in the laning stage because the barrier is stronger and you return damage. So that would make all of these fights go a lot better. I just realized that. Sorry for waiting. A Veltal. No, it's going to happen. I'm so sad. At this point, I'm just hoping it's going to be a month from now. Then I won't miss out. Everyone has to wait with me.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Going up for the Radiant's courier.
Why does Radiant have a higher win rate? People always have different theories on this. Currently, if I had to list a couple, I don't think the mana versus HP in the Mighty Mines versus Wishing Well. Maybe I don't play enough carry to fully appreciate those. I don't know if I think that big of a deal. I do think, besides the potential camera angle that a lot of people like to talk about, I think the Radiant mid lane is way safer than the Dire mid lane. Because the Radiant, like, this is the tower, you know? So if you want to gank, you either come through here. This is very frequently warded. And it has this nice high ground ward spot, which nowadays most people know about. But to actually check this spot is really annoying. Like, if you're coming in the daytime, this camp kills you, traps you in here. So you have to, like, put your sentry up here. It means you gotta, like, walk all the way over here, and they could fight it, deny it. Very annoying. You want to try to wrap around this way. Only a few position 4s have gap closing abilities that go over terrain to do this. Otherwise, you just have to, like, walk through the tower. Same on this side. You know, like, you can kind of come through this tree line, and then you're stuck in here. So you, again, have to have an ability or tango your way out or whatever. Otherwise, you have to come through here, also commonly warded. The Dire is way more open, and it's so much easier to, like, wrap through the different angles. There's no, like, tricky ward spots for the Dire. So I feel like the Radiant mid is just better. This camp is easier to use than this camp. Arguably easier to contest, but I don't think that even happens in most, like, pub games. You can maybe make your case on what you think is better, the Radiant Roche or the Dire Roche, but I think that's very draft dependent. What else? I think the Radiant safe lane, I like this side better than this side, but it's not really the end of the world. I find it very tricky. Like, if you're trying to creep drag as the Dire off lane, this area in particular is pretty punishing to get through to here. The Radiant off lane doing a creep drag, first of all, you can go through here or through here. And then this is just more open to get to here. You're less likely, in particular, you're less likely to lose a creep or get blocked off as you come through here. Whereas sometimes, depending on what heroes are in the game, you get stuck here and you lose creeps to the tower and you take a shitload of damage from the enemy hero. I think creep dragging's a lot harder for that. I'm sure there's other things we could talk about, but Kez is pretty squishy at the start of the game, and he's very combo dependent. Silences are really good versus Kez. Things that make him unable to attack, like Decrepify or Ghost Scepters, things like that are good. Trying to kite Kez via Force Staff is not as good as other carries. Something like Ursa, which he jumps at you, PA jumps at you, and then you Force Staff away. Kez has multiple ways to follow people. He has Falcon Rush to just chase. He has the W to like pull himself to you. His ultimate gives him a bunch of move speed if he's using the like that one. He has many ways to follow you. So I don't think kiting is the answer outside of like, oh, he's using his ultimate, get out of here. I think it's more important to not actually let him hit via stuns, silences, or like Ghost Scepter type things. I do think Silencer is quite good versus Kez. I think Pugna is also strong. I find Shadow Demon to be good. This kind of goes back to when I was playing Kez support. And these are the things I found annoying to deal with, that I think Kez core would also find annoying. I'm surprised I don't see more Kezes in my games. So even though people complain about him, I actually can't say I've seen a ton of different situations of Kez to experience, because I don't know, a bunch of babies in my bracket. They don't want to play Kez. Woo.
Radiant's mid tower is getting banged up. Something bad's happened to the Radiant's mid tower is coming apart.
After this, very nice attempt at body blocking. Very, very nice. So from here, you've won your safe lane. Lifestealer's at the top. And these are not heroes who can kill him very easily. It would take Lion plus the Earthshaker plus one more. Maybe doable, but with some level of warding, you should see enough for him to know to be safe. So now you leave Lifestealer. He does not clear stacks very well, so stacking a bunch for him won't do as much compared to others. Just leave him alone top, and then go play in the bottom lane or the mid lane with your team. Bottom lane is going to be easier in general. It gets close. He ultimates. He gets out. He'll just sit in this creep for a little bit. Like, because we came up here, he's trying to play aggressive, but otherwise, it should just waste their time. That was two heroes trying to kill Lifestealer. They get nothing for it. Even if you guys didn't come up and now get these return kills, it would be an economic waste of their time to bring that many heroes top and not get anything. And in the meantime, you guys should be, like, taking towers in the other lane. This is the strength of Lifestealer. He's a carry who can be left alone very early if you give him a good start. But he doesn't actually flash farm that well. And his kill potential is kind of there, but honestly not even that good compared to other aggressive carries. His greatest strength is just being left alone in the lane, and you don't need to go to him outside of emergencies. And then he just goes for his Radiance. You just leave him, and then at some point he comes out and he's like, hey guys, I'm ready to do things. Or he doesn't because he's bad, you know. I mean, maybe. But that's the idea.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
If you were here earlier and we saw the Antimage, like we critiqued the Antimage, right? But Antimage very often does have a rough start. And then they get the Blink Dagger, or sorry, they get the Battle Fury plus the Blink. They speed up a lot. Then they get the Manta, and now they're online. Maybe one more item. So the easiest time to slow down the Anti-Mage, depending on your draft, but almost every draft will be able to do this, is the laning stage and pre-Battle Fury. So after winning your lane, you've gone mid, you've gone back top, but it's just giving Anti-Mage time to get to his Battle Fury. And as soon as Anti-Mage, I guess she in this case, got the Way persona. As soon as Anti-Mage has the Battle Fury, it's going to shoot way past the Lifestealer, like real quick. The farm speed's going to be so much better because he's going to go for the Radiance and it's going to take ages. So this is the time to be down here, bopping this tower, taking up the space of Anti-Mage, restricting the farm, and drag the Battle Fury from, let's see when they end up getting it. 13, 14 minutes is not that bad. It did skip the Power Treads, but we can say Power Treads, Wraithband, Battle Fury by 15.5 minutes. Not the greatest, but not the worst either. Imagine if you come down here, which, by the way, we'll compare it to the Radiance on Lifestealer, 16.5 minutes. So, if instead we come to that bottom lane and we fight and we distract the Anti-Mage and we push that Battle Fury back 2 minutes or something, then all of these timings also fall back a bit more and you give your team a bigger window to mess with the Anti-Mage and do useful things. And especially because we have a timing where we're going to have this Lifestealer and we want him to be very strong versus this Anti-Mage. And he should be having a good start. He should be okay on his own, whereas the Anti-Mage is not that type of hero to be very survivable on their own. Granted, you guys don't have very much lockdown, so the Anti-Mage is kind of okay on their own, but not going to be that good at farming and maintaining the health without the Battle Fury. I actually don't like Radiance versus Anti-Mage, not a carry player. I wish Lifestealers, they used to be willing to do Armlet Deso type builds. I really think it's the play versus certain heroes. I keep having Lifestealers who just want to do Radiances versus like Anti-Mages and Alchemists, and I'm just not a believer. I wish they would just go for the old Armlet Deso, single target, win the game fast. But who am I to say that? I'm just a guy who puts observers and wards down. I don't deserve to have an opinion. Yeah, I know Radiance is a pretty good item in general, but I just think, like, Alchemist with his ultimate is going to not care about the burn damage. Anti-Mage with the mobility plus magic resistance won't care. Alchemist BKB comes online so quick, the mischance won't matter. I just think you should take a faster pace versus those heroes than the Radiance gives you. Like, this is a Lifestealer who couldn't do anything till like 18 minutes because he just needs to farm his Radiance. But I think he could get a lot more done. I think it's the Armlet that a lot of players don't like. But if the Armlet was just a little better, we might see it more. But I don't know. I see Lifestealers have a bad time, and I'm like, I still really need to get this Radiance. I'll be ready at 20 minutes to continue farming. And then the Radiance doesn't even do anything in fights because everyone has a BKB at that point. Okay, I mean, at this point, I was going to say, you know, you play with the off lane, play with the mid, but I guess your guys tilted out. The game still goes for quite a while, because, believe it or not, as this Undying is uncontrollably losing his mind, there's less than a 1k gold difference. So, game goes on for a while. I guess as we have more people submit their replays, we can look at some mid to late game fights, see what you're up to. I do think you should try Mephitic Shield, though, and try to take more constant small fights in the laning stage. Lots of little pokes. Think War of Attrition style. I did 50 more damage in this fight with my barrier. I'm happy with that. I do it again. I do it again because barrier is a very low cooldown. And just over time, you beat them. Not these huge trades that cost you a ton of health and then you're too scared to walk in. You have to constantly be healthy enough to keep going in every time barrier is up. And if you can do that, you'll whittle them down. And it'll be way easier with Mephitic Shield. Dude, Undying with a Lifestealer inside? Oh my god. Just think the health. Okay, guys. Type exclamation point replay if you want to get in the next one. Isn't Radiance to help with the farming? So yes, it is. And in general, I do think Radiance on Lifestealer makes a lot of sense. I am specifically talking about these matchups versus an Alchemist and Antimage, where I don't think you're going to match the farming speed, and I don't think the Radiance is going to do that much versus them. If you have other heroes to address it, it's fine, right? I know it's like a very complicated question. You come down to the draft, Radiance can do other things versus other heroes can address Antimage, Alchemist, all that, blah, blah, blah. I just play a lot of games because Lifestealer is relatively popular, even though he's not that great right now. And Antimage is popular, and Alchemist is popular, you know. And if you're not having a great start, I don't understand why they still do it. And maybe it's just something I gotta ask, like, high MMR core players or something. Where it's like, oh, it's still just not worth it. Like, you still need the farm speed or something like that. But the old Lifestealer who went Armlet, Deso, could be really aggressive, and you shred in Antimage if Antimage is remotely near you in the early game. Because Antimage at that point has a Battle Fury, and you have Armlet and Deso components. Like, you destroy him. Same with the Alchemist. They're weak to physical damage, and you crush their farming space because you just go really quickly. That's what I just don't get. But it depends on the game. You know, if you're having a great start, then sure, still do the Radiance, whatever. Yo, Changies! You are our next person. I know you know how this goes. You are always here.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
Hello, Hephaestus. Is my cat camera still set up? Where is it? Oh, maybe I only had it on this. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, Changi's no problem. We can do that one. All right, I'm trying to get Hephaestus into frame here. Lay down, Hephaestus. He actually did it. That was pure luck. That was not a trained cat. All right, I'm downloading it. Who you playing here, man? CM? Okay. Crystal, Maiden. Guardian. Okay. All right. Let's go. Watch replay. I guess I got to shrink Hef down. Where can you go, Hef? Do we really need me in the picture? I don't think we really need both these open at the same time. Just slowly fill up the right side with more cameras and more cats. Ew, what is this? Gloves of Haste and Clarity? Bleh.
Everybody get set.
Disgusting. Your items look fine. I might consider a magic stick in this game, because it could be like Earthshaker or Necro, so getting some stick charges from them could be good.
30 seconds to showtime. The game is on.
A Necro kill, sure. Take those. You can maybe skill your hold your point till. Oh, you're good. Sorry, I was thinking you were blocking this camp for a second. I was like, oh, you gotta check back here. People like to unblock with that one. But otherwise, you're good. In fact, if you want to use this spot, like behind this tree line, it just takes more time for the position 4. Because, like, let's say a sentry in here is real common to block the camp. Then they see this right away. But if you put it behind the tree line, they gotta, like, go all the way there. It's really annoying. So that could be a spot you do. But otherwise, you TP'd in here, blocked it. All that's fine. You might save the skill point just in case you do need Crystal Nova to secure range creeps. You have a PA, so you're probably fine. Her items are not that great, so we may need to hand over some tangos and stuff. Perhaps you've already seen this, so you've got 6. So from here, with the bounty gold, try to plan this ahead. You know, you get your starting items, and then you shift queue up a couple things. So, like, if people aren't buying the blood grenades, that could be good. I think that's something maybe you didn't have at the start that I glossed over, but that could be good to get rather than the second set of tangos. You could get the blood grenade first and then get your tangos, maybe replace the salve. I think you're going for a very defensive start, which I actually don't mind for this rank. But if you're doing that, then at least afterwards, you know, being quick to buy blood grenade and stuff like that. You're really checking. Believe in yourself. You checked it. You got it. Because you do like some extensive checking, we are a little late to lane. So you just gotta do like the one loop, then you're good to go. Okay, second frostbite, but now notice we like burned a bunch of mana. So the one spell cast when you're full mana is kind of fine, and then be a little patient with when you use it beyond that. This is some good right-click harass. Now we're going a little hard, right? We're coming in, we're mangoing, we're going to frostbite, but in doing so, it's going to be a 2v1 soon, and you're actually drawing creep aggro. So you actually don't need to do anything here. We're actually quite happy, ignoring what I actually don't think you needed that Ether Frostbite, but whatever. Like, we did it, we have mangoes, we got them low. They have 3 melees and 2 range, so I know this is pushing in. So I'm quite content right now. All I have to do is make sure they don't do a pull, and that's about it. If he walks up too far, we'll go aggressive then. But otherwise, this is fine. Like, where he is, you don't need to go further. So, like, right here, you just start turning around. You get this creep. All right, bye, Hef. He's gone. So you ended up taking a bunch of damage for that, going a bit too far. We took a good situation and flipped it on its head. And by going so aggressive, you ended up using the mangoes very early. Which can be okay, but a lot of the power spike from Crystal Maiden actually comes from Crystal Nova and Frostbite at level 2, and now we don't have any of the mangoes. So if we actually play a little slower, do the poke, the initial Frostbite, just go for some like casual poke and denies, hit level 2, now you can go QW for the kill. You're going WE, that can actually also be okay. This is less kill threat and more QE is constantly secure range creeps while poking them. WE is keep spamming W on one particular hero to keep them really low. The most aggressive get kills is QW. For your bracket, it's going to be hard to say which you need. Even if we analyze the draft, it comes down to playstyle. I would say the safest bet, if you want to follow a generic default build, start Q, use it to secure the first range creep, hit 1 hero, maybe 2. Don't spam it out unless they're going like really aggressive, then you do it. Otherwise, just wait for the next range creep. This is going to help you pace yourself without having to think too hard. Like, I'm only using Crystal Nova for the range creep. It's going to keep your mana relatively high, save your mangoes. At level 2, you see what's happened. Is my carry going ultra aggressive? Are they pretty low? Okay, I'll go for the kill with QW. It's a very passive lane. Nothing's happening. All right, maybe I just go like, or we're losing. They're stronger than us. We're losing. Okay, maybe I go QE. Just keep securing range creeps. I think that's going to give you the most flexibility. I actually think WE is a little less necessary to be needed. I think securing range creep will be probably like your safest bet. This guy, for example, if you had QW, maybe a blood grenade, he's dead right here. 11 stick charges is actually more than I expected, so maybe he's not dead. But ignoring those stick charges, Q, slow expires, Frostbite, PA daggers, jumps in, dead. Swap it, Frostbite first, then Q, that's okay too. He's dead. And that's the strength of having both. Could see him get mangoes when she gets double clarities. It's not quite double clarity, but... or you mean like more clarity value because of the blue heart flow? Or like she bought clarities, should she also buy mangoes? Crystal Maiden is one of the few heroes that I think you can justify starting with a clarity on because of blue heart flow. You need to be versus heroes that can't easily cancel clarities. If choosing between one or the other, or none at all, I do think it is still worth getting at least 1 or 2 mangoes. If you've been in a lot of these, you've probably heard me say this before, but I'll say it again because it's really important for Crystal Maiden. Q is 11-second cooldown, 110 mana, 110 damage. W is a 9-second cooldown, 150 damage. It lasts for 1.5 seconds root. This is a 5-second slow. So when you go aggressive, let's say this Earthshaker, you start with 1. Let's say you start with Frostbite, 9 seconds. After 1.5 seconds, you use Crystal Nova, and now you have 5 seconds of slow. That means between root and slow, 6.5 seconds have passed. Maybe you Blood Grenade at this point if you think you need it, or maybe you're just running next to them and you're in range for Frostbite, which means 6.5 seconds have passed. It's only 2.5 more seconds till you can Frostbite again. So now you Frostbite, 1.5 second root, Crystal Nova's back up. Now you do another Crystal Nova. Someone asked earlier, can Crystal Maiden be a position 5 or 4? And I said, like, kinda, it's not great. Position 5 Crystal Maiden, you start over here. We just went through the potential to get both spells used twice. If they are running down, that is how you get the second spell. You like start where he is. By the time he runs back, it's like somewhere here. You get the second set of spells off. Maybe you kill him. Trying to contest you at the camp. Run him down. Kill him. Your position 4 Crystal Maiden. Equilibrium's right here. Try to start it. Boom. Straight under tower. You eventually get the spells again, but you've already stopped chasing at that point. This is why position 5 Crystal Maiden is much better than position 4. And also why the mangoes are worth it. Because the damage is really good on Crystal Nova and Frostbite. It's super expensive for Crystal Maiden, who has 351 mana at level 2 with 2 Iron Branches. So you need the mangoes to just like gobble them down, spam spells, use my magic stick. You need so much. That's why if you can justify magic stick at all, it usually is worth starting for. This should be a kill. Nice. Dang. The last auto attack did it. What's on the courier? Stick, okay. You're gonna meet your courier. Then I imagine TP back. Your mango. Cool. So now we need our level 3. If you ever do go QE, I still think taking Frostbite at level 3 is good. You can actually see, this is actually also a kill potential. If we are QW, even though he's level 3, he does have the Lotus, like kind of dicey. But I think this would be a chance where it's like, okay, jump in, 2 sets of spells. He might make it under the tower, but maybe a second set of spells. It also depends what he does, right? If he runs immediately, he probably gets under tower. If he sticks around at all, you're probably getting the second set of spells off. Yeah, you can kill that guy. Like right here is a great time to go. You guys are pushing up a lot of creeps. Yeah, creep advantage. Close. All right, that's okay. Do this hard pull that you have stacked up. Now, because we missed that one, this lane's going to keep pushing, but you're actually just going to get another opportunity to do it soon. Now, he's kind of clearing things out, actually, because he used little... he totemed, and then the little slugger went through everything. So he actually cleared out a ton of your creeps. Otherwise, that lane would have stayed there, and we would have to do a pull to fix it. Here's where, yeah, maybe we're going to Clarity, and maybe we need to do a small pull while we do it. That's another thing with Crystal Maiden, why the Clarity kind of works. You go really aggressive, double spell cast, burn all your mana, and then because you killed them or they're really low, you now have space to go pull, and your carry won't die while you're gone. And so you can Clarity and go pull. A lot of other heroes, the reason you don't start Clarity nowadays is because it just... you can't throw that many spells to make it worth it. Or it just doesn't pay off when you do it. Like, you could do it with, like, Skywrath, maybe even Zeus, but the mana and the kill threat doesn't combo as well as having a root and a slow on QW. I'd say Zeus can potentially do a Clarity start.
but Crystal Maiden is the best. Where's this lane at? It's getting pretty messy. PA is not lasting that well. He's getting some kills. Not all of it's on you, though. Some of it, she's just missing stuff. Boom. Second set of spells. We all see that? We're going to see it one more time to really make sure it hit home on everybody. One. Timing starts going. The slow is about to end. Frostbite. He spends a moment fighting back, which means one more spell. He's almost home free. One more frostbite. And then he explodes. I don't know what everyone's doing up here. Leave me alone. What is the carry Ursa doing over here? Ho ho! Ha ha! Hee hee!
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Everybody's coming up here.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
You should actually be like under here at that time. Little Slugger's always funny to see the bodies go flying. You don't have to do too much there. People are all coming up here. You can either choose to avoid this area or just be part of the fight, because that's sort of what happens in Guardian. But you want to be in a very safe spot to do so. So somewhere under the tower would be good. Over here you can see they can kind of just like run at you and get you eventually. Offlane Medusa's working.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. No breaking that Radiant's bottom tower. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Just be a little careful when you do this. So if you do this a little bit more to the right, you can actually sneak the observer down. Don't forget in the daytime, the tower sees this way. So you're like at the very edge of it. So if they're paying attention, they click your inventory, or they just see like what your hero's doing, the way it turns and stuff. They should know you just put something here. But if you come a little bit more to the right, so for example, you go this way, you're in fog of war the whole time. Step up to the high ground to make sure there's not a hero just like watching you right here. And then you put the observer here, but from the fog of war. You can't slip in. As you can see, the tower sees here. So there's no way to like slip in this way, I think. I could be wrong on that. Actually, you know what? It might be this observer that sees that. Maybe you could slip in this way. It doesn't look like it, though. Maybe that's the creeps. I'm doubting myself now as I say that. Either way, the path I showed will be...
Dire's mid tower
will definitely work.
Radiant's top tower taking hits. Dire's mid tower.
Io and Pango. Yeah, they're the two ones without the turn rate for item cast and stuff.
Dire's mid tower's having technical.
This particular case, no. I do the coaching in calls with, like, for people who sign up for coaching through Patreon and all that. On Wednesdays and certain other days, as I feel like it, or scheduling-wise works out, we do these, which are essentially the same as coaching. It's like I say the same stuff. There's just not the same, like, immediate call response. I try to read the questions in chat. This is more like replay analysis. The info is honestly pretty similar, though. Oh, sorry, Hef. He's on my chair. All right, your team is winning. You have good vision top, so you can just leave PA alone up there. I like this, playing on the enemy's half of the map with your Medusa, Sniper, and Undying.
Mid tower's coming apart.
The Observers are all pretty defensive. I don't think you placed all of these, though. But if you can get the next one and put it somewhere more in here, that'll help your team play more aggressive. While you let these two... This is kind of overkill, but whatever. These two be the defensive ones for PA. Sniper, these do not stack.
Something bad's happened to the Radiant's top tower in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's hurting.
This should make my life easier.
No! It's okay. Worth it, worth it.
You will make a nice meal.
If you step, like, minor critique there. If you step a little bit to the side and then ult, he won't get to you in time. Or you would have killed him as long as you get another set of spells off as well. But with that said, throwing the ult for a kill as a support is totally fine. Dying for that Earthshaker kill is good. It's just a minor critique.
Radiant's top tower.
I don't mind the Tombstone. I also think Glimmer is very, very good this game. The barrier, or sorry, the Ice Blast prevents healing, but the magic barrier can still be applied. So you can apply the barrier to people via Pipe or Glimmer Cape to prevent Ice Blast kills, potentially. It's also very good versus Necro ult to make him miss his ultimate so that it doesn't give him a stack. And it's very telegraphed, so you don't have to like preemptively put it on people. You can do it after. It's also good because Ice Vortex will give increased magic damage, and then they have like the Necro, some Hoodwink spells, Earthshaker, some of his stuff is magic. There's going to be a lot of magic damage coming from them, so the extra magic resistance I think is pretty worth it, even though it's a little awkward with Medusa, but whatever. I'd say Glimmer this game's a bit better. You're not wrong, though, that Drums is also good, because this is essentially 3 right-clicking core, so you're going to give them Drums. Solar could be good for them, but when we factor in the enemy team, I think Glimmer is actually your best bet.
Shit.
Drums not a bad follow-up, though. I think Drums does work on zombies. It did. I forget where it's at now.
Use a hand.
What server is this? I'm not sure.
Mid tower.
Oh, there we go. Chinese says is European West. Ooh, big stack.
Radiant's mid.
If you ult this, I don't even care. Hell yeah. Nice.
Holy shit. Double kill.
Nice. Very good, very good. You can take the health talent and then whatever this neutral ends up being. Grove Bow, what a baller. Usually I'd recommend something to tank you up. Grove Bow to amplify your own damage is hilarious.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Radiant's top tower in bad shape.
What are we doing over here, guys? Farming the same 2 camps, that's cool. How about you, Battle Fury?
Holy shit.
Gonna get someone with the ultimate. Crystal Clone's not bad, by the way, either. You don't have to buy it right now. If you can get it from the Tormentor, or eventually want to buy it yourself, wouldn't be bad. For Guardian, Tormentor, unlikely to be done anytime soon, so you can get it for yourself. I would usually say the other utility items are more important, like the Glimmer or 4-staff. But because Guardian games also tend to be a bit passive, I think as we saw like Sniper Medusa farming here, PA farming here earlier, right? I think if you do get Crystal Clone on Crystal Maiden, then you can push lanes on your own and just Crystal Clone in the wave, and it'll kill everything. You can go to enemy camps, Crystal Clone, and you'll quickly recover the farm to then go back to the utility items. I'd be open to it.
Triple kill.
I see you queuing up the Ags. You should actually get BKB first, though. We've seen him cancel your ult a couple times. There's Bushwhack. And then there's multiple sources of magic damage. So BKB will let you cast your ult forever and then not be killed either. Lore accurate sniper. Pretty much is. Yeah. The enemy team's giving up. So we can do a new replay if you guys want to type exclamation point replay.
Dire's bottom towers getting Radiant's top towers taking hits.
Hey, Posmati, thank you so much. Thank you for watching the videos and dropping by the stream. Welcome. Let me know if you got any questions. Anything you'd like to see in videos that I haven't done.
Towers in bad shape.
I've been kind of lazy lately because I don't know. I'm in despair. Where is this patch? Where is this patch, guys? Like I said, at this point, now I'm anti-patch. I don't want it to come for another couple weeks or months so that I'm back.
Towers hurting. Dire's mid
How are you at controlling multiple units? I'm okay. I'm not the best, but I think I'm above average. I think it helps that I came from, you know, like StarCraft. I was like, I don't know, gold or something. You know, I'm not that good at it, but I like RTSs, so I'm used to at least considering multiple control units, as opposed to like some people who only ever played like MOBAs. So I think my micro for if I get in the mindset and I'm playing them a lot, I think it's okay. Hey, Dactyl. Yeah. Happy to have you back. Things are going well. If you prefer YouTube, we got the multi-stream going. You can now watch there as well. That's what I'm up to lately. Yeah, let's be real. If the patch doesn't happen tomorrow, it's gonna happen as soon as I leave, and that sucks. If it happens tomorrow, I have 1 week in the middle of casting to at least do some stuff. But if it's not tomorrow, I feel that it will not happen until I am on my way to the airport. Alas. All right, let me see. Where did I, one, two. Okay, 1 second. This in. And then who is... Aya Healing, congratulations. You are next. The match ID, who you're playing, any questions, the usual business. No problem, Changies. Thank you for always being here. I always know you're gonna pop into the... It's not a stream start until you show up, man. Do you think high sensitivity or DPI helps with controlling your hero in Dota? I mean, you don't want it to be too slow, but I used to play with way higher sensitivity when I was younger. And then when I wanted to start improving at Dota, I think it was Dota. Maybe it even started with like when I was taking StarCraft more seriously or something. Or maybe it was even like playing shooter games with friends. Like we started playing CS and stuff. The most important thing is consistency, I would say. Whether your mouse, whether you have to go like this for like the full screen or you're like this, it's not that big of a difference. And the most important thing is to be accurate and consistent so that you don't have to actively think about it and be like looking at your mouse and be like, am I here? Am I here? Like whatever. So whatever DPI you prefer and are comfortable with, I think is fine. And then getting good at that. I play with 1000 is my DPI. And I've now been doing that for many, many years. So at this point, I don't have to think that hard on it. You want to play some rhythm games like Osu to get the hang of it so that you don't want to have to think too hard about like, I'm moving my mouse here and then I'm moving my house here. You're just used to it. You're just like boom, 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 like wherever. That kind of stuff. I think is good. I think if you play StarCraft, you know, and you got to like micro a million different units, maybe it does help. You know, maybe they have a different perspective. But in MOBAs, a couple heroes have some extra micro. But mostly it's the main hero. I don't think you have to have that much DPI sensitivity. You know, just be good at where you're clicking. Don't be misclicking stuff. That's all. Step away. No, where is it? Oh, here. Aya Healing 1, yeah. Let me get the match ID. Axe in Herald Guardian. Yo, let's go. I fed terribly. No problems. This is actually... I had a friend. His name's Alex. Alexander Kocha. You guys might remember him for those of you who have been here for a while. He now does Marvel Snap content. Still a great friend. We chit-chat. He was playing Dota before, and I helped coach him up from being like around Herald to, I think he eventually made it to like Archon before moving on to like other stuff. But Axe is one of the heroes I really recommended at that time. And we can now do that for you as well, because I do think Axe has a lot to offer on his own that isn't too reliant on teammates and can put you in a very like consistent, self-controlled position to have impact in the games. Not every game will work out, of course, but better than other offlaners where you're more reliant on teams. Okay, I'm going to type this in as Guardian. And then let me just make sure I didn't miss any of your messages. Don't know how to win in lane. Sometimes I stomp, sometimes I get stomped. Then I awkwardly go into the jungle. Don't really know what to do. Okay, perfect. I can absolutely answer this. I'm confident I know what to look for. Wait, let me wash my hands again. I had kind of a small brunch. I'm kind of hungry. HEB is this local grocery chain near me. We got these like pre-made tamales. Pretty tasty. I had 4. But that's not that much because they're kind of like, I don't know what the normal size of a tamale is. I think they were like this big. So I feel kind of hungry. I was eating pretzels. They're all over my hand though. All right, enough about my eating habits. Axe, off lane, Guardian. I think the biggest issue for me is when I die 1 to 2 times. What to do then? Yeah. All right. So for Axe, right off the bat, the draft is going to be a little wacky because you said Herald to Guardian. So for example, Axe Dawnbreaker not really the best. Maybe there's going to be some movement around. I don't know. We're not going to sweat that too much in this bracket. The most important thing is give and take a little bit. The thing with Axe, I don't recommend this. Axe support is not the worst thing in the world. So even if you're having a rough game on Axe and you're the actual offlaner, you can still contribute a lot. When you get these weird drafts and your teammates are like picking another offlaner and not really supporting, you can still do this sort of hybrid where you will still be able to have impact as Axe. And then when you have games where you actually get to be the offlaner, you can have more impact potentially. But you're at least not like guaranteed loss now that, you know, this happened. Starting items are fine. Right now, bracers into phase boots are pretty popular on Axe compared to the old Vanguard days, which was a little easier. But whatever the particular item build is for the patch, so survivability first for Axe is like where you get your couple items. Battle Hunger, really good level 1 spell to just be annoying. Helix is going to let you speed up the farm, but the early levels of Helix are not high enough damage, and you are not tanky enough because you're not high level with items, that if you try to jungle or creep cut too much, it's going to cost you a lot. So your mindset as Axe going into the lane, this is not necessarily true for like Immortal and whatever games, high Dota, but for like Archon and below, guys, I think this is very, very useful. Go into the lane thinking, I just need to get my first couple of items, first couple of levels, and I'm willing to do this relatively safely. If I can get the lane to come back, I'm going to be very happy with that. I'm just going to focus on farming up. We're not looking to dive right away with Axe. We're not looking to like try to crush the enemy. We just want to get our first couple levels, couple bracers. I'd say level 3 to have 2 points in counter helix is a great place to aim for before you go too crazy. If you can get to level 4 or 5 before you consider creep cutting, which maybe you're not for Herald Guardian, maybe it's not something you've considered, but it's something I'm going to recommend to you in a second. But anyone who does know what it is, you don't want to start creep cutting too soon on Axe because it actually hurts too much to do until you pick up some bracer phase, like more points in counter helix so you kill them faster, like all that. So, level 1, getting back into it, couple tricks you can do. First, don't die to like the bounty room. No one's with you, don't go for it. Body blocking right away can be one way to get the lane equilibrium to meet over here. Blocking, going for the rune, coming to the lane, blocking 3 of the creeps, letting 1 creep go forward can be another trick to do. You can potentially block on the enemy's half of the map. For the Radiant, the equilibrium meets so close to the tower that any level of body blocking the first wave pretty much brings it under tower. Dire, it meets out here, so it's a lot harder to do if you're the Radiant off lane. These are all nifty tricks you can use. Guardian Herald, probably don't need to use any of them. The enemy will almost for sure, in the first 4 waves, push it out unintentionally. So you can learn these tricks for yourself to do, to make it faster, more consistent. The important thing is to identify when the enemy does it to themselves that you don't fix it for them. This observer's not... I'm not going to make a huge deal of it. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't love cliff wards at the start. This will help you in the lane. You're also likely to lose it quite often. If I could... Like, this is a high level thing. If you actually put this observer over here, it would be better for this bounty and less likely to be killed. But people aren't going to rotate in this ranks. It doesn't really matter. So, like, whatever. That's why I'm not going to worry about this. It's not going to make or break your game. But the more you can slowly shift yourself to not using it, the better. If your team is here to make an aggressive play, then this observer's fine. If not, and it's just a casual observer, I wouldn't really do it. So this kind of movement. Herald Guardian players. I just want a consistent start. If this Clinks picks up 4 kills, because he's not killing you, 4 kills at the start of the game, I promise you, he will not make use of it unless he is a smurf. It will happen. It sucks. The average Herald to Guardian players, enough games that will matter, he will not make use of it. He will feed it back. He will not be smart with it. We're trying to be smart for ourselves. So these type of aggressive plays where it's like, let me go for the bounties, don't overcommit to it.
This one doesn't cost us too much. You get the bounty, you do some Lina damage. This is a case where it works out. I see many cases where go way too hard, we lose half our health. We saw some today in other replays, right? We don't want to do that. If you didn't go for this, and you just got this, or maybe you just got this rune and then you went straight back to the lane, I'd be totally okay with that. Because you would actually be around here right now. And so then this comes to what I was talking about. Body block the full wave, body block the back 3 creeps, so this one walks forward and dies first. Like, whatever trick you want to do, we're going to start doing it. And by not going crazy on this very first fight, like this one is working out. Lean is the one who went crazy and she has now hurt herself, losing half her health before the lane starts. But it is very often us who does that to ourselves. So we don't have to do it, and we just come here. Next trick. We didn't run into anyone, but we're the first in the lane because they're all doing some like 5-man stuff, and they chased a hero, and they killed him like back here. Now everyone is slowly coming to the lane. If you can see any hero on the map, let's say you're the Dawnbreaker right now, stand right here-ish. The exact spot doesn't matter. Just anywhere in aggro range of the melee creeps. A-click, attack command, whatever button that's on, any of the heroes on the map. It needs to be one that's visible. If you feel more comfortable, and let's say Lina's showing in the lane, you can A-click Lina and then move back to creep aggro these melee creeps forward. Your guys are going to walk forward to the range creep under tower. Very first wave before the enemy team has showed up, it's going to shove the lane in here. No one is showing in this lane. The mid lane is showing, which often will happen because the mid lane creeps meet first. You see this? Where's your mid laner? I have no idea. The mid laners are almost always showing at the start of the game. You could go here and click Clinks. Nowadays, you can use the portrait profile. I don't know if that'll always work. It didn't work in the past. They made it work now. Maybe in the future, you're watching this, doesn't work anymore. Maybe you got to click here, click Clinks, snap back to your hero with the hotkey, move back. This you can all practice in an empty lobby. I know it sounds like a lot. If you're a Herald Garden player, like, oh my God, there's a lot. But it's something you can practice pretty easily. With the portrait, you don't even have to move your camera over. Just stand here, A-click this portrait, attack command the portrait, and then back off. It'll work. You just have to be careful not to click a hero that isn't showing. So like Dragon Knight's on the map. If you did it on Dragon Knight, you would set creep aggro on cooldown. We're getting into a lot of nitty-gritty detail for Guardian Herald. You don't have to worry about it this much, but I'll just like quickly mention it. Don't click a hero that's not showing. It'll put it on a cooldown. Anyways, this very first wave, you could get it to push out, and we're going to have a guaranteed consistent start with the lane already being pushed up. For now, you're doing a little bit of last hitting. But it wasn't quite enough to get this lane to shove out. That's okay. That happens. We're now on the second wave. Just at any point until we hit the like 3 to 4 minutes I was talking about, we just need, our first goal is to get the lane back. So every trick I mentioned up to this point, you can do it again. The body blocking one, not so much, because now it's like by the time they get here, there's not really room for it. But the whole A-click the enemy heroes, drag it back, get it under tower, whatever. Let them use spells in the lane. Whatever happens, they'll shove it out. Boom, right here. This is the start of it. He attacked you, drew aggro under his own tower. This will push. It may take a few seconds. This is going to come up here, and you are going to get to sit here and work on last hits and denies until you finish like a bracer or two, which, by the way, you're about to have enough money for your first bracer. Let's get those queued up in here so you can buy it, start getting those items we talked about. So we just play a little bit. We don't do anything crazy. We don't push it back, right? We got our last hit. Look, 3 versus 1 in just a moment. There we go. I saw you buy your bracer. Fantastic. Dawnbreaker screwing us over here a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. It's back. If you have a Quelling Blade and creeps get messy like this, feel free to cut some trees to get yourself a little bit more space. This is really messy, but it's still okay. Like, the equilibrium is still coming back. If you cut the trees, it'll help you even more. Oh, thank you, Lina. She's actually cutting some trees for us. Yes. Outlast hit your Dawnbreaker. That is good. That is good. Now we don't want to take too much damage. We fall back again. We have our first bracer.
The reason, this might be clear to you, but just for anyone, because I see this mistake a lot at all brackets, right? Now that you have the bracer, you have more strength, you have more health, you have more health regen. Any damage you take now is not as costly, or it's like it's easier to recover from without having to use tangos. You might still do it, but you maybe don't have to. So the difference between taking 400 damage in the first wave versus taking 400 damage with 2 bracers and you're level 3 and it's a couple minutes in the game, it's much easier to deal with that 400 damage once you have the bracers and more levels. So that's why at the start, we're just kind of chilling, playing it relatively safe, and then we can start to go more aggressive. But if you go too aggressive too soon, it's going to be really annoying. All right, let's see how long the lane stays here. Dawnbreaker might mess it up, but Riki's doing the same, right? Using tricks of the trade in the lane. This is it. Are we getting too crazy? I'm pretty happy. Look, we're almost at the next bracer. You're at the top of the last hits, right? I'm happy with what's going on. I just want to keep holding the lane here, keep farming. So let's see how far you guys chase. Yeah, kind of going at it, you know? Did we miss some last hits? A couple in that time. I think about 3 creeps died. Looks like you got 1. Took some damage for it. Not too bad, but we did push the lane back in because of what we did. We went too aggressive, and we had equilibrium in this area, and it was going to stay here until they did something about it. But because we went overly aggressive, and we have our own AoE spells, you guys now killed too many creeps. Now we got to do it again. Now it's pushed up. It's not the end of the world if this happens. Don't like tilt out like, Dawnbreaker, what have you done? You know, we just have to do it again. Just get the lane to come back. But the more you can identify and the more you realize, I'm pretty happy with what's going on. I'm getting close to my second bracer. Zach says I can go more aggressive once I have like boots, right? Then you don't feel baited into this stuff where you're going too aggressive. Look at that. They're pushing it back out for you. Thank you. So here we are. We got it again. We're at level 2. Second bracer is, what'd you end up buying? Oh, you got 2 tangos. Probably 1 tango was enough. And then you could probably finish the bracer just about. But I'm not going to make a big deal of it. It's not going to be the end of the world. Magic Stick could also be a good early item. There's been a lot of spell casts from Riki and Lena. Again, not really the focus of this. You see what I'm saying, though. They will keep pushing this out for you. We just work on the last hits. I'm not going to really... You're actually doing a great job going for a lot of last hits and denies for your rank. I know you'll miss some stuff. I'm not worried about that. I actually think you're doing great in terms of relatively keeping track of things you need to last hit for. And I know the more you play, like, it'll come more naturally over time. So Axe has a lot of strength gain. I'm going to wait for this bracer to eventually get here. Let me see when you do it. We have started to struggle a little bit. Dawnbreaker sniping some last hits. We're not going to sweat it. I'm going to wait for you to call in this bracer before I make my point. Ooh, I saw you cover that magic stick too. Okay, very cool with that. You actually don't need to do this pull because they're pushing the lane in. I don't hate it because you're actually at the point you can kind of do this yourself. Okay, let me show you your health and why I said let's wait for level 3. You know what? Okay, boom. Level 4. You're so close. Level 4, 2 bracers. You're going to have 2 points in counter helix here. With level 4, probably Berserker's Call. Ignoring using the actual spells. Let's say you're mostly full health. 1,188 health. And let's compare that to like some of these other heroes, right? Like Lena's 846. Riki is 670. Minuscule compared to you, the mighty Axe, you know? If we go back, we're at 5.5 minutes. If we go back to the very start of the lane, and we're thinking about, oh, what if we take a trade? 868 health to, 700. You have more, but it's not that much more. He's got 538. You have more, but how big of a difference is it? Compared to you now 5 minutes where you're willing to get 2 bracers and your HP regen now 6.6. Riki actually has really high HP regen at 8. Most heroes don't have that high. Lena's is 6.6. Actually, is Lena's high too? I didn't think she would have this much. Oh, there we go. Okay, it dropped a little bit. Maybe she was like under the tower or something earlier. Oh, it might have been the banner creep. The banner creep is giving her bonus regen from the banner. Yeah, 3 mode. So she usually has 3.6. So at this point, you have way more health and way more HP regen. You just use a tango, so it looks even more than usual. But because you have bracers and you're a strength hero, you've got way more health and way more HP regen. So now when you take trades and you trade like 200 damage each, relatively, that's not a huge deal to you, but it's a huge deal to her. So this is why now that you're level 3 or level 4, now we can look to go more aggressive, and it's suddenly so much easier rather than when you fight like 1v1. At level 1. Now around this time is when you can start thinking about creep dragging, but it depends on how the lane is going, and it depends how much health you have. If you were full health, you can potentially cut creeps here, which if you don't know, in the first 7.5 minutes, I think is the time frame, you can't aggro the creep wave till it gets around here. After that, you can aggro it anywhere, like even over here. Axe, who's really strong, can shove in the wave, walk around, cut this wave. You could just farm it here, but you can also bring it to one of these camps and do both at the same time. And this is where Axe really comes ahead, because you might be shoving in a full creep wave to them while you farm a full creep wave. That's even. But then you also farm a camp that they can't farm. And you do that for several minutes, and that's how Axe skyrockets past all the other laners. We're low, so I am a little scared to do that. So we need to spend a little bit of time healing up, playing it safe. If you can get the phase boots, that also helps a lot, because you'll have armor to make the damage less painful, but you'll also have more move speed. So if you do need to run away from the enemy, it's not as bad. Dawnbreaker probably could have helped you out a little bit more. We're not going to sweat it too much. If anything, we're going to come back with full health so we can now get the game plan going. Won't they come to attack me to do that? So, yes, but this is where things get tricky. Actually, this might be... Let's see if this is a good example. If you were Axe here, let's pretend you're level 5, so counter Helix is even stronger. You will kill this creep wave really quickly, because counter Helix, like, you'll just attack. You'll stand in the middle, attack a melee creep, attack the next one, like cycle through, Helix, 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 they're all dead. Probably within 5 to 7 seconds, you will kill this creep wave. So that's the window they have to kill you, or like to punish you as you do this. If they're over here and they're not that fast and they go, oh shit, Axe is cutting our creeps, this alone is like 5 seconds. You also don't have to just stand here. Once you aggro the wave, you can drag it further back. You can drag it to one of these camps. You can drag it to these camps, to these camps. On the Radiant side, aggro it here, run back here, run over here to like this camp, to this camp. You run away from them, and in the time, you're like slowly helixing the creeps down. They can never really get to you. If they chase you, let's see if it happens here, actually. So these guys come chasing in. These guys are not Axe, so it's much harder to do this. The next creep wave comes under tower. So you are in the enemy creeps, farming it with counter Helix even as you run away. You're getting your creep wave. If they chase you, they're going to start missing the creep wave. As long as they don't actually kill you or do a massive chunk of your health, it's going to work out. In one case, it won't be a huge deal. But if you successfully do this 3, 4, 5 times, this is where you're going to start noticing several hundred gold difference build up. And the more you do it, the longer it will go. So you just have to be careful not to get too close and take a bunch of damage, which is why once you aggro the creep wave, you actually walk away from the tower and it becomes not worth their time to chase you. So let's see when you could do it. Like, if we want to play it safe, let's say level 5 is when we start doing it. You can push it even earlier, but I mean, you know, you don't need to be min-maxing like crazy for this bracket. You know, let's start with good and then we can worry about it more after that. So like in the lane, you see them doing a decent chunk of damage to you, but the creeps themselves are starting to do less and less to you. This would actually be a perfect time to do it, right? This is enough health to kill the creeps. This guy's kind of low. That's another thing to remember. If they fight you in the creep wave, you will spin on them. So now you could run over here to grab this creep wave, walking by. And then if you just farmed it here, that'd be a little scary. So maybe you just keep moving this way, move to... The hard camps can do a lot of damage. It depends how farmed you are. If Dawnbreaker hadn't been taking farm from you, you probably have Chainmail, and then it becomes a lot safer to do. Otherwise, like medium camps, Mud Golems are pretty light hitters. Pull it back to this camp. It's a hard camp, but it's also close to your tower, so it's like relatively safe. The nice thing about sticking in this area is that like you don't have to walk over here, catch the creep wave, walk back, and then just like keep doing this. There's a lot of room to intercept you here. If you just keep playing back here, they don't really want to go back there. Currently, they're damaging you because like Dragon Slave and Lena's hitting you from afar. But they really can't do much if you're over here. That's the scary part. You're going to try it. You'll probably feed a little bit as you learn how to do this. Full disclosure. You'll try it, you'll throw it, you'll be like, Zach's a liar. Why did he have me do that? You just have to learn how to get away with it. And the only way to learn is to do it and see it. But you kind of see, like, currently it just keeps coming back and forth here, and we're not doing that much. Whereas you have counter Helix, 5 armor, you're a melee hero, so you body block some creeps. You have, like, the double bracer, the extra HP regen. Like, you're up to, you have the banner here, you're up to 8 HP regen. So when you tank the creeps, it's very quick. And you don't take a lot of damage. If they tank a full wave of creeps, it's a lot. It's a lot to a hero like Lena. And that's sort of how it works. Axe keeps creep cutting. Creeps cutting creeps. You don't take much damage while doing it, while they do. And at some point they get low enough that when you kill this creep wave and your creep wave goes in a tower, you dive. And that's how you get kills. We can hold off on that point, because that's easy to mess up. As you learn, like learning how to just creep cut and farm camps would give you a huge gold lead, and that's already good for your bracket. As you learn to do it more consistently, then you can add in like diving the tower to push it even further. Wonder if I could find an Axe game from like if we went to Dota 2 Pro Tracker, maybe we could find an example of Axe creep cutting so it's not just theoretical. Because that's probably the best way to teach you how to do this. Good that I went for wisdom or not. It's fine. It depends on what's happening. In this particular case... sorry, I just saw you ask that. Let's go back to that wisdom rune. A lot of people in your bracket won't remember to go for it, so it's fine for you to do it. Just try not to miss too much farm for it, because you're technically the offlaner. Now, in this case where she's also farming, it's like, I guess that's fine. But other times, for example, if you could push this in and then go do it, that'd be a good time, a good way to do it. And somewhere like here would be the time to do it. At the time you did, it's kind of late. I mean, we don't have to like sweat it too much. If you miss a bunch of health, you could come over and do it at that time as well. Also, Axe can do ancient camps really easily. So actually, if you stack this as you do this, like 655, hit this, walk up. You can't do the ancient camp right now, but later you'll be able to do it. You can also practice this in a bot lobby, actually, to get the timings right. This is the moment I feel like I can't stay in lane anymore. Yeah, this would be an okay time to do it. if they have a bunch of heroes down here, to put in a little bit more detail on the creep cutting. When you creep cut early, everyone is still in their lanes and they don't really want to rotate that much. They don't have their boots. Costs a huge chunk of their mana pool to teleport. They don't really want to have to come. The later you go and then you start creep cutting, it can still work, but there's more risk. People are more willing to move around. They have items to punish you, the levels to punish you. The nice thing about doing this early, like around level 4, level 5, is that the support is probably like level 2, level 3. They really can't touch you. And then you're so fast because they don't have boots and you got yours that like you just run away from them. It's getting harder to do now. So when there's a bunch of heroes here, you probably don't want to creep cut. You're probably going to get punished for it. Like doing a little bit of jungling is fine. If you see a bunch of heroes mid and top, I think you could sneak your way in and start creep cutting.
Radiant's top tower is
Lena ult got us. So where's your net worth right now? It ended up being not that great. Some of this is because of the Dawnbreaker. I think you actually had a pretty solid start, and then we slowly got poked down too much earlier. From here, let me just see what you do real quick. Because ideally, we actually have like a way better start than this. I think learning how to lane is more important than learning how to recover from this point. From here, just do what you can, you know, like jungle, work on your phase, blade mail, blink. At that point, you can kind of always potentially come back where you get a very nice blink call. They blade mail themselves to death. But I think learning how to have like really high net worth at the start will be your best way to improve. Is it worth buying Raindrops versus Lena? I think it's fine. I don't think it procs multiple times, but I'm actually not that sure. One second. I'm gonna see if I can guess a Dota 2 pro tracker Axe offlane who is creep cutting. Because it should just be someone who has an insane net worth at 10 minutes. This one has 4.8, potentially 4.9, 5.3. Let me copy that one. That might be what we're looking for. It looks like a lot of people just do one bracer now. I'm not that worried about it. For Guardian, it's fine to do like the 2 bracers, I think. Oh, this guy's almost got 6k. Skylark. Do you just chain feed on people? Let's see if he creep cut. They ultimately lost this one, it looks like, but let's just see if he's doing what we're looking for. Okay, once you have phase boots, I would say you can do it. You could have a bracer in here instead. Okay. This is a little bit of how you dive with the creeps. It's not very effective versus Alchemist. Oh, I thought he was gonna catch the next creep wave. Maybe now? This is not what I wanted to show you. It looks like all his net worth comes from just like rotating around getting kills. That is not what I was hoping to find. Let's try another one. Would Seb have done it? Who else has a really high net worth? It's not that the rest of the game doesn't matter, but I don't know how much time you have for Dota. But in terms of improving, it's usually easier to focus on one thing at a time. And for a new player, honestly, any player, I would always start with how do I improve my laning stage? Because that is the most consistent. It's where the game starts relatively even. That is the easiest to kind of like plan out the game plan and, you know, go from there. And once you're in the lead, it's much easier to do things. If you fall behind and you're like, I'm 3,000 net worth at 10 minutes. I'm not supposed to be here. It will happen. How do I come back into the game? Yes, it's good to learn how to do that, and it will help you climb MMR. And we could go back to your game and briefly look at that. But it'll always be harder because a lot of it will probably depend on team play. Like, oh, you need to find ways to organize a gank on so-and-so. You need to find a way to do this and this. And it goes from just something you can do to something you as a team need to do together, and it's harder. I think learning how to improve the point in the game where it's a lot about just what you do is easiest. And then once you're good at that, then you can worry more about how do I come back. But because you improved your laning stage, you also won't have to worry about like, oh, I have 2,000 net worth. What do I do in that situations? You no longer ever end up in that case. You are like, what do I do when I'm 3,000 net worth, 2,500? That's an easier game than like, I'm 2 levels down. I'm a 2,000 gold down. Like that is really, you're supposed to lose those. Let's just be real. You're supposed to lose those games. And you can learn like what to do, but it's a smaller sections of games. All right, maybe no one creep cuts anymore. This is kind of the creep cutting, unintentionally. Wait, here we go. Catching the creep wave. All right, so he's full health. Axe is just about full health. Gets in the wave. What is it, 519? Antimage has 736 health. 430 right now. Right, there's like no way he can one-on-one fight this when Axe is gonna spin in the wave and wreck the Antimage. Now, Antimage is also melee with solid armor, so he doesn't take that much damage while tanking it under tower, but his farming speed is way slower than Axe's. Now, you will have the tower helping you, but that's also a downside in Herald Guardian, where people are going to mess up last hits because of the tower. Let's see, maybe he might dive here. This is something you can do that I mentioned, right? You potentially fortify the creep wave. You run at the heroes with spells, which don't aggro the tower until you choose to. You don't have to go for the full kill. You can sometimes just do enough damage, back off, grab the next wave. But by creep cutting, like the enemies usually tank more damage than Axe does. And then that's what opens up the tower dive. Very advanced. Like I said, I wouldn't sweat it right now. But once you're capable of cutting waves back here, which I would say is maybe the armor is more important, because Axe already has like pretty good HP regen. So maybe maybe you could do like one bracer into phase boots, and that could be enough. But this is kind of what he does, right? Grabs the creep wave, brings it to a camp. He's gonna get this full wave and then 100 gold from the camp and all the XP. Antimage might get this full wave, but he ain't getting a jungle camp. And if you ever choose to dive, this is where, like, he's done with the creeps. He dragged the creeps to a camp, and now he's done with them. Antimage still has another creep to go. That was kind of a long example. Okay. This is where you got to be careful of the rotations. Let's ignore the rotation that just happened. He's done with the creep wave. This is the full health creep wave. So you cut the camp, and then you run in and you fight 2 heroes versus 2 heroes, but you also have 4 creeps. That's an example of the dive. If they come to kill you, that is where you do have to be careful. It does open up space around the map, so it's not fully bad, but we try not to die all the time doing this. And in Herald Guardian, a lot of people will not rotate to help. Everyone will just ping the axe and be like, axe is free farming. But what can be done? Alright, this game's slightly messy, but this is sort of what you would be looking for. Grabs this creep wave, farms a camp, and the wave just brings it to the next camp. He's actually scared because heroes are coming in, so he's going to back off for now. Otherwise, you just keep doing this stuff. Antimage is at the point he's sort of jungling now, but Axe is still ahead of him. And they are trying to punish him, rotating heroes in, but you see it's not always working, and it means the rest of the heroes are not fully free farming. Like, yeah, he's getting punished a little bit for it. I don't think you'll have to deal with this in your games as much. Centaur can do it. Alk offlane's a little weird. I guess you could do it. Primal Beast is really good at it. Axe is the easiest, though. I think easiest and clearest because it doesn't take any mana. You pretty much just need phase boots. Bracer phase boots would be the easiest. And you can do it infinitely because it's just spin. Compared to most other heroes who have to use mana. Centaur can sort of do it, but it's a little tough. I feel like the stream isn't 1080p. So that's possible, because I changed the settings I was using to stream. Let me look at this real quick. This is a lot lower than it was last time. Maybe we will end up using the other multi-stream tool. I don't have to listen to music. That's not important to me. Wait, why is this so low? All right, maybe some settings got changed without me realizing. Can I change this in the middle of doing this? I don't know if it'll... No wonder why it's so... Hold on. If the stream crashes, it's because I changed settings live. Let's try this. I'm just going to let things play. Let me know if it starts to look better in a moment. The bitrate was really low. It was like 2,000. And it's usually much higher than that. I don't know why it was so low. Let me know if it starts looking better. Potentially more crackling now?
Trouble brewing.
I'm just quickly going through the other settings. The rest looks okay.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
What bit rate is required to see joy? Yeah, we can turn the music off for a second. Aya healing. Does that make sense what we were saying? Or anyone else? I do think if you're an offlane player, Axe is pretty stable pick. If you want to learn it and try it. And if we have a bunch of people try it and there's no patch, you know, maybe next time we stream, we can look at it. You know, I hadn't thought about Phoenix offlane being able to do it, but I guess you're right. With the change to the innate ability and fire spirits, you actually could creep cut pretty well. Yeah, let me go back to your game so we can take a quick look at mid game, late game stuff. So where is this? 17 minutes. All right. So we need to finish our blink. You're having a very rough game this time. So just finding somewhere to be in jungling will be good. You need the blink to be able to make the blink calls. Now, usually you would go phase blade mail blink, and the blade mail helps you farm more, helps you be aggressive while doing creep cutting stuff. If you're having a really bad time, I would just go ahead and get phase blink though, so that you can at least make plays for your team.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Radiant's top tower.
Also, at some point, if you can cut Quelling Blade out of your build, that would be good for you too. Because the whole creep cutting thing we talked about is like brace your phase, stuff like that. 100 gold on the Quelling Blade will make a difference. Now, if you're missing a lot of last hits, go ahead and buy it because it's paying itself off. Over time, you'll no longer need it. And then you can get rid of it. Okay, you are going to go for the Blade Mail first. That is the standard build just in this particular case. Means the blink will be late. Let's go ahead and finish it. So just, yeah, work on farm. If you have someone like Dawnbreaker who's just always in the lane, just head on over to a jungle camp. Like any of these, this one. You can buy yourself observers and sentries, stuff like that. Anytime you're behind, just try to like work on getting an item that'll let you do something. Such as the blink. Now I want to jump ahead a bit. Let me see when you get the blink. Are we getting one? Is this a blink? Okay, great. Let's see what you do with the blink. Okay, unfortunately the blink delivered into the thing. Try not to overlap too much. This was kind of all at once, so no big deal. But Shackle lasts quite a while, so just go ahead and hit him right now. And then as Shackle's about to end, then you use Call and Blade Mail. Right now he's called, but he can't even hit you because he's shackled. So a bit of an overlap, but it just happened like very close together. I'm not going to worry about it. But whatever the spell is, shackle, stuns, roots, try not to overlap too much. We get the blink in. You might need to occasionally buy clarities, but other than that, Axe is a pretty low cooldown hero. We can just do things. Maybe we jump too far ahead. This game, it looks like your lone druid is just kind of like popping off. This will happen a lot. Someone is doing really well on your team or on the enemy team. If it's your team, just try to play around them. So say you went blink first, or you just had better item timings, just go with the lone druid. Blink call for him. If it was the enemy team and like sniper's doing really well, avoid the sniper. Go wherever he's not. He's top, go mid, go bottom. Avoid him until you catch up a little bit.
Breaking down the radiant structures like this.
Don't worry about it. We all have rough games. That's the whole point of this, right? Is to improve, get the feedback. Do not even sweat it. Yeah, so you see these cases where you're kind of walking past. I appreciate your wisdom rune interest. You're kind of like walking past some jungle camps, right? Just go ahead and grab them. And if you can, if you're TPing for the wisdom rune because it's 27 minutes and 50 seconds and it looks like the enemy's there, that makes a lot of sense. If you are at 30 minutes and that wisdom rune is still there, it's probably still gonna be there in 30 more seconds. So those are situations where you can just walk there and then pick it up.
Radiant's bottom towers seen better days.
Also, looking at the items, it's been a little bit since I looked at Axe. I would say go for one bracer into phase boots. You can still buy some of the other components, just don't finish it. If you find it a lot easier to get 2 bracers, I think that's also okay. But I would say 1 bracer phase boots, minimum level 3, but preferably 4 or 5, and consider the creep cutting we were talking about. Here, this is good. Just like be near Lone Druid and look for calls. Even if you die, he should be able to get stuff done. This particular case, it doesn't look like quite worked out. I guess you didn't see Clinks here, so you jumped a little far back. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's understandable. I feel like he did that to himself, actually. He feared the Dragon Knight away. Oh, Dragon Knight came back.
Radiant's top towers taken a hit.
Just come back bottom. Or wherever. If Lone Druid's coming top, then just come to Lone Druid. Alright. From here, like this game's pretty much done, but let's say it's closer and you guys are pushing. Don't hit this tower. Look at all these guys up here. Maybe it's because the game's ending, so they're doing it. But really, you guys would just watch Lone Druid do it, and you guys stand behind Lone Druid. And when they go stop Lone Druid, that's where you go into Blink Call. Don't get baited where like, oh, I see Sniper here, I'm going to go call them and try to bring him back. It's not necessary. Just you know, let them take the buildings. Go ahead and type exclamation point replay. We'll pick another one, guys. BKB after Blink is fine, yeah. I think that's a very good generic build. Bracer phase, Blade Mail, and Blink. The order I'll leave up to you, depending how the game's going. BKB after that. Very safe item. I'm sure it'll work in the majority of games. There's some other cool things you can go. Eternal Shroud, Aghanim's Refresher, some wacky stuff like that. There are games where Shivas will be good. If you play a lot of Axe, you can slowly learn all that. Yeah, Mikcha, today we're just going to do raffling away. I'll refund the points. Turned out it was losable. Oh no. Where are we on the stream looking better and or still crackling, by the way? Is Bloodstone ever an item on Axe? Yeah, it's a little bit of a meme. But it increases your call range. And if you're popping off, it gives you a decent amount of lifesteal and stuff. Some people will do it. I don't know exactly when you should or shouldn't, because I don't actually play it that much myself, and he's not that meta. but I have seen it work.
No breaking through the dire structures for now.
Is Dota similar to other MOBAs where if you're behind, risky plays are more worth it? I don't know how. I don't know a bunch on other MOBAs right now to say how much it compares. I do think there's truth to that, which is that if you are playing, I think of it as standard Dota. You know, I'm supposed to hit this timing. He's supposed to hit this timing. Here's where it could go either way. We got kills, he didn't, so we're in the lead, right? Standard Dota, if you're winning, you just keep following the standard game plan because you're supposed to win. If you start losing, standard Dota might have a way to come back. There comes a point where you're not coming back and you are going to lose. And that's where you have to get into the chaos and start doing some wacky shit that doesn't make sense usually,
in the next room because
but you need to this time.
Purple light to your right, Zach.
Oh, hold on, wait. Let me finish this and then I'll explain that light. I'll turn it off too because it's probably distracting. The worse the situation is, the more important it becomes to go like absolute whack shit. Like 5 people smoke for a support. You usually would never do that, but the situation might be so bad, you have to do weird things like that. So I do think that is like, there's some truth to that. The light, I have these lights that I control with my phone. I bought them, you know, turn the lights on and off. There's 2 of them. Recently, this one, it doesn't turn off anymore. And actually, I noticed at the end of streams and the lights go down, there's like a very faint glow. I guess it's just breaking. LEDs, I don't know, whatever. It's not that old. It's only like 4 years old, maybe. 3, I think, actually. But I noticed it like doesn't turn off properly. But when I turn it on, it was still functioning fine. Clearly, it is further deteriorating, and I guess it's time to potentially buy another light. This doesn't even connect it anymore. It doesn't even work. I just have to go unplug it. Give me a second. Sound issue is similar. Harumph. Oh, another question you had was, is it better to make 2 good plays and no bad plays, or have a game where you're making like 6 good plays and 6 bad plays? I'd say when you're learning, do the 6 good plays, 6 bad plays as part of, I'm just trying shit. You know, what works, what doesn't work. That's the learning basis. Over time, the goal is good plays only, no bad plays. You reach this with a lot of high-level games, which is that it comes down to who makes less mistakes. Dota is one of those games. Whoever makes less mistakes ends up winning in Dota. And there's great plays to do, but unfortunately, it does come down to a little bit like, he messed up and I didn't. So I believe the greatest showing of a competitive player is the consistency of high-level play, which is why, like, a year or 2 ago when Gaming Gladiators was winning everything and people were like, this sucks. But, like, I think that's awesome for a team to be able to do that much. Even though if you talk to them, they're like, we sucked. Like, I don't know how we were doing it. But I think that's what most teams and players want to strive for. Now, I think if you're wild, if you're up and down, that is a lot more enjoyable for viewers to see, where you don't know if the throws or the high level plays are coming in. But I think it's better to be a consistent player. That's my own philosophy, though. My number generator. Two. Andrew Kent, sorry. Roll one, please. Unlucky. Turtle Twins. Turtle Twins added one extra number to the dice roll, to the random number generator. No in-game audio, no static. I have noticed this in some other streams as well. I really don't know what the problem is. What if I lower game volume a little bit? Well, I don't hear the static. It would be from you guys. What if I lower it on your end? Does that do anything? Or maybe what track is this on? Could I increase? Would that do anything? I've tried a lot of that in the past, and we still seem to have the audio issues. I'm always down for more, restart and pray it works, but doesn't seem to happen, or like it always seems to come back. Turtle Twins, who are you playing here? Clockwerk. I do love Clockwerk. Late to mid game. Okay, we can jump over there. Clockwerk 4. Guardian. A lot of Guardian games today. Hope that means everyone's going to gain MMR and we'll get a lot of Crusaders next week. All right. Chapter marker. Good to go. I want to sit down. I'm getting tired of standing, but Hephaestus is right in my chair. I don't think I'll be available next Thursday. I will be traveling soon. There's some casting coming up. I forget the exact dates of this stuff, but I don't think I'll be available on Thursday. And you guys may not see me for a little bit. But I'll be back. I have not quit, believe it or not. Somehow still here. There are bees in your computer. I'll tell you what, if something's on my computer, it's my freaking cats. Fortunately, there's like a magnetic grid thing on the top to prevent large pieces of dust and all that. My cats stand on the computer and then scratch the like foam sound paneling I have that is near the computer. So if anything ever falls in there, it would be small sound paneling. Fortunately, I don't think it happens too much because it's pretty far apart, and they usually
When are
tear
you
off
leaving
chunks that
between
can't
us so
fall
we
in.
can get the patch?
Next week. We finish all my pretzel bits. Okay, let's see what's going on up here. If you're position 4, I don't think you need the Quelling Blade. What is this about? What you doing over here?
And they're off.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Kind of think you can just fight here. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Forget all this. You said mid to late game. Forget all that junk. We gotta focus up. We're going for Orchid. You might have been having a better game earlier. Let me look at the graph. If you want to go Orchid Clock, you have to be having a good game, and you have to put some emphasis on farming. Yeah, a little bit middle ground. I would max Q if you're thinking of Battery Assault. Because here's the thing. If you're getting Orchid because you're trying to kill someone like Queen of Pain, the goal is hook shot to them, Orchid, and then technically you're taking them out of the fight, kind of hoping teammates come in. But also, if you can actually kill them, then that's fantastic. Battery Assault is going to do the most damage. And if you are using Orchid on someone, it is preventing them from getting away. If you continue to max power cogs, you didn't exactly do that this game, but if you max power cogs and you Orchid someone power cogs and then go around kicking the power cogs at them, it's very weird because they're already trapped by Orchid and now you're kicking them around with the power cogs. If you could successfully do that anyways, you wouldn't need the Orchid. So now you have two things doing the same thing, and you can't even farm that fast with power cogs. So if you know you want Orchid, immediately start maxing Battery Assault and just leave these at whatever points they are. And that'll help you farm faster because you'll be able to just walk up to jungle camps like this, walk up to creep waves. But we're going to help with this fight, whatever happens here. But if you're doing the Orchid, try to find time to just farm. So that was a little bit of an unfortunate hook shot because it put you on the high ground. But now from here, for example, I would just farm this mid wave. You know, just sitting there, Battery Assault, go wherever we need to. Go head to a jungle camp right now. I think you just have about enough money. If the Orchid comes out too late, then things like Yules and BKB are already going to be out. So actually this Orchid, this is such a really fast BKB. I guess she's having a solid game. But it's kind of, it's exactly why if you want the Orchid, you have to be doing well, and then you have to get it quickly. Otherwise, it'll just not do anything. All right, good hook shot, and it's still useful versus Wyvern and Riki and stuff, so still kind of open to it. This particular game, actually, because of the LC, it probably isn't even worth it to do the Orchid. Probably a nether item like Force Staff to get out of Riki's smoke screen. And then, I don't know, maybe you could do a Hex to bypass BKB. Well, I'm still open to the Orchid. Okay, anytime we can organize plays, once you get the Orchid, you got to just keep going, going, going. So grab Ember +1, not the Dawnbreaker, and just go for things. Dawnbreaker can ult in. Weaver joining could be good. What's he at? Not the most farm. Still needs to like finish some stuff. But it's not too bad if you're careful with what you choose. Spiritbreaker looks like he's going mid or top. Couple heroes in that triangle. I'm open to playing bottom. Undying should go with you guys. Your team's kind of doing weird stuff. You need to organize the Undying to go bottom with you, and then Dawnbreaker farms top. Now there's a fight going on that we are not involved with. When this starts, head on... So this started like back here. You should just cut through. This will be the fastest way to get there. And anyone in here is probably watching this fight. If you end up... You're position 4. If you get caught up with another support and you keep them out of the fight, especially someone like Wyvern, who's got the big ultimate, Spirit Breaker, you prevent him from charging in, that's all great. If you end up running into a core and you can keep them out of the fight, that's probably also big. If you end up not running into anyone, then this is the fastest way to get there. I would say it's pretty worth it to just go through. Especially because you're a Clockwerk, so you're pretty tanky. You know, if you're a Crystal Maiden, Dazzle, Oracle type hero, then maybe we're not doing that. We also would not have that positioning, though, because you absolutely should not be there if you are one of those squishy heroes. Your team might get more kills if you were already with them, though. And then same deal. Like, you should still be with them. Hook shot's on cooldown, but you still have the Orchid. And Dawnbreaker ult is on cooldown. So you can come here, but this won't really do anything. You should leave this to the Ember, the Weaver, the Dawnbreaker. And find Dawnbreaker and Ember. Yeah, since jumping into the Orchid, I don't feel like we've seen... I don't feel like we are planning the plays and forcing things to happen. Maybe once. But Clockwerk in general, and especially if you're getting Orchid, we want to be trying to dictate the pace. And it's also important to be together because this is Riki, Spirit Breaker, Legion. They have so much like pick-off potential. If we're grouped up, they can't really make use of that. You just kind of ignore Quap, is what you would do. She can't do everything on her own. And if she wants to contribute, she will have to walk in at some point. At which point, you can now root and, like, chains her. You could hookshot to her. She might try to get away. But you also have, like, pretty mobile heroes yourselves. Weaver's really fast. Ember's pretty fast. So even if you don't have Orchid for her, depending how the fight breaks out, you should still be able to get kills. Is it easier with an Orchid? Absolutely. I would actually say Dawnbreaker should be the one getting Orchid, and you get just usual 4-staff type stuff. Depending on the game, though, I would have been okay. I still am okay with the Orchid on clock. I just think there was more potential if the game's a little different. Hey, Robert, thank you. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, wait. I didn't pause fast enough. Boom. We're all up. The day has changed. We see everything. Legion, Quap, Wyvern. Okay, Spearbreaker, there he is. He's at the fountain. You don't see the Riki. Oh, we know Riki exists. He's somewhere. So if we want to organize a play, it kind of doesn't matter. You know, like down here, you could find her on her own. They could teleport to the outpost. It's a long teleport, though. So you could probably finish the kill before anything happens. You could end up going top. There's nowhere to TP. You guys have all the towers. Outpost, again available. Again, quite slow. Doesn't really matter where you guys go in terms of the enemy is scattered. Can their teammates help out? If we don't find a fight, though, what are the objectives we can get? Well, with all the tier 2s being down, the only real thing to consider is Tormentors, Wisdom Runes, Power Runes, and Roshans. Tier 3s as well, but if we can find a kill first, then that's great. Looks like you guys actually already did Roshan. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. I was just running through. I thought maybe you guys had already done it when I jumped ahead, so it looked wrong. So Roshan is alive, and it's bottom. So if we make our way bottom, then that is how we can take initiative, like we were saying, and make things happen. So you're coming top. Dawnbreaker is global. If anyone is going to split away, she is first. Number 2 is Ember Spirit, because he has the remnants to be in multiple places, technically. Weaver's third, because he's very fast core. He's also a core. And he has Lincoln's, so he's now the safest versus Spearbreaker. If you go, you're supposed to initiate for your team for everyone to follow up on, which means now your team has to come to you, or you're going to find a hero and then nothing's going to happen. You might bait the Dawnbreaker ult to you. It wouldn't be the worst depending who you catch, but there's also a good chance you don't need the Dawnbreaker ult if you just play with Weaver or Ember, and then the Dawnbreaker ult can be more impactful. Rather than like 2 of you finding 1 kill, you guys are starting a bigger fight, and then the Dawnbreaker ult's hitting more things. Kind of like this one. But this is, I don't know which number fight since we started watching this replay where we are not there first and we are Clockwerk. So that to me tells me we have a positioning issue / incorrect identification of where we need to be. So easiest way to fix this, just follow the teammates. Like, you don't always get control. Even though I said bottom's the best because of Roshan, they might all go top. I'll go top too. It doesn't really matter for a pub game. It does, but like, what are you gonna do? Bang your head against the wall and try to like hack their computers to make them come down here? Like, nah. So if they're gonna go top, well, we just gotta go too. This one might still work out. Let's see what happens. Legion and Weaver are dead. Hookshot missed, but they're kind of low. We keep getting smoke screened. Versus Riki, it's annoying. Try to use Battery Assault a little early. Since it lasts for a while, you can now walk into smoke screen and it'll still be going. And then find your window for Power Cog somehow. You shouldn't retreat too far. You still have the Orchid. You're low, but if you die for a kill, it's worth it. Here you could Orchid the Queen of Pain. All right, we don't die. We have 21 charges. We're not going to die to Shadow Strike. So I'm going to start following the Ember. Now, I don't want to get just shot down by some random ability. So, you know, I may be following in the tree line, but I want to stay close enough that if by chance I get to use the Orchid, which has a pretty long cast range, and maybe even these spells come back up again, then I can. So I'm like probably in this tree line right now, kind of moving behind Dawnbreaker. Maybe we'll get to deny her. Gonna be over here, and then maybe here we're throwing in the Orchid somewhere. You know, okay, she died. Orchid the Wyvern. Wyvern kills us, but we get the Wyvern kill. And maybe because Wyvern kills us, she doesn't kill the Dawnbreaker. And maybe because you followed up, you're now also here to help out. Yeah, it looks like we are here. We had Hookshot again. We do end up with the kill. Maybe there's a world where Dawnbreaker lives and we die in her place, getting that Wyvern kill earlier, though. So when you play these type of heroes like Clockwerk, we don't feed. Try not to die too much. But there are things more important than living. And if you have the tools to secure bigger kills, such as the Orchid, sometimes it's the Hookshot, sometimes it's stuns, try not to back away right away. This applies to like every hero technically. Like Axe falls really low. Maybe you don't back out of the fight. Maybe you hug the edge of the fight, and maybe you'll get one more blink call, and you'll die for it, but you'll set up big kills. Gotta think big picture. Well, I looked away to try to catch up in chat. We died. What happened? Right, Weaver's up here, so maybe you were trying to help him. Ooh, unfortunate. Then you guys are a little bit scattered from your team. I think you guys thought you were just getting Spirit Breaker. Their team has a lot of ways to surprisingly be together when you think they're not. So just be a little careful. Especially, I think the safest approach is to be as a team, and only Dawnbreaker is on her own. I think that'd be your best bet. Magikayo. I would say don't even think about Augmented Armory. I also want it to be cooler. It's really not worth building around, though. He does enough with Expanded Armature and everything else he's got. I think if he gets... the other fast gets buffed, I think Hookup has even some cool applications. But this innate ability is not really worth considering. Oh, I thought this is what you were talking about. Armor power. Maybe you were talking about something else. Which one's Augmented Armory? Maybe that is what you were talking about. Oh, Expanded Armature. Okay, gotcha. For Expanded Armature, that one's much better. I have a Clockwerk guide. It's a little... there's been a smaller patch or two since then. It's still mostly true. So you could go look at that for more detail. A lot of it is similar to what it used to be, but you're just way more consistent in the early game because Expanded Armature makes it easier to pull people in than it used to be. Pub games, even now, despite how good he has been, a lot of people don't handle Expanded Armature very well. So you can just walk in, power cogs, kick people around. The first level of Expanded Armature, not that good. Once you get to like level 2, level 3, it becomes much easier to kick more power cogs at people and bounce them around, or they'll do it to themselves. Again, many people not realizing you only ever have to proc one at most, or how to dodge in the middle. That one's harder. Dodging in the middle is hard, but people will bounce off of one cog and then stand still and attack it, giving you time to hit them again, instead of just running through the cog they just activated. So you actually don't even have to think that hard on it in a lot of pubs. The placement you'll get the hang of. Once you do it a little bit, it's actually funny. Because I used to play the old Clockwerk with the tiny power cogs as well. And you're like, you're so used to that. It switches to Expanded Armature and you're like, oh, how weird, how strange. Now if you try to play without it, it's so bad. I miss so many power cogs now. I keep thinking I can grab them and then it's even shorter than I remember somehow. No one is in power cogs anymore. Warding wise, I mean, your team doesn't have any defensive vision, so I don't mind one defensive ward. In general, versus Spirit Breaker, and then like Riki and like a Blink Duel, you need vision ahead of time. This is maybe not enough warning system for someone farming here. Blink, charge, whatever. It's like too late to react. So the more you can place deeper vision that survives, the more time you have to know he's charging this way. I see Riki in the bottom half, which, by the way, if you can do more Sentry Observer combos, which your team is mostly doing, so that's good, just to have a chance at spawning Riki. That's all pretty important. A defensive Observer or two is maybe not that bad, but if they're all defensive, you're going to have a problem where you can't react fast enough to Riki and Spirit Breaker. So like you see that? I saw Spirit Breaker charging top. So now we have enough time for all these guys to like mentally prep themselves, start TPing, things like that. If you're here and it's like coming in, it's like a little too late. And you are trying to react fast enough. TP Twin Gate. She's going for it. I thought you would Rocket Flare at least. Some of that Spirit Breaker just died first before anything really happened. But another part of that is that you made it to the fight in time, even though we were actually a little bit late, but we made it in time to then start the fight. Hookshot in, it gave our team the info to do the rest. I think that's a big difference from earlier in the game. We saw situations where you weren't in the fight, and then you end up just like being killed and all that. All right, from here, you guys should be good. I do see that the game goes on for quite a while. I feel like we've given some decent feedback here. Yeah, looks like some throws happen. I do like the idea of hookup. I think it's just not good enough where it is compared to expanded armature. Conceptually, I like it a lot though. I think that one takes a lot more teamwork though, for them to be aware of how hookup works and that you need melee heroes to go in to make your life easier, to get the bonus armor and reduced hookshot and all that stuff. I think where it's at is a little tricky, and it also doesn't come into play until level 6, whereas expanded armature can let you get a bunch of kills in the laning stage, and then you don't even need like the hookup. You're just winning. And then frankly, the level 1 hookup's not even that great. Level 1 hookup's okay. Level 2, level 3, it becomes much better. Thank you, Changies. Have a good one. Rangefinder for power cogs can be good to get the hang of it. I actually really like the rangefinder on hookshot because hookshot's so long range, it's hard to keep track of where you are sometimes when you're looking ahead. I do think to start though, having it on power cogs makes a lot of sense. And then maybe once you use it enough and you have a feel for it, then you're good to go. Just old clock. That's the thing. Before expanded armature, no one played old clock because it's just not good enough compared to other stuff. I mean, it works in pubs, but that's why there's been such a resurgence to Clockwerk. Hookshot and all his stuff was always good, but having a good laning stage was the hardest part to reach that point when there were many other heroes who did similar stuff and had a better time. That's why when you have to go back to playing old Clockwerk for hookup, you're still back to the same point, which is like, once you have 6, you were useful, but it's getting to that point that is like really rough. Again, there's a lot of leeway in pub games, but the higher up you go, the less it works. Okay. What time is it? 5:49. I think we can do at least one more. If you guys want to type exclamation point replay, let's go for another. See how I feel after that. picture of your new cat in Discord. Aw, what a cute cat. Looks similar in color to Hephaestus. Little gray cat with the little patterns. How fun. Turtle twins, no problem. Happy to help. I'll give you guys a minute or two to join the raffle. Trying to move Hephaestus a little far back. I'm sitting at the edge of my seat. Sit down again. I feel like I know that positioning is my biggest hurdle. I'm not really sure how to improve it directly. Okay. What I would start with, first, pick a target. Wait, maybe it's better to start with your team. I'm not sure which of these should come first, but pick the hero you want to play around the most. This is someone who is doing well on your team, but is probably a playmaker compared to like, oh, my carry alchemist is doing really well, but the alchemist probably wants to farm a bit before he starts doing stuff, right? So in this case, Ember looks really good. Once your carry is online, it can be them as well. But start with that hero who is very active on my team, who just needs to farm up more, who's got global abilities to come in. We want to stick around the heroes who can do things. Then we think about what targets on the enemy team we can easily kill or who would destroy us. You know, maybe it's this wyvern. We just can't touch the wyvern. Then we just have to avoid the wyvern. And we're going to use rocket flare and things. We'll take Clockwerk out of it. Any initiator this is true to. Avoid the wyvern based on warding and pushing in lanes and seeing what you see. And then know that if you are playing an initiator like Clockwerk, you want to be looking for opportunities. So you have to keep your eyes on the minimap. And when you see heroes scattered, when you're already near the Ember or the Undying or potentially the Weaver, right? You can say, hey, I have a smoke. I want to go to this Queen of Pain who I see bottom. Like, let's just go together real quick. They may not do it, but that's a separate issue. The positioning is solved. You're near the active heroes. You're looking for the targets. And when the opportunity presents itself, you're going. I think some of these you're getting baited. You're thinking too much about, I want to push lanes in and I want to farm. That is good to do. Don't get me wrong. And this is why Dota is complicated. But if you're an initiator, there's extra pressure on you to not be the one showing, pushing lanes, because you need to start shit for your team. So if you're here on your own as the initiator, then your team can be grouped as 4, but they can't do anything without you. So there's like there's a balance there. There will be times you are supposed to push, but if you're not sure for now and you're working on your positioning, default to staying with the team, whatever hero you think it is. Ember is bottom, I will go bottom. Even though I really think someone needs to go top. Like, I'm just going to go bottom and see how it feels. And maybe you will lose because someone should have gone top, you know? And then you'll know, okay, I should have done that one. But other times you'll realize, okay, you know what? We lost some damage on the top tier 1, but we found some big kills with the Ember. I got a ton of gold. I finished a 4-staff. He got his BKB. He stole Wisdom Rune, right? And it worked out because I was able to be there to hook shot and start shit, and he followed up. So you'll start to get a better feel of like when you should and shouldn't be doing things. And anytime you do think you have the tools to do stuff, you've got cooldowns, items available, you group, you go. When things are used, Dawnbreaker ult is down, Black Hole is down, I'm like half dead, BKBs are on cooldown. Now it becomes a lot more okay to just like, okay, no one's going top, well, I'm going to go there for 30 seconds, and then I'm going to, once I finish pushing this out, I'm going to go back to my team and be ready. We didn't actually pick someone, right? I just told you guys to put it in. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Where did this start? Okay. Dashel. Dashel, congratulations. I was just thinking, what if I miscounted? You guys would check me. You'd be like, oh, Zach said 12, and then he counted 11 or whatever. Then I realized probably none of you guys can even see the order of Twitch versus YouTube. I am untouchable. No one can prove me wrong. Whatever I say goes. I have ultimate power, no oversight. You did miscount. But that's what I'm saying, because I'm counting the Twitch and the YouTube chat are combined for me. I don't think you guys can see that and the order they come in. I mean, I know you guys can't see it because I don't have a way to show you guys. That's what I mean. I'm counting based off that. Maybe I still miscounted. I'm sure I did, but that's what I mean. Should never be lower than a single one if it's both combined. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe I did or I missed some. Or sometimes I just say the number. I wasn't always counting the total and telling you guys. I don't know. Either way, it's still a little bit random. So I'm sure it's fine. If it's a little bit flawed, it's not like a real... We're not doing real giveaways. It's just free replays. So I'm not too stressed about just a little corruption. Okay, Dashel. We ended up winning this one. Died a lot early, joining some fights. Interested in laning better, when to join fights, and if I was forcing too much. Okay, and you said this is Bloodseeker. So let's see. Bloodseeker. 1. Archon. Change the rank. Carry. Archon. Okay, save, copy. Where is my thingamajig? Here. Start the save chapter for my timestamps. Okay, let's go. Hephaestus still in my chair. I don't know if this is actually better for my back. I was getting tired of standing. I was like, oh, it's time to sit. But having to sit only at the edge, is this truly better for my back? Okay, where are you?
Better get ready.
You were queued with the Lich. Okay, nice. I would have totally brushed over that this game. If there's any ways we can play better. Okay, sounds good. That means maybe some extra laning focus could be great because you guys will be able to coordinate around that. Lich Bloodseeker does sound potentially strong depending on the matchups, which Legion and 1. Which actually, if it's Lion, that's quite annoying for you. I think Lion is very good versus Lich. I think the mana drain is super strong. Since Lich has weird mana mechanics now. It is good in the right situations, but very weak to mana burn.
Seconds to go.
What are you guys talking about? You guys into a fight here? Let's not stress it. I don't even know where this started. Audio corruption's worse. Oh no. Let me take a quick look at some stuff. My computer's pretty upgraded. It should not have issues doing a lot of this stuff. Now, if there is some kind of memory leak or something like that, then that's a separate issue. Let me pull up my task manager. Do I have a memory leak? Looks fine. Let's see what happened. Stop mining the crypto? No, no. Content creation doesn't make enough money. We can never stop mining the crypto. I've never done any of that. I have no idea how any of it works. Okay, hold on. Let's start. So, first wave here. Lich is bullying a little bit. We're doing a little bit of harass. Last hits. This is okay. Look at you. You walked through the cog. You knew what to do. That's good. Cut the, if you can try to keep the presence of mind. Cut trees. Sometimes you can cut new paths. In this case, you get to cut this tree and then run through. Other times, you just cut whatever the last tree is they're turning around. And you go around. You can even do both. You can tango and cut a tree with a quelling blade. And then you probably get this kill. This one looks like she might get away. One more frost blast. Okay. You guys do end up with a kill. Oh, their dinner came out. My cat's gone. You guys do end up with a kill. Slight efficiency there with the tree cutting. You could be the one getting the kill. Off of that, though, looks like the lane is pushing because it took us a little bit to go. Usually we do leave the last hits and denies to Bloodseeker. Every time she walks in and uses overwhelming odds, if you guys can focus on some denies, that way you can keep the lane back quite a lot. So, like... hold on. First, because of the whole play, right, we kind of lost equilibrium a little bit. Come back. Start to fix it here. Right, so Lich doesn't need to do too much right now. Just, like, stand near you and get ready to deny stuff. Like, right here. And then as he's walking in, of course, you, like, zone out. She drops this. So if you guys can just, like, come back in and, like, start denying creeps to possibly fix this lane, that could be good. You could also just commit to shoving it, which is maybe what you're doing. I think you've been attacking a lot. And then Lich goes for the pull. It's just a little scary to do that versus Clockwerk. But if that is the plan, then right here, you should just back up. You've already lost a lot of health. This lane is now officially shoving in. So at this point, Lich needs to do the pull, and you can run over to actually do the last hits and denies, tango up while doing it, and then Lich can come over and absorb some XP. Here, you're kind of like sticking around for the denies a little too much. Sounds worse and worse. Man. All right. For now, then. It's really bad. Okay. I don't hear it at all. Sorry. And that's why I forgot to look at you guys while it's happening. I will go ahead and mute the Dota audio. So, like, this is fine then, right? This is all okay. Nothing's happening. You guys don't hear it. My voice sounds fine. Dota's nothing happening. This is all fine. Okay, okay. What about... Is that weird? Is it, if I really mute Dota audio, can you guys even hear Dota audio right now? Like whatever weird issues we're having, is it happening right now? In a very muted sense, or is it too quiet to even notice? I unmuted it, but had it very low. We're problem solving here. What if it's a little higher? Like, do you still... I guess what I'm curious is, when I have it lower, does it still make the same issue? And it's just quiet now? Yes? Okay. Let me monitor the output. I always forget I can do this. But do I hear it now? This still sounds fine to me. Is it actually monitoring? It is, but I don't... That's weird. Which I guess means it's not my end, isn't it? Doesn't that mean if I'm trying to monitor the sound output and I don't hear it, doesn't that mean whatever I'm putting out is fine and it's something between Twitch and YouTube that is the issue? Wait, I'm kind of hearing it a little. Okay, I see. I guess we will just leave it muted for today. I will continue to try to look into this, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't really understand NPR, why it would only affect certain things like me versus Dota. Or here, wait. Twitch people. Does it affect music? I don't have the monitor for music on. Let me change that. Because you guys were saying sometimes it happens to music too, right? I do hear it for music. So the mic is fine. Music and Dota sound is not fine. Bleh. It wasn't the problem earlier. Or like music you guys mentioned earlier. How bad was Dota the whole time? Was that also the issue earlier? It was more subtle earlier. Yeah, I have a OBS studio to use to stream, so I guess it gathers all the different stuff and then sends in. It got worse over time. Restart PC. I mean, I can. The issue is this has happened over multiple streams. Apparently, this one is the worst, thanks to your guys' feedback. This time, it's the worst. Possibly, we're trying a new way to multi-stream, so that could be part of the reason. But using other stuff, it has also had this issue before, just to a lesser extent. So even if like restarting fixes it for a little bit, at some point it would happen again. And that's still kind of problematic. Hmm. Computers suck. Preach it. Can we put AI on this? Why are we having AI do all this random stuff out there? Can AI just tech solve for us? No one wants to figure out what's wrong with a computer. It's so hard. Let's have AI do it. That's what AI needs to do. Well, we are close to the end of the stream anyways. Let's do feedback on this game for Dashel, and then I'll just end and I'll have to look into it again. Maybe it is like this new plugin. That would be the easiest, but I think we've had it on the other issues as well. Okay. I think this can happen when something's collapsing stored sound to mono. The only thing I have to mono is my mic, actually. But that is because of something I use. And previously, my mic was not mono, but other things were. Let me turn that off. Like, I'll turn... Wait. Actually, I don't know if I can turn it off here, because I have it turned on in another setting. I'd have to dig into that. Look, I'll look into it later, guys. I'll look into it later. Let's look at Silent Dota. Should I grayscale it as well? Like an old-timey Dota review? Back before color was invented and everything was black and white. Wait, let me jump all the way back. Yo, there ain't anybody. This is a solo registered hypercam. That's hilarious. No, this is a solo effort. I do everything. There's been a very few instances where I have tried working with other people for stuff. Probably 99% of everything that is on the channel and streams and everything is just me slowly figuring everything out. Do a Dota 1 analysis. I didn't even play Dota 1. I wouldn't even know where to start. Hey, Dashel, sorry. I am absolutely not focused. Can I make the noise? Whack. Whack. Uh-oh. What does Bloodseeker say when he denies stuff? He says something like that. Because you don't get along with others? And I don't have the money. I don't have the money for this. To have people sort things out. I live in America, and content creation for my size does not make that much money. At some point, I would love to work with someone to do editing, to do thumbnails, things like that. But the videos don't make enough to justify it. It would be a sunk cost. And I have to pay off a degree that I don't use because I decided to be a content creator after getting a master's degree. So one day we'll reach that point. You guys can take a quick vote if you want on whether we listen to broken audio or just in mute, but I feel like muted is, I don't know, fine. But yeah, you should have backed off sooner there. I kind of remember where we are now. Here, you should also, like, just not, oops, too far back. I think you were thinking you could kill the Clockwerk with some help from Lich potentially here. I think you just need to stabilize, though, right? Like, you got the kills earlier. It will matter over time. In this particular instance, having a few hundred gold before the items get here with the low health and all that doesn't mean so much. So I think you just stabilize, go heal, have this pull, do all that. Even now, you could do it. You know, you could go back, you could farm. I think you were just pushing the limits here. Got a little punished for it. I see, like, it's bronze Bloodseeker. You're still learning it, so that's fine. You know, work in progress. In the future, Bloodseeker wins over time more than any direct 1v1 fight or like one single fight because of your any hero that has some mechanic with healing. Necrophos, Bloodseeker, mechanics with damage over time, like Venomancer, Viper. Viper's actually maybe a bad case because he has to stack stuff. But those types of heroes, it's almost never take this huge fight. Like Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is I'm looking for the perfect fight, and then I'm going to commit everything. Hero, it's kind of awkward to pair with a Venomancer because of that. But, you know, what I just described, when you will heal over time, when you will do damage over time, you want to go over time rather than like push these limits 100%. Someone like Monkey King, Ursa, they push the limits on the fight. Bloodseeker, just like, if I just keep getting last hits and denies, I will out heal what they do, and they're gonna have to spend money on regen that I don't have to. Accidentally added it to the cart. Refund, yeah. I have a undergrad in chemical engineering, and then I had a master's in food science. And then I worked at a major food company as a process engineer for a bit until I actually almost didn't even take the job. I almost committed to content creation, but it was just really scary. And then over the year of working in the job while doing content creation, eventually that fear left of like, can I do it or not? And I was like, I can totally do this if I had enough time. And so that's why I quit my job. Sucked though, because I had moved and all this, and it was like complications to it, but that's why I eventually quit, and here we are. And I think we're getting there. The channel grows over time, and, you know, we got to do casting, all that. It's been good. Here, don't go too crazy. You got a big creep wave. When Clockwerk walks up to you like this, just back off a little bit. This is what Lich is for. Lich can Frost Blast this range creep for you, so you don't have to get caught by the Clockwerk, and then you end up missing some stuff. If you do end up missing a last hit on a range creep, right, it's also not the end of the world. The important thing is, like, there's 5 creeps there, and if you get trapped by Clockwerk, it's going to be a pretty painful experience. Here's another case. You're, like, running forward. Let's just get these last hits. You can even trade inefficiently to some degree on Bloodseeker, so long as you then pick up the last hits to match. Yeah, he's getting too close, and he's giving you the power cog. Oh, was it? I didn't even see. Did Lich have a clarity? Oops. Yeah, clarities don't work on Lich anymore. You gotta go mangoes and sticks. I don't know if people do Null Talisman anymore. I saw some people trying, like, Soul Ring. Phase Soul Ring. I don't know if you have to do that, though. I think I am open to the Null Talisman. I know people used to do it, and maybe still do it. I don't know the exact Bloodseeker build. I guess the idea is phase some kind of mana item, like Null Talisman or Soul Ring, and then Radiance. I think some of this is you guys just going too aggressive, still learning the limits of Lich, Bloodseeker. The idea would be the war of attrition we talked about earlier, harass them down a bit, and then with an HP advantage, then you commit for the big fight. You know, hit them with the slow, sinister gaze into Bloodright, shield you as you run in, all of that jazz. And even if you don't kill them, you should end up with the advantage in the fight because they'll have to run first because you've slowly healed and you're starting with more health. This is starting to fall apart where, you know, we just fell behind in the laning stage and it's just getting worse. So here you've got to pivot to just recovering. Just farm up. Do some pulls. I do think that's a lane you can play. I think you just took some bad fights into the power cogs. And now we're behind. Queen rotation gets the kill. Nice. So that's some space. This is where we debate finishing the wand or not. If you've been playing the lane and fighting a lot more, I'd say you do it. At this point, the laning stage is starting to break down, so might be just worth it to save for Radiance. Let's swap this Iron Branch in, though. And then let's go get her. Yeah. Hold Bloodright for a second longer. So, Rupture. Then you dropped the Bloodright kind of over here. Bloodright cast range is freaking massive, though. So see what direction she's running in and then try to place it in front of her. And that way she has to choose between, you know, you keep running in the direction you want to go, but you're going to get hit by the Bloodright. Or you have to turn around to not get hit by the Bloodright. But let's say you place it like here, right? So then she has to turn back around. And that's going to be going into the Dawnbreaker and into you, depending like where exactly you placed it. In this case, she could have gotten out of Bloodright and then started TPing. She might live then, because actually a big chunk of that damage was the Bloodright that hit her. She should have just gone a little bit further, and she might live. She might just live longer and then die, but maybe that gives time for people to rotate in. Okay, they brought heroes in, so you're just going to leave and come back to farming. I'm okay with that. A Rupture's up. If you guys can organize something. It maybe isn't here because you're pushing the lane in. Oh, it's definitely not here now. If you guys... So, some of you... So let's go back to when, like, Rupture was about to come up. All right, so let's shove this in. You know, just auto-attack a bunch. And then you could maybe even go back through the Twin Gate. You could maybe get a smoke, go somewhere. This one's just tough because she's been having a good game and she's close to the tower. I guess Lich is pretty close to 6. You can try to get your friend 6. Finish up that. Maybe have him do like the hard pull here. But you guys got to kind of, to free yourself up to go use the Rupture and the level 6. Like, commit to this push a little faster. Lich can help you attack. Duplicity, is this your Lich game? Dash will put it in. We're looking at, it was mostly from the Bloodseeker's perspective. I don't know if is this actually your game or not, but because it takes so long to push this in, yeah, the Clockwerk comes in, gets you guys. So if you guys can push that in faster, you can then back out, go do a smoke play to get a Rupture somewhere else. This is you with Dash? Nice, nice. All right, Dashel was here. I'm not sure if he's still there, had to go, whatever. Looks like maybe get the Clockwerk. Earlier, the Rupture got used a little bit in panic onto... Oh, you almost died to Bloodright Blade Mail there. What was I just saying? You used the Rupture a little bit in panic when the duel hit. If you hadn't used that then, you would then have it here, and you can see like this would be better. She's standing still when she duels anyways, you know, it's not doing anything. All right, you just get back to farming. Like, if Rupture's up, you can try something. Otherwise, go farm and try to get this Radiance. We can probably make one more. If we make one more successful Rupture play, you can then just peacefully finish the Sacred Relic. We're a little bit low, so it's kind of tough to go join it. Ugh! You gotta be so careful of rupturing blade mail targets. It did work out, though. Fortunately, she stopped moving because she dueled. Solid stuff. No. All right, you go finish the Radiance. Maybe you can join with the Rupture again, but I also kind of don't mind at this point. You just like AFK jungle up here. Duplicity, since you're here, you on Lich, Quap, and the Veno. Little bit of an awkward combo, but you guys can maybe look to do stuff while Dawnbreaker, you know, comes in. This is kind of a chill period now where this is still down. So just kind of setting up near her is good. At this point, I'd say just sentry this cliff. Sentry the cliff, see if there's anything on there. If they have an observer sentry, they're going to know you warded on there, so I don't really want to use it at that point. Blocking the camp with the sentry on the low ground. Oh, you actually didn't. You just put it on over to the side. At this point, it doesn't really matter in terms of blocking the camp. If you're just trying to spread the vision out, I actually am open to that. But then you should move it further. Like here, you see like there's a little bit of room here where probably not really going to ward unless they misclick. So moving the sentry over here, especially for anyone Archon or lower, where a lot of people put observers in this area, moving this way could help you catch that. Otherwise, this half to see people warding over here to protect the safe lane while they left to go do other stuff, that would also be very common. So put the sentry on this side. Use the courier to check it if you can. I think it was close by. You also have a Venomancer, so if he's nearby, you could just have him drop the Plague Ward on top. And then you can put the observer somewhere else. You can't control the Venomancer, but if you have Venomancer on your team or any Veno players out there, try to put the observers in safe spots that will survive and use Plague Wards to be this type of vision. That is really good for pushing the tower, but also very likely to be killed. So now we just put a Plague Ward here, put a Plague Ward like back here, you know, over here. Now the Plague Ward is doing the risky business for us, and it's pretty expendable. Not that we want to feed them away forever, but it's pretty convenient to use that way. All right, so you guys took this tower, no contest, which is actually pretty good. And if you can then go as a team somewhere, Dawnbreaker ults in, that'd be really nice. And in fact, if you want to combine this with Rupture being up, that'd be great. Actually, in the time we were watching you take the tower, he has finished the Talisman, which is faster than I thought. So this could line up really nicely. Try to all get together with the newly finished Radiance. Dawnbreaker ults in. Should be pretty strong as a group. It does need to heal up a little bit, Dashel here. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Maybe you know you're going to take this tower. It's like kind of low, so Veno would ward this area. That saves your observer to now put like here or in deep. A deep ward with your team while you can. No! I think you would have lived there if that had connected. Unfortunately, it looks like they do get the Bloodseeker top in that time. He still has Rupture, still has Dawnbreaker ult as well. So as he respawns, if you guys can look to make a play, maybe mid. Mid sounds good to me. You know, he could TP in, you guys wrap around this side. Dawnbreaker keeps pushing bottom while the supports come wrap around. I think that could be good. Playing bottom also works. You guys put a lot of vision here. It's just a little tough to force tier 2s depending where you are in the game. And 18 minutes, it's like kind of doable, kind of risky. Might be a bit of a throw. So that's where somewhere between here sounds good to me. I'm actually seeing a ton of heroes walk in. Hook shot coming in. Get the Lich ult off at the last second. That's kind of worth it, except she gets the duel. But if the rest of the team is here to follow up, that could be good. Rupture on Medusa is not the best target, though it looks like Drow is maybe out of range, so that's why you went for her. But Medusa can kind of just stand her ground, you know? She's very tanky. She doesn't have a ton of health because of the mana shield, and then she can also pop Stone Gaze to buy a lot of time, which Rupture lasts 9 to 11 seconds. Stone Gaze is 5 to 6, so pretty much half of the Rupture can be wasted by Medusa. So if there's no other targets, I'm open to it. Otherwise, saving it till, you know, Drow comes back in. I think she's a better target. Having said that, you guys do end up getting the kill. I don't usually play support. I gotcha. That happens with party games. Sometimes you do other stuff. Good time to work on it. Especially in ranked where, you know, you have to do some supporting. But I gotcha. Still may not end up being as good as, you know, the roles you would usually play. All right, you guys used a lot of ultimates winning the fight, so as they respawn, you should be careful. They kind of whiff the initiation, though. They should just let the duel come in. They're whiffing a lot here. Panic is setting in. They should have been able to get a pretty big punish on you guys, I think, if they had coordinated just a little bit better. Instead, it ends up being a net. Oh, well, maybe Medusa? All right, we're out. Wait, how did you die? What got you? This random ass tier 2 shot. Oh, unlucky, unlucky. So I guess they get some of a punish at the end, but you use the ults to win the fight. Do a little bit of you know, tower damage as they respawn. Respect it. Make sure you you know, you win fights with the abilities. Make sure you have the abilities before you take the next fight. So just do a little tower damage and then back off. This game on the Lich, by the way, I would recommend Solar Crest over Glimmer. Lich mana mechanics are funny, so anything that increases your mana pool is usually pretty good for you, rather than Glimmer, which only uses mana. But also, you got several right-clicking cores, and then they have a lot of physical damage in the duel and the drow. She even bypasses some armor. So I think Solar Crest would be the play because it lines those things up. Glimmer's not bad. I think it's just not as good as Solar. I'd say this game, Solar Force Staff sound pretty good to me. Force Staff to get away from Clockwerk. Kite some of the like Drow and Medusa. But also some real funny shit when Bloodseeker ruptures someone and you Force Staff them. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. Oh, welcome back, Dash. I didn't see you had to step away. Your friend showed up, though, which is pretty funny. Separate from you. Between the two of you, you've been here for the full replay. You can share notes. Kind of open to this. It's just a little scary to do without more teammates / more vision. I was a little distracted reading the chat, though, so let me just double check that. So you guys are together. Looks like you want to do stuff. Okay, you know what? Actually, I didn't see that Legion TP'd here to kill the Dawnbreaker. I'm a little bit more open to this. Maybe you were hoping to get the Drow. Ran into the Lion instead. I'm actually not sure if you needed to rupture him right away, but I am more open to just do it, get something out of it, rather than just sit on it. So I guess it's kind of fine. EKB. The issue with BKB this game is that there's actually... So there's Duel, there's Hookshot, and there's Stone Gaze. It also doesn't really protect you from Drow's damage. So I'm sort of open to it. But I also think this might be a game where something like Sanj and Yasha is good because it affects all of these things. Not just the Lion, Hex, and Stun, but it'll also reduce... Like, if you can't help but Stone Gaze yourself, you'll reduce it. Duel, which is very hard to avoid them forever. You'll reduce the duel duration so that, you know, maybe you live through it, or maybe you die in the end, but you don't give the duel. I think Sanj and Yasha might be better than BKB. I don't know if Lincoln's is worth it. Potentially. You might still get BKB, but you would do Sanj and Yasha first. Which then you're more likely to be able to get the BKB off because you have status resistance, but the buildup is also better. One shot. You got the tickets? Not. Oh, shh. Wait. I meant to check in on that. I guess the early. Well, I'll have to double check something after this. I meant to, because some other people are thinking of going, and we were trying to sort that out. We may have missed the early thing. Oops. Oh, well. Oh, shit, there's still time. 17 hours. Okay, thank goodness. I'll double, yeah. I guess I'll have to sort that out tonight. Anyone else who's thinking about going, sort it out tonight. Or I guess you have 17 hours to do so. I don't know what the actual price difference will be. Okay, guys. I think we might end around here. Sorry for the audio issues. I don't know what happened. I will try to look into it. Coming up here. But either way, thanks for hanging out. Hope we gave some useful feedbacks and all that. I will have to go sort out these tickets and then figure this out. Figure out this sound stuff. Oh yeah, I'll just refund your points. There you go. Yeah, I'll take that off for now because I think we are doing, as I sort out this YouTube stuff, I don't know if we'll have that. I still haven't really come to a decision. I guess as I go, when I go to China and I have tons of times off, I'll think on it and figure out what I want to do. Okay, who is streaming? We know anyone streaming? Rashidi is streaming for maybe the core players. We can go do that. Why not? Okay, guys. We might do like one more stream before the casting starts this weekend, and then that might be it, because after that I'll be traveling for a little bit, so I might be gone for a while. But I'll be back. And I'll completely miss the patch. But hopefully by the time we're back, we'll finally get to stream new patch Dota and find whatever wacky stuff we want to do at that time. Yeah, I mean, if the patch comes out anytime, I will immediately be back if possible. Even if it's late night, whatever. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out. If you tuned in late, you want to see what happened earlier, the VODs are all on the YouTube main channel now. You can find them there. There's a live tab. It should have all this stuff. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for hanging around, guys, for watching. I appreciate it so much. Could not do this without you guys. I'm going to go right over to Rashi D. He does a lot more core games, so if you're a core player, that might help you out. I'll see you later. Bye, everybody.